1.2
Frida Kahlo is Latin America's best-known 20th century painter and a key figure in Mexican art. She has also become a kind of cultural legend. She was born in Mexico in 1907, the third of 4 daughters, and when she was 6, she caught polio, a disease which left her with one leg shorter than the other. Her second tragedy came when she was 18. She was riding in a bus when it collided with a tram. She suffered serious injuries, which affected her ability to have children. Although she recovered, she was in pain for much of her life and had 3 miscarriages. But it was this accident and the long periods of recuperation that changed Frida's career plans. She had wanted to study medicine, but instead, she started to paint. This work is an unfinished one. You can see patches of bare canvas behind the row of women at the bottom of the picture, and some of the faces have been painted over, suggesting she may have wanted to repaint them. Frida started it in 1949, 5 years before the end of her short life. She died in 1954 at the age of 47. She actually carried on trying to finish it on her deathbed, which suggests that it had a strong meaning for her. As with many of her other works, the image contains at least one self-portrait. She is the third woman from the left in the bottom row, but the unborn child next to her may also be a representation of her. It is placed below her father, to whom she was very close. The painting is a kind of visual family tree. At the top are both sets of grandparents. On the left are her father's parents, whose ancestors were German-Hungarian. On the right are her maternal grandparents. Her grandfather Antonio had American Indian origins, while her grandmother Isabel was the great-granddaughter of a Spanish general. Her parents, Matilde and Guillermo, who were dead by the time this picture was painted, are in the middle of the picture. Their portraits are based on photographs, and it is interesting that they are shown turning away from each other. Their marriage was an unhappy one. They appear with their dead parents in a kind of cloud above their 4 daughters. From left to right, the daughters are Matilde, the eldest, then Adriana, followed by Frida herself, with her niece Isolde, and then, with a blanked-out face, her sister Cristina. Frida was very close to Cristina, but also jealous of her, especially because she had an affair with Frida's husband, the painter Diego Rivera. The next figure is Cristina's son, Antonio, but it is not clear who the last unfinished face in the very bottom right-hand corner might be.
.3 Part 1
Frida Kahlo is Latin America's best-known 20th century painter and a key figure in Mexican art. She has also become a kind of cultural legend. She was born in Mexico in 1907, the third of 4 daughters, and when she was 6, she caught polio, a disease which left her with one leg shorter than the other. Her second tragedy came when she was 18. She was riding in a bus when it collided with a tram. She suffered serious injuries, which affected her ability to have children. Although she recovered, she was in pain for much of her life and had 3 miscarriages. But it was this accident and the long periods of recuperation that changed Frida's career plans. She had wanted to study medicine, but instead she started to paint. This work is an unfinished one. You can see patches of bare canvas behind the row of women at the bottom of the picture, and some of the faces have been painted over, suggesting she may have wanted to repaint them. Frida started it in 1949, 5 years before the end of her short life. She died in 1954 at the age of 47. She actually carried on trying to finish it on her deathbed, which suggests that it had a strong meaning for her.
1.4 Part 2
As with many of her other works, the image contains at least one self-portrait. She is the third woman from the left in the bottom row, but the unborn child next to her may also be a representation of her. It is placed below her father, to whom she was very close. The painting is a kind of visual family tree. At the top are both sets of grandparents. On the left are her father's parents, whose ancestors were German-Hungarian. On the right are her maternal grandparents. Her grandfather Antonio had American Indian origins, while her grandmother Isabel was the great-granddaughter of a Spanish general. Her parents Matilde and Guillermo, who were dead by the time this picture was painted, are in the middle of the picture. Their portraits are based on photographs, and it is interesting that they are shown turning away from each other. Their marriage was an unhappy one. They appear with their dead parents in a kind of cloud above their 4 daughters. From left to right, the daughters are Matilde, the eldest, then Adriana, followed by Frida herself, with her niece Isolde, and then, with a blanked-out face, her sister Christina. Frida was very close to Christina, but also jealous of her, especially because she had an affair with Frida's husband, the painter Diego Rivera. The next figure is Christina's son Antonio, but it is not clear who the last unfinished face in the very bottom right-hand corner might be.
.5 Expressions for agreeing and disagreeing. 1,
I totally agree.
2,
That's just what I think too.
3,
Absolutely.
4,
I see your point, but
5,
I see what you mean, but
6,
I agree up to a point, but
7,
I'm not sure I agree with you.
8,
I'm afraid I don't really agree.
9,
I don't really think you're right.
1.6 Personality. Adjectives. 1,
Thorough.
2,
Resourceful.
3,
self-sufficient.
4,
Steady.
5,
Determined.
6,
Bright.
7,
Sympathetic.
8,
Conscientious.
9,
Gentle.
10,
Straightforward.
11,
Spontaneous.
12,
Sarcastic.
1.7. Phrases. 1,
My father tends to avoid conflict. He never argues with my mother. He just leaves the room.
2,
I don't really like taking risks, especially with money.
3,
She makes life hard for herself because she refuses to compromise. Everything has to be perfect.
4,
She's quite stubborn. She rarely changes her mind, even when she knows she's probably wrong.
5,
I worry about my grandmother. She's so trusting that it would be easy for people to take advantage of her.
6,
On the surface, he seems self-confident, but deep down, he's quite insecure.
1.8. Idioms. 1. F.
My brother-in-law is very down to earth. He's very sensible and practical.
2. B.
Mum's got a heart of gold. She's incredibly kind to everyone she meets.
3. A.
My boss is a bit of a cold fish. He's unfriendly and he never shows his emotions.
4. C.
My brother's a real pain in the neck. He's so annoying. He's always taking my things.
5. D.
Dad's a soft touch. I can always persuade him to give me extra pocket money.
6. E.
My uncle has a very quick temper. He gets angry very easily.
1.9. 1.
Conscientious. Shower.
2.
Determined. Fish.
3.
Thorough. Computer.
4.
Easygoing. Zebra.
5.
Steady. Egg.
6.
Spontaneous. Train.
What's your personality type?
A. Planner or spontaneous? 1. Are you A. A perfectionist who hates leaving things unfinished? B. Someone who hates being under pressure and tends to over-prepare? C. A bit disorganised and forgetful? D. Someone who puts things off until the last minute? 2. Imagine you have bought a piece of furniture that requires assembly, for example, a wardrobe or a cupboard. Which of these are you more likely to do? A. Check that you have all the items and the tools you need before you start. B. Carefully read the instructions and follow them to the letter. C. Quickly read through the instructions to get the basic idea of what you have to do. D. Start assembling it right away. Check the instructions only if you get stuck. 3. Before you go on holiday, which of these do you do? A. Plan every detail of your holiday. B. Put together a rough itinerary, but make sure you leave yourself plenty of free time. C. Get an idea of what kinds of things you can do, but not make a decision until you get there. D. Book the holiday at the last minute and plan hardly anything in advance.
B. Facts or ideas? 4. Which option best describes what you wrote about the painting in B?
A. It's basically a list of what appears in the painting. B. It tells the story of what's happening in the painting. C. It tries to explain what the painting means. D. It's a lot of ideas that the painting made you think of. 5. You need to give a friend directions to your house in the country. Do you A. Write down a list of detailed directions? B. Give them the postcode and expect them to use a sat-nav? C. Give rough directions? D. Draw a simple map showing only the basic directions? 6. When you go shopping at the supermarket, do you A. Always go down the same aisles in the same order? B. Carefully check prices and compare products? C. Buy whatever catches your eye? D. Go round a different way each time according to what you want to buy?
C. Head or heart? 7. If an argument starts when you're with friends, do you A. Face it head on and say what you think? B. Try to find a solution yourself? C. Try to keep everyone happy? D. Do anything to avoid hurting people's feelings? 8. Imagine you had the choice between 2 flats to rent. Would you A. Write down what your ideal flat would be like and then see which one was the most similar? B. Make a list of the pros and cons of each one? C. Just go with your gut feeling? D. Consider carefully how each flat would suit the other people living with you? 9. Imagine a friend of yours started going out with someone new and they asked you for your opinion. If you really didn't like the person, would you A. Tell them exactly what you thought? B. Be honest, but as tactful as possible? C. Try to avoid answering the question directly? D. Tell a white lie?
D. Introvert or extrovert? 10. You are out with a group of friends. Do you A. Say hardly anything? B. Say a little less than most people? C. Talk a lot? D. Do nearly all the talking? 11. When you meet a new group of people, do you A. Try to stay with people you already know? B. Have to think hard about how to keep the conversation going? C. Try to get to know as many people as possible? D. Just enjoy yourself? 12. If your phone rings while you are in the middle of something, do you A. Ignore it and continue with what you're doing? B. Answer it quickly but say you'll call back? C. Have a conversation but make sure you keep it short? D. Welcome the interruption and enjoy a nice long chat?
1.10 Work. Adjectives describing a job. 1. C.
My job as a divorce lawyer is very challenging. It tests my abilities in a way that keeps me interested.
2. A.
I'm a checkout assistant in a supermarket. I really enjoy my job, but it can be a bit monotonous and repetitive. I have to do exactly the same thing every day.
3. B.
I'm a primary school teacher. I find working with young children very rewarding. It makes me happy because it's useful and important.
4. F.
I work in a small graphic design company and my job's really motivating. The kind of work I do and the people I work with make me want to work harder.
5. D.
Being a surgeon is very demanding. It's very high pressure and you have to work long hours.
6. E.
I work at an accounting firm. My job is incredibly tedious. It's really boring, and it makes me feel impatient all the time.
1.11 Collocations. What I'm really thinking. The intern.
I've just started my 3rd internship. At the end of it, I will have been working unpaid for a year. It feels as though I'm not in control of my own life, that I'm helpless. Academic qualifications and work experience are almost irrelevant when you're competing against people who have years of experience, many of whom are taking a step down the career ladder. I'm not choosy. I've spent time in a children's charity, events management, a press office, but they haven't got me a permanent contract. It's demoralising and exhausting. Job hunting is a full-time occupation. After clocking off, most people can be free for the night. For the intern, it's time to go home and look for work. I have no idea how many positions I've applied for since graduating, but it's more than 100.
1.12 The same or different. 1.
Colleagues and co-workers mean the same thing.
2.
Quit and resign mean the same thing.
3.
Staff and workforce mean the same thing.
4.
Be laid off and be made redundant mean the same thing.
5.
Be out of work and be off work are different. Be out of work means be unemployed. Be off work means be away from work because of illness or another reason.
6.
Be sacked and be fired mean the same thing.
7.
Get promoted and get a rise are different. Get promoted means get a better job in the same company. Get a rise means get an increase in salary.
8.
Skills and qualifications are different. Skills are particular abilities, for example, IT skills. Qualifications are exams you have passed or studies you have completed.
9.
Hire somebody and employ somebody mean the same thing.
10.
Perks and benefits mean the same thing.
1.13
Well, today I'm very pleased to be visiting the Edinburgh offices of Skyscanner, a company which did extremely well in this year's Sunday Times Best Companies to Work For awards, coming 6th overall and winning outright in the categories for Most Exciting Future and Best Personal Growth. So, welcome to Lisa Imler. Lisa, could you start by telling us a bit about what you do?
So I am the PR manager for the Danish, Swedish and Turkish markets. I look after our PR agencies there, and what that really means is I work with them to get Skyscanner messages and stories into the media. So that could be anything from a big report on trends on the future of travel to smaller stories about where the Turkish people are going on summer holidays.
And how long have you worked at Skyscanner?
I've just celebrated my year anniversary.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Yeah. So lots have changed in the year, but all good changes.
And what was it that attracted you to apply for a job here?
I had always wanted to work somewhere that was kind of travel focused. My previous job was in a very dry environment, so much so that I decided I would go travelling. And then the day before I flew to South America for a few months, I had an interview here and found out when I was in the Bolivian salt flats that I got the job. So really nice, yeah.
Skyscanner did very well in this year's Sunday Times survey of best companies to work for. Do you agree that it's a good place to work?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very funny thing actually, because it very quickly becomes the norm for someone who works here. All these amazing benefits we have. So when you talk to someone else, in another company, you suddenly think, "Wow, we're so lucky." So, anything from flexible working to the small things like free fruit, to people being able to work from their home country. They're all massive benefits that you quite quickly get used to, but I think everyone really does appreciate it.
So I guess it would be difficult to go anywhere else after
Yeah,
this.
very much. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the ploy that they've gone with.
Is there one thing that you'd identify for you as a particularly significant benefit?
I have to admit, what I really love is the flexible working policy. It's quite a casual thing, there's no formal procedure, but it very much places a trust within the employees. So, you know, if I want to leave early on a Friday, there's kind of this relaxed understanding. Do you know what? You'll make up the time when you can. You're in charge. You're the one who knows your workload and your own role, which is really nice. It's quite refreshing because it's quite unusual, especially within quite a large corporate, organisation. So I particularly like that.
Is there anything that you might change about the company or about the way it treats its employees?
I think so. We're growing at quite a kind of rapid pace, and I think because we have 6 different offices, Beijing, Miami, I think as we grow it'll probably be something that we need to tackle in terms of how we all work together across different time zones. So I think at some point that will be something that becomes more of an issue. It's not at the moment, but I'm pretty confident that Skyscanner will be able to tackle that and tackle that in good time.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed, Lisa. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
1.14 1.
I had always wanted to work somewhere that was kind of travel focused.
2.
It's a very funny thing actually, because it very quickly becomes the norm for someone who works here.
3.
So I guess it would be difficult to go anywhere else after
Yeah,
this.
very much. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the ploy that they've gone with.
4.
I have to admit, what I really love is the flexible working policy. It's quite a casual thing, there's no formal procedure, but it very much places a trust within the employees. So, you know, if I want to leave early on a Friday, there's kind of this relaxed understanding. Do you know what? You'll make up the time when you can. You're in charge. You're the one who knows your workload.
5.
I think so. We're growing at quite a kind of rapid pace, and I think because we have 6 different offices, Beijing, Miami, I think as we grow it'll probably be something that we need to tackle in terms of how we all work together across different time zones. So I think at some point that will be something that becomes more of an issue. It's not at the moment, but I'm pretty confident that Skyscanner will be able to tackle that.
1.15
London Underground workers were on strike yesterday. As a result, it took people twice as long to get to work.
(1.16) 1.
I want to find a job nearer home so that I don't...
2.
I didn't tell my boss how bad I thought his idea was, so as not to...
3.
Being a junior doctor is very demanding, partly because of...
4.
Even though I was offered a good salary,
5.
House prices in London have gone up dramatically, and as a result, young people...
6.
Staff will be given a bonus payment in December due to the...
7.
I wasn't offered the job in spite of having...
8.
The company has not been able to find a buyer, therefore it will...
1.17 1.
I want to find a job nearer home so that I don't have to spend so much time commuting.
2.
I didn't tell my boss how bad I thought his idea was, so as not to lose my job.
3.
Being a junior doctor is very demanding, partly because of the long hours.
4.
even though I was offered a good salary, I decided not to accept the job.
5.
House prices in London have gone up dramatically, and as a result, young people can't afford to live there.
6.
Staff will be given a bonus payment in December due to the rise in annual profits.
7.
I wasn't offered the job in spite of having all the necessary qualifications.
8.
The company has not been able to find a buyer, therefore it will be closing down in 2 months' time.
What I'm really thinking. A. The checkout girl.
Of course I judge you by your shopping. It's the only diversion I have. The work isn't that intellectually demanding. The till does all the maths, and it does become robotic. Having identical conversations every day quickly gets wearing. You get to know types of customers. The stressed-out mum feeding her kids on the way round and thrusting the empty packet at me to scan. The sweet older couple carefully packing cat food and biscuits into a trolley. The woman in a suit who buys a bottle of own-brand vodka, then puts it in her handbag. Sometimes I like to channel my inner Sherlock. Dark circles, nappies and aspirin? New baby. Rice cakes and spinach? The diet starts tomorrow. Older women are very polite and chatty, but watching a queue build up as they count out pennies does my head in. Usually, I take a deep breath and try to treat them as I would my own grandma. And I don't mind when people have to stay on their phone, but it is rude. People assume you're an idiot. The fact is, I'm studying for a history degree. But that's irrelevant. Neither I nor my colleagues are stupid, and people have no right to look down on us.
B. The university lecturer.
I look at the 23 of you in the room, a small group this year, and wonder if you're even aware of me as I teach. Might it be that because you're not talking directly to me, you forget to adjust the expressions on your faces? Or is it that you imagine in a crowd you are somehow invisible? Your expressions and bodies reveal far more than you know. Sneering, eye-rolling, yawning. You can barely stay awake sometimes. Your indifference bears no relation to my hours of preparation. The university asks you to comment anonymously on the quality of my teaching. I would like the chance to comment on the quality of your listening. When you are really disengaged and disconnected, I see hands reach for phones in bags. You connect, but it's usually to someone outside this room. Sometimes you even pass notes, giggle and whisper. Yet I also see you when you laugh at my jokes. When you are concentrating hard, I can almost hear your minds working. Some of you take notes so intensively, fighting to keep up with my words, as if it's life or death if you miss something. I see your faces light up when you want to say something, the eagerness to comment, to take part. You are relaxed, smiling, enjoying the moment of understanding. We connect. Now I see you, and you see me.
C. The 999 operator.
The hardest part of my job is also the simplest, getting the address. Often when someone calls, they go blank, or in the case of a road accident, they don't know exactly where they are. But the most important element is the address, because that's what brings the ambulance. I have to ask for it twice, which infuriates people. It still surprises me to hear my voice during a call. It changes, becoming deeper, almost authoritative. I have to take control of the situation. I suppose that's why I wear a uniform. I have a script, but I refuse to be a robot. Hearing people at their most vulnerable makes me add to it. When the caller is hysterical, telling them I'm going to help you and I know you're frightened calms them down. But it breaks my heart when they're in pain or their loved one is dying. I have to take a stress break after harrowing calls. Although it is not my place to judge, I get frustrated sometimes. The man who rang because his toothpaste was burning his mouth, the mother whose baby was afraid of a fly. Don't they realise they're taking up precious time when a life and death situation may be needing help? But the moment I call them time wasters is the moment I should quit my job.
1.19 Interview with a folk musician. Part 1.
The wren is the king of all birds. On St. Stephen's Day he was caught in the furze. Though he is little, his family is great. Rise up, Mrs. Thomas, and give us a treat. Hello, 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 boys. Hello, hello, hello.
Eliza Carthy, could you tell us a bit about your family background, your parents and grandparents?
I come from a musical family. My parents are folk singers. My father is a guitarist who is known for playing the guitar and inventing a particular style of English folk guitar. He started playing when he was 17, back in the 50s, and really was quite instrumental in his youth in sort of building the 60s folk club scene in London. He was a friend of Bob Dylan and Paul Simon many years ago, and is known for reconstructing old traditional ballads, traditional English ballads. My mother comes from a folk singing family called the Watersons, and they were from the north of England. They're from Hull, which is in the north of England, and they were also instrumental in the beginning of the 60s folk revival, the formation of the folk clubs, and the beginning of basically the professional music scene that I work on now.
And were your parents both from musical families?
Really, both sides of my family are musical. My mother's side of the family were all travellers and gypsies. Her grandmother, she was brought up by her grandmother. Both of her parents died when she was very young. She had an uncle that played the trumpet. Her father played the banjo. He used to listen to American radio during the Second World War, and he used to learn the songs off the radio like that. Her grandmother was very into the sort of old romantic ballads, like the Spinning Wheel and things like that, and she used to sing when they were little. The whole family sang, the whole family danced, and I was brought up in that kind of a family. My mother and her brother and her sister were in a singing group. My dad joined that singing group, and then when I was old enough, I joined the family as well.
So you had a very musical upbringing?
My upbringing was, I suppose some people might think it was quite a hippie upbringing. I was brought up on a farm that had 3 houses in a row, with me and my mum and dad in the end house, my uncle, my mum's brother, and his wife and their 4 children in the middle house, and then my mum's sister and her husband and their 2 children on the other end house. And we grew up basically self-sufficient. We had animals, and we had chickens and goats and pigs and horses and things like that, and we grew up singing together and living together in that environment in North Yorkshire in the 1970s. Because my parents were professional musicians and touring musicians, we had a lot of touring musician friends who would come and stay at the farm, and they would sing and play all the time. There was music all around when I was a child, and that really formed the basis of how I live now.
1.20 Interview with a folk musician. Part 2.
you think it was inevitable that you'd become a professional musician?
Well, if you were ever to ask any of us we would definitely have all said no. I wanted to be a writer. My mum certainly didn't want me to go on the road. My mum retired in 1966 from professional touring to raise me. I mean, the road is a difficult place, whether you're travelling with your family or with a band or on your own. And she certainly didn't want that for me. My dad also probably never thought that I would do it, but I ended up following his footsteps and quitting school when I was 17 and going on the road, and I've been on the road ever since.
Can you tell us about your first public performance?
My dad says that my first public performance was at the Fylde Folk Music Festival in Fleetwood in Lancashire when I was 6. And we were at the Marine Hall and they were singing, the Watersons, the family group were singing, and I asked if I could go up on stage with them, and I was 6, and Dad said, well, you know, you probably don't know everything, so just you can stand next to me on stage and we'll start singing, and if you know the song, just pull on my leg and I'll lift you up to the microphone and you can join in. God, it must have been awful. But yes, apparently, the first song they started up singing, tugged on his leg and picked me up and held me to the microphone. I sang that and he was like, did you enjoy that? Yes, I did. And put me down again. They started singing the next one. Tugged on his leg, same thing. And he just ended up doing the whole concert with me sitting on his hip, which now I have a 6-year-old. I know how heavy she is. It must have been quite difficult. God bless him.
Has having children yourself changed your approach to your career?
Yes, in a way it has. I've just reordered my working year because my eldest daughter has just started school. So I'm not free to take the children with me on the road anymore, and I'm now bound by the school term. So I try to work only on the weekends and in school holidays now. And I try to be mummy from Monday to Friday, taking them to school, bringing them back again. I'm not getting a great deal of sleep, but then I don't know many mothers of 6 and 4-year-olds that are getting a great deal of sleep.
1.21 Interview with a folk musician. Part 3.
You do a lot of collaborations with other musicians. What is it that appeals to you about working like that?
I like working with others. I don't like working alone. I don't know if that's because I don't trust myself or I just don't like being alone. I like being surrounded by a big crowd of people. I suppose that's partly to do with my upbringing. There was always so many people around that I'm at my best. I'm at my best in a large event where loads of people are running around doing things and we're all sort of collaborating with each other and there's lots of ideas and everyone's having a creative time. And that's how I feel. That's how I feel I work best, and that's why at the moment I have a 13-piece band, and it's just heaven for me, being with so many people and just feeling like part of a big machine. I love that.
Is there a difference between playing with your family and playing with other people?
Yes, very much so. I'm not sure if I could tell you how different or why it's different. My dad is very eloquent on how and why it's different, and he knows that uniquely because he joined the Watersons, and the Watersons was a brother and 2 sisters, and he joined that. And of course he was married to my mum, but he wasn't related to her. And there is this thing within family groups, this blood harmony thing, this intuition. You have similar sounding voices, you know where a relative is going to go, and that may be because you know each other so well, but it also may be whatever it is that binds a family together anyway.
Would you like your children to follow in your footsteps?
I get very, very excited when the children when the children love music, I get very excited. My daughter Florence is very, very sharp. She listens and she plays Twinkle Twinkle on the violin, plucking like that, and on the guitar as well. And she has a very, very good sense of rhythm. And she loves foreign languages as well. There's a real sort of correlation there between language and singing. She has great pitch. She is able to learn songs and things very, very quickly, and I love that. And Isabella, my youngest as well, she's really showing interest in it. I love it when they do that. As to whether or not I'd want them to be touring musicians, I think I'm probably of the same opinion as my mother, which is no, not really. But I think the world is changing anyway. I don't know how many touring musicians there are going to be in the world in 20 years when they're ready. I don't know.
(1.22) Interview with a folk musician. Looking at language. 1.
And they were also instrumental in the beginning of the 60s folk revival, the formation of the folk clubs, and the beginning of basically the professional music scene that I work on now.
2.
And were your parents both from musical families?
Really, both sides of my family are musical.
3.
My mum retired in 1966, 65, 66 from professional touring to raise me. I mean, the road is a difficult place.
4.
But yes, apparently, the first song they started up singing, tugged on his leg.
5.
Has having children yourself changed your approach to your career?
Yes, in a way. Yes, in a way it has.
6.
The Watersons was a brother and 2 sisters, and he joined that. And of course, he was married to my mum, but he wasn't related to her.
7.
And Isabella, my youngest as well, she's really showing interest in it. I love it when they do that. As to whether or not I'd want them to be touring musicians?
8.
But, I think the world is changing anyway. I don't know how many touring musicians there are going to be in the world in 20 years.
1.23 1.
Tom.
How much do you know about your family tree?
Actually, a surprisingly large amount. My dad's quite into genealogy in the family tree, so he's actually traced my surname back to, I think it's 12th century Durham, and we've gone to there and seen our crest on the family, on the font at the church and everything. So yeah, quite far back. It's a Saxon name, and no Normans or anything in it. So yeah, quite a lot.
Is there anyone in your family that you'd like to know more about?
I think, there's one called Elizabeth Elstob. She was a poet in London, actually, and it would be quite interesting to know a bit more about her because she was quite famous by all means, but I don't know enough about her to be able to talk about it, really, so, yeah.
2.
Kent. How much do you know about your family tree?
I know a fair amount about my family tree. I know we come back from ancestors in Sweden and England, and I know we've traced it back, I think, to the 1500s for some of the lines.
Have you ever researched it?
I haven't personally done a lot of research about my ancestors. I know we have the books and we have the stories and the journals, and it's all there. So I guess I'd be interested to know a little bit about what my ancestors did before they came to America, because I think they were farmers. I'm not entirely sure.
3.
Alison. How much do you know about your family tree?
I know a little bit because my dad's done some research into his side of the family. We know that my father's side stretches back to the 1700s in Cornwall. My great-great-grandfather went down on the Titanic. Interesting piece of family history. And we've got some family artefacts for that.
Is there anyone in your family that you'd like to know more about?
Probably the wife of the man who went down with the Titanic. I think she had quite an interesting and quite difficult life. She had a baby, brought it up by herself, so sounds like an amazing woman.
4.
Marilyn. How much do you know about your family tree?
I know quite a lot because a relative of my father's did some research on our family tree, about 20 years ago. So, well, I know that my father's family is from Luxembourg. And in fact, when I worked there, I tried to get in touch with some distant relatives, but they weren't interested.
Is there anyone in your family that you'd like to know more about?
Well, guess what? It's precisely those relatives who are still living in Luxembourg, but what can I do? If they didn't want to meet me, oh well, I guess it's just destiny.
5.
Hannah. How much do you know about your family tree?
You know, I know a little bit about my family tree because I was lucky enough to grow up with having great-grandparents in my life until about like 9th grade. So I know a lot from them, and they told me a lot of stories about their parents and grandparents, but it doesn't go much further than that, and that's only on my dad's side. I know about immigration from Russia, but that's all I know. And then my mom's side I really don't know a lot about, but it's something I'm interested in looking into.
Have you ever researched it?
I've tried to research it a little bit, like doing the Ancestry.com thing, but I haven't really gotten much further than that.
Is there anyone in your family that you'd like to know more about?
I'd love to know more about my great-grandmother's grandmother, so I guess that would be my great-great-great-grandmother. She was involved with Prohibition, and I heard stories of her making alcohol in their house and then like smuggling it to other areas they actually lived in New York, so other areas of the city. Yeah.
1.24. 1.
My dad's quite into genealogy in the family tree.
2.
Because I think they were farmers, I'm not entirely sure.
3.
I know a little bit because my dad's done some research.
4.
Well, guess what? It's precisely those relatives.
5.
But it doesn't go much further than that, and that's only on my dad's side.
1.25. 1.
He always referred to his father as my old man.
2.
I like all vegetables except broccoli.
3.
The food was acceptable, but no more than that.
4.
I think taking the dog with us is an unnecessary complication.
5.
There was a consensus of opinion that the article should not be published.
6.
It was a very strange occurrence.
7.
Please don't embarrass me by wearing that hat.
8.
In your driving test, you will be asked to perform some standard manoeuvres.
9.
We'll definitely be there by 7.
10.
They married in 2010, but separated 2 years later.
1.26.
I have a spelling checker. It came with my PC. It plainly marks for my review mistakes I cannot see. I've run this poem through it. I'm sure you're pleased to know it's letter perfect in its way. My checker told me so.
1.27. 1.
Hurt. Dishonest. Inherit. Heart. Himself.
2. Throw. Elbow. Lower. Power. Grow. 3.
Compromise. Despite. River. Right. Quite.
4. Whenever. Why. Whose. Where. Which. 5.
Jealous. Journalist. Reject. Job. Enjoy.
6. Challenging. Achieve. Chorus. Catch. Charge. 7.
Sense. Seem. Sympathetic. Synonym. Sure.
8. Awful. Raw. Floor. Drawback. Law. 9.
Work. World. Worse. Worth. Reporter.
10. Firm. Dirty. Third. T-shirt. Birth.
1.28.
There.
1.29. 1. Mari.
I'm from a small village on the southeast coast of it's a very small place, not very many people live there. I liked growing up there, but I think it's a better place to visit than it is to actually live because there isn't very much for young people to do there. The people are quite nice and friendly, but most people have spent their whole lives there and their families have been there for several generations, so sometimes it can seem a bit insular.
2. Diarmid.
I'm from which is in the middle of it's quite a rural place. The town I'm from has a population of around 2,000. So it's quite small, but that means that most people know each other. So I'd say the people there are friendly and quite welcoming.
3. Jerry.
I'm from in the southeast of. I was born here and I've lived here my whole life. Difficult to say what the people are like because it's in a way it's a city of two halves, famous for its university, but also which obviously has people from all over the world. But also it's a city in its own right. It has a very large BMW factory where they make minis. So, but it's a nice place. I like it. I've lived here my whole life pretty much. So there we are.
4. Andrea.
So I'm from, which is on the southeast coast of, just in the state of. This is a really cultural city, very European. You've got everything from beaches to art galleries, lots of shopping and bars and restaurants, so it's a fantastic city to be in. The people are really laid back and quite friendly there. We've got a very big mixture of cultures there, so very multicultural city, so it's quite diverse and a really interesting place to be.
5. Lily.
I'm from and it's a nice mix between rural and city life because it has a lot of nature and nice kind of mountain landscapes where you can go hiking or walking, but it also has nice access to the city and lots of nice little shops and restaurants as well.
6. Paul.
Okay, I was born in
In the late 50s, I moved to when I went to university. And of course, it's a very beautiful old colonial centre with lovely buildings and the aspect of Table Bay with the beautiful backdrop of Table Mountain, wonderful vegetation and a wonderful friendly community of people. It's very vibrant and exciting. People like bright colours in the strong sunlight. And it's a very creative environment.
1.30 1. Mari.
I'm from a small village on the southeast coast of Scotland. It's a very small place, not very many people live there. I liked growing up there, but I think it's a better place to visit than it is to actually live because there isn't very much for young people to do there. The people are quite nice and friendly, but most people have spent their whole lives there and their families have been there for several generations, so sometimes it can seem a bit insular.
2. Diarmid.
I'm from Tipperary, which is in the middle of Ireland. It's quite a rural place. The town I'm from has a population of around 2,000. So it's quite small, but that means that most people know each other. So I'd say the people there are friendly and quite welcoming.
3. Jerry.
I'm from Oxford in the southeast of England. I was born here and I've lived here my whole life. Difficult to say what the people are like because it's, in a way, it's a city of two halves, famous for its university, but also, which obviously has people from all over the world, but also it's a city in its own right. It has a very large BMW factory where they make minis. So, but it's a nice place. I like it. I've lived here my whole life pretty much, so there we are.
4. Andrea.
So I'm from Melbourne, which is on the southeast coast of Australia, just in the state of Victoria. This is a really cultural city, very European. You've got everything from beaches to art galleries, lots of shopping and bars and restaurants, so it's a fantastic city to be in. The people are really laid back and quite friendly there. We've got a very big mixture of cultures there, so very multicultural city. So it's quite diverse and a really interesting place to be.
5. Lily.
I'm from New Jersey, and it's a nice mix between rural and city life because it has a lot of nature and nice kind of mountain landscapes where you can go hiking or walking, but it also has nice access to the city and lots of nice little shops and restaurants as well.
6. Paul.
Okay, I was born in Johannesburg in the late 50s. I moved to Cape Town when I went to university. And of course, it's a very beautiful old colonial centre with lovely buildings and the aspect of Table Bay with the beautiful backdrop of Table Mountain, wonderful vegetation and a wonderful friendly community of people. It's very vibrant and exciting. People like bright colours in the strong sunlight. It's a very creative environment.
1.31
Are there any native speaker accents that you find especially difficult to understand?
Anyone with a broad regional accent is going to be a challenge for non-native speakers. And from my personal experience, the accents that I would put into this category are in no particular order. Ireland, Liverpool, the North East, Glasgow and the far north of Scotland. And I've, again, personally never been to the States, but just watching films, I sometimes struggle with accents from the deep south. One of my favourite films is No Country for Old Men, but until this day, I've got no idea what Tommy Lee Jones says in the closing scenes of the film.
How comfortable do you feel with your own accent?
I think I've reached a good place with my accent. It's mine, and I'm happy with it. But it's been a journey to get to this place. And when I was a student at Warsaw University, I did a comparative Polish-English phonetics class, which was very, very useful along that journey. And I learned lots about the mistakes that I was making in English because of my mother tongue. And so I consciously worked to improve my pronunciation. And in the end, I sort of sounded a bit like the Oxford English Dictionary. And when I first came to England, the people I met would say, just after a few exchanges, and say, God, you sound posh. Funnily enough, it didn't sound like a compliment. But of course, living here, I lost the posh edge quite quickly.
Do you find it easier to understand native or non-native speakers of English?
I think the closer any speaker is to the standard pronunciation, whether they are native or non-native, it's going to be relatively easy to understand. And at the same time, a strong regional accent or a really strong foreign accent is going to be an issue. And it can make communication really difficult. But at the same time, again, if you are exposed to a certain type of accent for quite a long time, that sort of familiarity really helps because you get used to the melody of how somebody speaks. And I suppose that, just to give you an example, the people who come from the Nordic countries are actually really easy to understand. They've got a very clear, very beautifully articulated way in which they speak English, so they're a pleasure to listen to.
1.32.
How do you feel about having your English corrected?
I actually really appreciate it because otherwise I would just not know that I've made a mistake. In fact, sometimes I remember either a specific context or a place in which I was corrected, and that just helps me recall the correct version much easier. And of course, a lot depends on who the person is who corrects me and how they do it. So if they're going to be nice and friendly, I will listen to them willingly. But if they're not, then I will naturally assume that they just wanted to be mean and point out that my English is not that good after all.
Is there anything you still find difficult about English?
There are so many words in English. I find I come across a new one pretty much every single day. And I think it'll always be a challenge, but also an adventure, because there will be something new and something to learn for me, always. And just yesterday, I learnt a new word. The word is intrepid. And I found it in a description of a film that I wanted to watch, which was the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Do you feel in any way a different person when you're speaking English compared to when you're speaking in your own language?
This is actually a really interesting question. If you Googled 2 languages, 2 personalities, it's amazing how many different blogs and newspaper articles actually talk about it. I wouldn't say that I'm a different person. I don't think it's a split personality disorder we have to deal with. But I think that what does change is that my behaviour and the way that I communicate with people is affected by the language in which I speak at the time. Without trying to sound stereotypical, but I'm more polite and tentative in English, and I'm much more direct when I speak Polish. I think you can see it most obviously in writing. So if I have to write an email in Polish and it's sort of squeezed somewhere in between messages that I write in English, then after a few sentences, I've realised that I've just used so many could-haves and would-haves, and I still haven't got to the point. So basically, it's just a question of delete and start again.
Do you have any stories about not understanding someone?
For me personally, the most traumatic experience linguistically was when I visited my partner's family, who live in Buckie, which is a really charming small fishing village in the north of Scotland. It's in the Moray Firth. And I have to say that as I thought I spoke pretty good English, but my confidence was crushed because I realised that I was understanding about 30% of what everyone around me was saying. And it wasn't just the accent, it was the actual words. They were completely different. So it turns out that, for example, I've got one bairn, and to go to the shops, I have to go down the brae, which, if you translate it, means that I've got one child, and to get to the shops, I have to go down the hill.
1.35. 1.
From the age of about 7 till I was 16, I went to an all-girls school in North London.
2.
When I was little, and actually still now, I was absolutely terrified of spiders.
3.
When I was a young child, I used to have a lot of nightmares.
4.
From the age of about 9, I was ill and I had an overactive thyroid gland.
5.
When I was at primary school, I used to hate school dinners.
6.
When I was a kid, we always used to go on holiday down to Cardigan in West Wales.
1.36. 1.
Adulthood. Neighbourhood.
2.
Friendship, membership, partnership, relationship.
3.
Boredom, freedom, wisdom.
4.
Curiosity, generosity, possibility.
5.
Awareness, happiness, illness, kindness, sadness.
6.
Celebration, frustration, imagination, temptation.
7.
Achievement, amazement, disappointment, excitement, improvement.
1.37. 1.
Adult, adulthood.
2.
Celebrate, celebration.
3.
Curious, curiosity.
4.
Disappoint, disappointment.
5.
Free, freedom.
6.
Happy. Happiness.
7.
Relation, relationship.
1.38. 1.
Anger, angry.
2.
Shame, ashamed.
3.
Death, dead.
4.
Danger, dangerous.
5.
Belief. Believe.
6.
Hatred, hate.
7.
Loss, lose.
8.
Memory, remember.
1.39. 1.
My earliest memory, I must have been about 3, I guess, possibly 2, was when we'd been to a fun fair, and I would have gone with my brother, who's a bit older than me, and my parents, and I'd been bought a helium balloon, and for some reason the balloon had a snowman inside it. It was only September. I don't know why there was a snowman, but there was. And I took it out into the back garden, and because it was full of helium, obviously it was pulling on the string. It wanted to fly away. And I let go. I didn't let go by accident. I remember letting go on purpose to see what would happen. And of course what happened was the balloon flew up into the sky over the neighbours' trees and disappeared. And I was absolutely devastated, heartbroken by the loss of the balloon, and stood there crying, and my dad had to go back to the fun fair and get me another identical balloon, which did nothing to console me. I kept crying, and that's my earliest memory, not a very happy one.
2.
My earliest memory is probably from when I was about 3 or 4 years old, and it was Christmas, and I was at my nanan's house with all my family. And my uncle was reading to me. He was reading The Little Mermaid, except that he was making it up. He wasn't actually reading the words in the book. He was just saying things like, Ariel went to buy some fish and chips and things like that. And that made me quite annoyed because I was at an age where I couldn't really read myself, but I knew that he was reading it wrong. So I got quite annoyed with him and told him to read it properly. But yeah, that's my earliest memory.
3.
My earliest memory is from when I must have been nearly 3 and we were moving house. We moved to a block of flats. And I remember arriving and it was dark and we'd had quite a long journey. And we arrived and we went in the door and we turned the lights on and nothing happened. And the whole flat was completely black and dark. No power, no electricity, no lights. And I thought this was fantastic. And we had a torch and I was just running around the hall and the rooms, finding all these new rooms, all with a torch. And I imagined that it was always going to be like that we'd arrived in a house that wasn't going to have light. So I was always going to have to use a torch. And I thought that was going to be brilliant. My mother was in tears. Obviously, she was very stressed from the journey and arriving somewhere and having no power. But I was really, really excited by it. And the next day, when the power came on, I was really disappointed.
1.40.
Are our first memories reliable, or are they always based on something people have told us? What age do most people's first memories come from? John Fisher has been reading a fascinating new book about memory by Professor Draaisma called How Memory Shapes Our Past, and he's going to answer these questions for us and more. Hello, John.
Hello.
Let's start at the beginning then. At what age do first memories generally occur?
Well, according to both past and present research, 80% of our first memories are of things which happened to us between the ages of 2 and 4. It's very unusual to remember anything that happened before that age.
Why is that?
There seem to be 2 main reasons, according to Professor Draaisma. The first reason is that before the age of 2, children don't have a clear sense of themselves as individuals. They can't usually identify themselves in a photo. And you know how a very small child enjoys seeing himself in a mirror, but he doesn't actually realise that the person he can see is him. Children of this age also have problems with the pronouns I and you, and a memory without I is impossible. That's to say, we can't begin to have memories until we have an awareness of self.
And the second reason?
The second reason is related to language. According to the research, first memories coincide with the development of linguistic skills, with a child learning to talk. And as far as autobiographical memory is concerned, it's essential for a child to be able to use the past tense, so that he or she can talk about something that happened in the past and then remember it.
I see. What are first memories normally about? I mean, is it possible to generalise at all?
Early memories seem to be related to strong emotions, such as happiness, unhappiness, pain, and surprise. Recent research suggests that 3/4 of first memories are related to fear, to frightening experiences like being left alone, or a large dog, or having an accident, things like falling off a swing in a park. And of course this makes sense, and bears out the evolutionary theory that the human memory is linked to self-preservation. You remember these things in order to be prepared if they happen again, so that you can protect yourself.
Are first memories only related to emotions, or are there any specific events that tend to become first memories?
The events that are most often remembered, and these are always related to one of the emotions I mentioned before, are the birth of a baby brother or sister, a death, or a family visit. Festive celebrations with bright lights were also mentioned quite frequently, much more frequently than events we might have expected to be significant, like a child's first day at school. Another interesting aspect is that first memories tend to be very visual. They're almost invariably described as pictures, not smells or sounds.
First memories are often considered unreliable in that perhaps sometimes they're not real memories, just things other people have told us about ourselves or that we have seen in photos. Is that true, according to Professor Draaisma?
Absolutely. He cites the famous case of the Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget.
1.41.
First memories are often considered unreliable in that perhaps sometimes they're not real memories, just things other people have told us about ourselves or that we have seen in photos. Is that true, according to Professor Draisma?
Absolutely. He cites the famous case of the Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget. Piaget had always thought that his first memory was of sitting in his pram as a 1-year-old baby when a man tried to kidnap him. He remembered his nanny fighting the kidnapper to save him. The nanny was then given a watch as a reward by Jean's parents. But many years later, I think when Jean was 15, the parents received a letter from the nanny in which she returned the watch to them. The nanny, who was by now an old woman, confessed in the letter that she'd made up the whole story, and that was why she was returning the watch. Of course, Jean had heard the story told so many times that he was convinced that he'd remembered the whole incident.
Learning a second language in adulthood can slow brain aging. Learning a second language can slow cognitive aging. That is, the speed at which the mental activity of the brain ages, even if it is learnt in adulthood, according to new research. Previous studies have shown that being bilingual could delay the onset of dementia by several years. The latest research sought to answer the question of whether people improve their brain function through learning new languages, or whether those with better brain function are more likely to become bilingual. Dr. Thomas Back of the University of Edinburgh, who led the research, said that his study was the first to examine whether learning a second language affects the performance of the brain later in life. His team assessed data from 835 native English speakers. The participants had been given an intelligence test in 1947 at the age of 11 and were retested in their early 70s between 2008 and 2010. Of the participants, 262 said they were able to communicate in at least one language other than English. Of those, 195 learned the second language before the age of 18, while 67 learned the language after this age. Researchers found that those who spoke 2 or more languages had significantly better cognitive abilities in later life compared to what would be predicted from their performance in the intelligence tests at age 11. The strongest effects were seen in general intelligence and reading ability, though verbal fluency also improved. Researchers said the effects were present in those who acquired their second language later in life as well as early. No negative effects of bilingualism were observed. Dr. Back said the improvements in brain performance could not be explained by the participants' original levels of intelligence. He added, "These findings are of considerable practical relevance. Millions of people around the world acquire their second language later in life. Our study shows that bilingualism, even when acquired in adulthood, may benefit the aging brain." But he admitted that the study also raised many questions, such as whether learning 2 or more additional languages could also have the same positive effect on cognitive aging, and whether actively speaking a second language is better than just knowing how to speak it. Caroline Abrahams, charity director at Age UK, which supported the research, said, "Over 1 million people in the UK aged 65 and over are estimated to have some degree of cognitive impairment. We urgently need to understand what influences cognitive aging so that we can give people better advice about protecting their cognitive health." This latest breakthrough is another stride forward in finding out how thinking skills can be preserved in later life.
2.2
Sophie was heartbroken, but she is one of France's best-known avant-garde artists.
2.3 1.
I made a real faux pas when I mentioned his ex-wife.
2.
When we were introduced, I had a sense of déjà vu, though I knew we'd never met before.
3.
We used to have a secret rendezvous every Thursday in the National Gallery.
4.
She's engaged to a well-known local entrepreneur.
5. 2 point.
I know it's a cliche
2 point. 2 point. 2 point. 2 point.
site.
6.
On our anniversary, he always buys me a huge bouquet of flowers.
7.
I met Jane's fiancé last night. They're getting married next year.
8.
They knew their parents wouldn't want them to get married, so they did it anyway and presented them with their fait accompli.
2.4. Phrases with get. Expressions with get. 1.
I get the impression you're a bit annoyed with me.
2.
You'll get a shock when you see him. He looks awful.
3.
Since we stopped working together, we hardly ever get the chance to see each other.
4.
Everyone else laughed, but I didn't get the joke.
5.
When you get to know him, I think you'll really like him.
6.
I need to speak to Martina urgently, but I just can't get hold of her.
7.
I want to get rid of that awful painting, but I can't because it was a wedding present from my mother-in-law.
8.
I'm going to get my own back on my brother for telling my parents I got home late. Now I won't lend him my bike.
9.
He's going to get into trouble with his wife if he's late again.
10.
I tried to walk past him, but he wouldn't get out of the way.
2.5. Idioms with get. 1. I.
Get real! There's no way you can afford that car.
2. J.
Get a life. You're 40 and you're still living with your parents.
3. A.
I'm not getting anywhere with this crossword. It's just too difficult for me.
4. F.
She really gets on my nerves. Everything about her irritates me. Her voice, her smile, everything.
5. D.
She really needs to get her act together. Her exam is in 2 weeks and she hasn't even started studying.
6. C.
They get on like a house on fire. They have exactly the same tastes and interests.
7. E.
You should get a move on. If you don't leave soon, you'll miss the train.
8. B.
Your grandfather must be getting on a bit. Is he in his 80s now?
9. H.
My boyfriend just never gets the message. I keep dropping hints about us getting engaged, but he takes no notice.
10. G.
She always gets her own way. He just does whatever she tells him to.
2.6. Phrasal verbs with get. 1. J.
Get together with means meet socially.
2. A.
Get over means recover from.
3. K.
Get on with means continue doing.
4. D.
Get through to means make somebody understand.
5. B.
Get into means start a career or profession.
6. C.
Get around means move from place to place.
7. L.
Get away with means do something wrong without getting caught.
8. E.
Get by means manage with what you have.
9. F.
Get behind means fail to make enough progress.
10. G.
Get you down means depress you.
11. I.
Get out of means avoid a responsibility or obligation.
12. H.
Get back to means respond to somebody by speaking or writing.
.8.
A first date is loaded with expectation. Will I like them, and will they like me? Is this person going to be the one, or will I want to run for the door before the starter? Will we have anything to talk about, and if not, how will we get through the evening? Here's relationships expert Jenny with some suggestions on how to make sure that your first date is the best it can be, even if it turns out to be your only date.
Hello there. My first tip is choose the venue carefully, that is, the place where you're going to meet. Try to avoid very noisy places where you can't hear each other, or places where you can't talk, like cinemas. So a good place to meet might be a quiet bar for an after-work drink, for example, or lunch in a little local place you know. The advantage of keeping the first date short and sweet, meeting for a drink or for lunch rather than dinner, is that if you don't like each other, you don't have to make it through a 7-course meal together. And, of course, if you do like each other, you can either extend the date or plan a longer one for next time. Tip number 2 is make an effort with your appearance. Obviously, you don't want to make so much of an effort that your date wouldn't recognise you if they saw you in the street the next day, but getting your hair done, say, or wearing something you know you look good in, those kinds of things show that you care and that you want to make a good impression. I mean, if you turn up with unwashed hair, wearing yesterday's clothes, you aren't likely to win anyone over. The third tip, and it's an important one, is be kind, even if you think the date is going nowhere. It doesn't cost anything, and it'll make a big difference to how much the other person enjoys themselves. Of course, being kind also means not lying or giving your date false hope. Don't tell someone that you'll phone and that you can't wait to see them again if you have absolutely no intention of following through. Tip number 4, which is sort of related to number 3, is don't forget your manners. Make sure you turn up on time, and if you're going to be late for whatever reason, let your date know. Try not to yawn, even if you're getting a bit tired. Turn off your phone, and if the other person is footing the bill, do remember to say thank you. And one last thing while we're on the subject of manners, you can tell a lot about a person by how they treat waiters and waitresses. So don't just be polite to your date, be polite to the other people too. Number 5 is don't pretend to be anything you're not. It can be very tempting to exaggerate or to dress up the truth or just to plain lie to try to get your date interested. Of course, you may get away with it if you don't see the person again after the first date, but if the relationship does last any longer, you may find yourself in a tricky situation further down the line. So, for example, if you're separated, don't say that you're divorced. If you hate football, don't say that you can't think of a better way to spend a Saturday afternoon than cheering on Manchester City. And if you work part-time in a call centre, don't say you're something big in communications. Finally, and this is my last tip, don't make an instant judgment. Many of us make up our minds whether we like someone in the first few seconds or minutes of meeting them. But you know, first impressions can be misleading. So try not to rule someone out straight away. It's much better to spend a bit of time getting to know them, and if you're not sure about someone, it may take 2 or 3 dates before you can really decide. If you make a snap decision, you may risk missing out on the love of your life.
Jenny, thank you very much for the advice. And now we turn to the next section.
2.9 1.
The advantage of keeping the first date short and sweet is that if you don't like each other, you don't have to make it through a 7-course meal together.
2.
If you turn up with unwashed hair, wearing yesterday's clothes, you aren't likely to win anyone over.
3.
Don't tell someone that you'll phone and that you can't wait to see them again if you have absolutely no intention of following through.
4.
Turn off your phone, and if the other person is footing the bill, do remember to say thank you.
5.
It can be very tempting to exaggerate or to dress up the truth or just to plain lie.
6.
Many of us make up our minds whether we like someone in the first few seconds or minutes of meeting them.
7.
Try not to rule someone out straight away.
8.
If you make a snap decision, you may risk missing out on the love of your life.
2.10 Conflict and warfare. Weapons. 4.
Arrow.
2.
Bow.
3.
Bullet.
1.
Cannon.
5.
Helmet.
9.
Machine gun.
7.
Missile.
8.
Shield.
6.
Spear.
10.
Sword.
2.11 People and events. A. 1.
Casualties.
2.
Refugees.
3.
Forces.
4.
Troops.
5.
Commander.
6.
The wounded.
7.
Civilians.
8.
Snipers.
9.
Survivors.
10.
Ally.
B. 1.
Rebellion.
2.
Coup.
3.
Revolution.
4.
Ceasefire.
5.
Civil War.
6.
Siege.
7.
Treaty.
2.12 Verbs. 1.
The rebels overthrew the government.
2.
Fighting broke out between the rebels and the army.
3.
The army shelled the rebel positions.
4.
The rebels retreated.
5.
Some of the rebels surrendered.
6.
The rebels blew up the airport runway.
7.
The government declared war on the rebels.
8.
Some rebels looted the city.
9.
The army captured over 300 rebels.
10.
They finally defeated the rebels.
11.
The army released most of the rebel prisoners.
12.
They executed the rebel leader.
2.13.
Capture. Captive. Captor. Captive. Capture.
Command. Commander. Commanding. Command.
Execution. Executioner. Execute.
History, historian, historic, historical.
Looting. Looter. Loot.
Rebellion. Rebel. Rebellious. Rebel.
Revolution. Revolutionary. Revolutionary. Revolt.
Siege. Besieged. Besiege.
Survival. Survivor. Surviving. Survive.
Victory. Victor. Victorious.
2.14. Part 1.
How important is historical accuracy in a historical film?
The notion of accuracy in history is a really difficult one in drama because, it's like saying, well, was Macbeth accurate? Is Shakespeare in drama accurate? The thing is, it's not about historical accuracy. It's about whether you can make a drama work from history that means something to an audience now. So I tend to take the view that, in a way, accuracy isn't the issue when it comes to the drama. If you're writing a drama, you have the right, as a writer, to create the drama that works for you, so you can certainly change details. The truth is nobody really knows how people spoke in Rome or how people spoke in the court of Charles II or William the Conqueror or Victoria or whoever. You have an idea from writing, from books and plays and so on. We know when certain things happen, what sort of dates happened. I think it's really a question of judgment. If you make history ridiculous, if you change details to the point where history is an absurdity, then obviously things become more difficult. The truth is that the more recent history is, the more difficult it is not to be authentic to it. In a way, it's much easier to play fast and loose with the details of what happened in Rome than it is to play fast and loose with the details of what happened in the Iraq War, say, So it's all a matter of perspective in some ways. It's something that you have to be aware of and which you try to be faithful to, but you can't ultimately say a drama has to be bound by the rules of history because that's not what drama is.
Do you think that the writer has a responsibility to represent any kind of historical truth?
Not unless that's his intention. If it's your intention to be truthful to history and you put a piece out saying this is the true story of, say, the murder of Julius Caesar exactly as the historical record has it, then of course that you do have an obligation, because if you then deliberately tell lies about it, you're deceiving your audience. If, however, you say you're writing a drama about the assassination of Julius Caesar purely from your own perspective and entirely in a fictional context, then you have the right to tell the story however you like. I don't think you have any obligation except to the story that you're telling. What you can't be is deliberately dishonest. You can't say this is true when you know full well it isn't.
2.15. Part 2.
Can you think of any examples where you feel the facts have been twisted too far?
Well, I think the notion of whether a historical film has gone too far in presenting a dramatised fictional version of the truth is a really matter of personal taste. The danger is, with any historical film, that if that becomes the only thing that the audience sees on that subject, if it becomes the received version of the truth, as it were, because people don't always make the distinction between movies and reality and history, then obviously if that film is grossly irresponsible or grossly fantastic in its presentation of the truth, that could, I suppose, become controversial. I mean, if I think that the only thing anybody is ever likely to know about Spartacus, for example, the movie, is Kirk Douglas and all his friends standing up and saying, "I am Spartacus, I am Spartacus," which is a wonderful moment, and it stands for the notion of freedom, of individual choice, and so on. So Spartacus, a film made in 1962, I think, if memory serves, has become, I think, for nearly everybody who knows anything about Spartacus, the only version of the truth. Now, in fact, we don't know if any of that is true, really. There are some accounts of the historical Spartacus, but very, very few. And virtually the only thing that's known about it is that there was a man called Spartacus and there was a rebellion, and many people were crucified at the end of it, as in the film. Whether that's irresponsible, I don't know. I can't say that I think it is. I think in a way Spartacus is a film that had a resonance in the modern era. There are other examples. A lot of people felt that the version of William Wallace that was presented in Braveheart was really pushing the limits of what history could stand. In effect, his whole career was invented in the film, or at least built on to such a degree that some people felt that perhaps it was more about the notion of Scotland as an independent country than it was about history as an authentic spectacle. But, again, these things are a matter of purely personal taste. I mean, I enjoyed Braveheart immensely.
The scenes you'll never forget. 3 film critics choose their most memorable moments.
Gladiator, which won 5 Oscars, tells the story of a Roman general, Maximus Decimus Meridius, a favourite of the emperor Marcus Aurelius. The emperor wants Maximus, Russell Crowe at his best, to succeed him. But Commodus, the emperor's weak and treacherous son, wonderfully played by Joaquin Phoenix, has other plans. Commodus kills his father and becomes emperor himself, and arranges for Maximus and his wife and child to be executed. Maximus escapes, but cannot save his family. He is captured and sold as a gladiator, and eventually makes his way to the Colosseum in Rome, where he becomes a hero by engineering a spectacular victory against overwhelming odds. In this gripping scene, Emperor Commodus descends to the arena to congratulate him, not knowing his true identity. Maximus removes his helmet and confronts the emperor in one of the most stirring speeches in modern cinema. "My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, commander of the armies of the north, general of the Felix legions, loyal servant to the true emperor, Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next." And somehow, we just know he's going to get it.
The Great Escape is set in a prisoner of war camp in Germany during the Second World War. The camp is supposedly escape-proof, but the British and American prisoners, played by an all-star cast, are determined to get out. They dig 3 tunnels and forge identity documents in preparation for a large-scale escape attempt. 76 prisoners manage to crawl through a tunnel and get away. Most are quickly recaptured, but in this legendary scene, Captain Virgil Hiltz, played by Steve McQueen, steals a motorbike and a German uniform and tries to get over the Swiss border. Coming to a roadblock, he breaks through and gets away, despite being shot at, but is immediately pursued by German troops. He rides across open countryside in a desperate bid to reach safety, and eventually gets to the border. But 2 high fences separate him from Switzerland and freedom. He jumps the first, but becomes hopelessly trapped in the second, and is forced to surrender. The Great Escape is always shown in the UK at Christmas, and however many times you've seen it before, you still hope he might just make it over the second fence.
12 Years a Slave, which won the Oscar for Best Picture in 2014, is based on the memoir by Solomon Northup, in which he describes how, despite being free-born, he was kidnapped in Washington, D.C. in 1841 and sold as a slave. Northup worked on plantations in Louisiana for 12 years before his release. The book was written in 1853, 8 years before the American Civil War began. It was this war that led to the abolition of slavery in the USA. One of the most famous scenes is the hanging scene. It comes after Solomon, Chiwetel Ejiofor, gets pushed too far by his slave master and attacks him. He is punished by being hanged from a tree in such a way that the rope around his neck is always choking him, but his toes can touch the ground, just enough to keep him from being strangled. As it goes on, and director Steve McQueen refuses to let you look away, you start to realise that all the other slaves have gone back to their normal lives. Work starts up again, children go back to playing, and you realise how common, excruciating experiences like this must have been for slaves, and how thoroughly they must have been separated from their own sense of humanity.
2.16 Interview with a Professor of Classics. Part 1.
Professor Beard, what's the secret to getting people interested in the Romans, in ancient history?
Well, you have to go about it the right way, really. And I think that perhaps starting from rather arcane and difficult bits of literature isn't the right way. But one thing that you see in Britain is one thing that we know is that an awful lot of our culture and our geography and our place names and so on are actually formed by the Romans. You ask somebody, why do you think so many English place names end in Chester or Castor? Manchester, Doncaster. And they'll often say, I don't know. And then you say, that's because that bit Castor is from the Latin for military camp. And every place that ends Castor or Chester once had a Roman fort on it. And I've got a pretty 99% success record with getting people interested after that. Because suddenly it is a question not of these remote people who wrote some literature that you probably suspect would be boring. It's the people who formed the geography of our country and much of Europe. Why is London the capital of Britain? It's because the Romans made it so.
What do you think we can learn from Roman history?
In political terms, many of the issues and questions and dilemmas that we face now were faced by the Romans, and in many ways we're still thinking about and using their answers. One classic example of that is a famous incident in Roman history in 63 BC, where there's a terrorist plot in the city of Rome to assassinate the political leaders, to torch the city, and to take over. A revolution. And that plot is discovered by one of the most famous Romans of all, Marcus Tullius Cicero, the great orator and wit of Roman culture. And he discovers the plot, he lays it before the Senate, he then decides to execute the leading conspirators without trial, summary execution. And a couple of years later, he's exiled. Now, in many ways, that's the kind of problem we're still facing with modern responses to terrorism. How far should Homeland Security be more important than civil rights? What about those people in Guantanamo Bay without trial? Where does the boundary come between the safety of the state and the liberty of the citizen? Now, the Romans were debating that in the 60s BC, and in many ways we're debating it along the same terms, and in part we've learnt from how they debated those rights and wrongs.
2.17 Interview with a Professor of Classics. Part 2.
If you could go back in time, is there one particular historical period that you'd like to go back to?
I think it'd be a terrible kind of punishment to be made to go back in history, particularly if you're a woman. There is not a single historical period in world history where women had halfway as decent a time as they do now. So deciding to go back there, that would be a self-inflicted punishment. I think I'd rather go in the future. And there's also, even for men, there's considerable disadvantages about the past, like no antibiotics and no aspirin.
Today, we live in a celebrity culture, but in Meet the Romans, you focus on the lives of the ordinary people in Rome. Was that a conscious decision to try to get people away from celebrity culture?
I was rather pleased that people did actually find, the non-celebrity version of the Romans interesting. And in some ways, if it was a small antidote to modern celebrity culture, I'm extremely pleased. I think that wasn't quite what was driving me, though, because I think the celebrities of the ancient world are so remote from us in some ways. And one of the things that puts people off ancient history is that, the big narrative books, the history of the big men, never seem to answer all those questions that we know we all want to know about the ancient world, or any period in the past. Where did they go to the loo? And actually, I think people are often shortchanged about in terms of the providing an answer to questions which are really good ones. In the end, most women, don't know about men, most women, do really want to know what having a baby was like before the advent of modern obstetrics. That's a big question. It's not it's not simply because it's intimate and female. It doesn't mean it's a less important question than why Julius Caesar was assassinated. And actually, world history contains a lot more people like me and my family, and women and slaves, and people who, want to do many of the things that we want to do, but they can't clean their teeth because there's no such thing as an ancient toothbrush. Now, how does that feel? And I'm not saying in that, I guess, that those big blokish issues aren't important. The assassination of Julius Caesar, is an event in world history that has formed how we look at every other assassination since. When Kennedy's assassinated, we see that partly in relationship to that formative, defining bit of political assassination in Rome. But it's not the only way that Rome's important.
2.18 Interview with a Professor of Classics. Part 3.
As a historian, how important do you think it is that historical films should be accurate?
I'm not sure quite how keen I am on accuracy above everything else. And the most important thing, if I was going to make a historical movie, I'd really want to get people interested. And I think that film and television programme makers can be a bit sort of nerdish about accuracy. I remember a friend of mine once told me that he'd acted as an advisor for some Roman film. And the crew were always ringing up when they were on location, saying things like, "Now, what kind of dog should we have? Should it, if we're going to have a dog in the film, should it be an Alsatian or, a Dachshund or whatever?" And to start with, he said he'd go to the library and he'd kind of look up and he'd find a breed. And eventually, after question, he'd think, look, these guys are getting the whole of Roman history in the big picture utterly wrong, and yet there they are worrying about the damn dogs.
Can you think of any historical films that you've really enjoyed?
I absolutely loved Gladiator. Never mind its horribly schmaltzy plot. I thought in all kinds of ways it was just a wonderful, brilliant, and I don't know if it was accurate, but a justifiable recreation of ancient Rome. The beginning scenes of Gladiator, which show, Roman combat, just in a sense punctured the kind of slightly sanitized version of, legionaries standing, with all their shields, facing the enemy, all looking ever so kind of neat and tidy. I mean, it was messy and it was bloody and it was horrible, and it was such a different kind of image of Roman combat that I remember we set it in Cambridge as an exam question. How would students judge that kind of representation of Roman warfare?
It's very interesting that there seem to be more and more historical films recently, and many have won Oscars. Is that because history has all the best stories?
Yes, there's no such good story as a true story, and that's what history's got going for it. Actually, non-fiction, in a kind of way, is always a better yarn than fiction is. And I think it's, I feel very pleased because, and I think, for one thing, it gets some of the best stories from history into the popular. Into popular attention, popular consciousness. But I think also, it shows that you don't always have to be deadly serious about history. History, like classics, is often treated as something which is good for you, but isn't actually going to be much fun. You'll be improved by knowing about it, but it probably will be a bit tedious in the process. And I think that, showing that history can be larky, it can be funny, it can be surprising, it can be something that you can sit down and have a good 2.5 hours at the cinema enjoying, is really all to the good.
2.19 Interview with a professor of classics. Looking at language. 1.
An awful lot of our culture and our geography and our place names and so on are actually formed by the Romans.
2.
One classic example of that is a famous incident in Roman history in 63 BC, where there's a terrorist plot in the city of Rome.
3.
Now, in many ways, that's the kind of problem we're still facing.
4.
How far should homeland security be more important than civil rights?
5.
And in part, we've learnt from how they debated those rights and wrongs.
6.
If it was a small antidote to modern celebrity culture, I'm extremely pleased.
7.
Look, these guys are getting the whole of Roman history in the big picture utterly wrong.
8.
But I think also, it shows that you don't always have to be deadly serious about history.
2.20 1.
Daisy. Is there a period of history that you would like to go back to?
I'd really like to go back to Tudor England, 16th century England.
Why that period?
Well, I'm doing a PhD in the music of that period, and I just think it's such a fascinating time because there was so much change happening in the way people lived their lives, their religion, the way the politics of the country was working. It must have been a really exciting time to live.
Is there a person from history that you admire or find especially fascinating?
There was a lady called Bess of Hardwick who owned a lot of property in Derbyshire. She was a real social climber. She lived through Henry VIII, Edward VI, Mary I and Elizabeth I, and into a bit of James I as well. So she had a really long life, really exciting life, and she started from absolutely nothing and worked her way right to the top. I think she must have been a really amazing lady to know.
2.
Heather.
Is there a period of history that you would like to go back to?
I think I would have loved to be around in California in the 60s. I think it sounds like it was a really exciting time. I think there was a lot of frightening things happening in Vietnam, but people were excited and excited about the potential, I think, of something new and really exploring their freedom, I guess.
Is there a person from history that you admire or find especially fascinating?
I think I most admire Nelson Mandela. I'm South African, so he's the first person that comes to mind. I think he was an incredible person and an amazing leader. So, I would have loved to have met him.
3.
Harry. Is there a period of history that you'd like to go back to?
That's a weird one. I don't know. History was pretty brutal. Life was really quite hard. There are some aspects of it that I'd like, where time was slower, life was defined by the seasons and daylight, and you didn't have the same sort of pressures as you do now. So I'd like aspects of it, but I'm not sure I'd really like to go back to the actual way of life.
Is there a person from history that you admire or find especially fascinating?
Probably Queen Elizabeth I, because she managed to be the queen in a society where women weren't expected to have or hold or command any power and respect, and that they were meant to do the bidding of men and their families. And she actually stood up and was a person to be counted.
4.
Adam.
Is there a period of history that you would like to go back to?
Yes, there's a period I'd like to go back to, absolutely. I love ancient Greece. I love ancient Athens, and I think it would be so amazing to spend time there and see what it was like being in the Agora with, Plato and Aristotle and talking, and that entire world would be very, very interesting to me.
Is there a person from history that you admire or find especially fascinating?
A person from history that I find that I admire. There are a lot of people. I study a lot of ancient history, so I would love to meet Julius Caesar or someone like that who really transformed the entire world with his actions. And he has a very unique personality. He was a very cocky person, and it'd be fun to just see what he was like in person and see how he was able to kind of take over the entire Roman Empire by himself.
5.
Richard.
Is there a period of history that you would like to go back to?
Oh, there's so many. I kind of have this romantic idea of the 1920s, maybe, when there was a motor car had been invented, but not many people were driving. So I like the idea of wandering and walking the quieter roads of England.
Is there a person from history that you admire or find especially fascinating?
It would probably be one of the ordinary men. So not a big person, a big name, but one of the hundreds of men who were like on, say, Nelson's ship, the Victory, who were maybe firing cannons or pulling up the sails. So one of those characters, just an ordinary seaman, sailor.
2.21. 1.
She was a real social climber.
2.
I would have loved to be around in California.
3.
She actually stood up and was a person to be counted.
4.
He was a very cocky person.
5.
So not a big person, a big name, but one of the hundreds of men.
2.22. Sounds and the human voice. Sounds. A.
Bang.
Buzz.
Click.
Crash.
Creak.
Crunch.
Drip.
Hiss.
Hoot.
Hum.
Rattle.
Roar.
Screech.
Slam.
Slurp.
Sniff.
Snore.
Splash.
Tap.
Tick.
Whistle.
2.23 Sounds. B. 1,
Tick.
2,
Sniff.
3,
Click.
4,
Splash.
5,
Bang.
6,
Creak.
7,
Buzz.
8,
Hoot.
9,
Tap.
10,
Slurp.
11,
Hiss.
12,
Drip.
13,
Roar.
14,
Whistle.
15,
Hum.
16,
Slam.
17,
Crunch.
18,
Snore.
19,
Rattle.
20,
Screech. Crash.
2.24 The human voice. 1,
Scream.
2,
Yell. Hey, you!
3,
Giggle.
4,
Whisper. Please Be quiet.
5.
Mumble. I don't like it.
6.
Groan. Oh.
7.
Stammer. My name's Martin.
8.
Sob.
9.
Sigh.
2.25. 1.
Oh no.
2.
He's got my bag!
Three.
My God, I'm too scared.
You open it.
You do it.
All right. I don't think it's locked. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
2.26. At the beginning of a word. 2 sounds.
Click. Slam. Crash. Slurp. Drip. Snore. Stammer.
3 sounds. Screech. Scream. Splash. At the end of a word. 2 sounds.
Shouts. Sniffs. Yelled. Hummed.
3 sounds.
Crunched. Mumble. Crisps. Rattled.
2.27. 1.
She screamed when her friend splashed her in the swimming pool.
2.
The brakes screeched, and then there was a tremendous crash.
3.
I hate the crunching of someone eating crisps.
2.28. 1.
Sounds or noises that particularly annoy me. I would say dogs barking, very irritating. They just don't stop, especially the small yappy dogs. They just go on and on and on and just keep yapping at you. And I just find that extremely irritating because there isn't any real way to shut them up, like a child or something. You can tell them to shut up, but a dog, no, they'll just keep going.
2.
Any noises that annoy me? I suppose I'm annoyed by excessively creative cell phone ringers. That can be of overly popular songs or themes from television series that people obviously think are really cute, but I probably don't think they are as cute.
3.
So one sound that I really hate is car horns, which you hear an awful lot of in cities. And the reason I hate them is because, in my mind at least, a car horn is meant as a warning. But of course nobody uses them for warnings anymore. They use them because they're angry and impatient. And it seems to me that it's like shouting at somebody. And I don't like hearing that expression of anger all around me from dozens of cars.
4.
For me, the most annoying sound is the buzzing noise of a mosquito. When you're just falling asleep in your bedroom at night and you hear that sound, and it's just terrible. I actually can't sleep until I've stopped the sound by killing the mosquito. So what I tend to do is I tend to leave the light off actually and just follow the sound and just search the room for the sound for as long as I can until I can track it down and kill it. Because otherwise I can't sleep knowing that I will wake up in the morning covered in bite marks.
5.
I work in an office, and the person who sits next to me, Julie, she crunches on rice cakes every lunchtime, and it's really annoying, and I don't know what to say to her or how to put it. And if I do tell her now, she'll know I've been annoyed for the last 4 years. But I think she's leaving soon, so maybe I'll just have to bear with it for the next few weeks or months.
2.29.
London has often been accused of being an unfriendly place, but is it really? And if it is, does it matter, and what could or should we do about it? Today I'm talking to Polly Ackhurst, one of the co-founders of Talk to Me London, an organisation that aims to get Londoners chatting to each other. Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Could you start by telling us a bit about Talk to Me London?
Sure. Talk to Me London is all about finding ways for people to talk to other people they don't know. And we do this through fun activities, including a badge which says Talk to Me London on it and shows that you're open to conversation, as well as through regular events that get people talking. And we are also organising a Talk to Me London Day at the end of August.
And how did you get the idea for it? I mean, do you personally find London unfriendly?
Well, I personally talk to a lot of people I don't know, and I think that's where the idea came from. I found that the conversations that I have with people just kind of randomly have been hugely kind of beneficial, really. So I might have made new friends, new business connections. Sometimes they just kind of cheer up my day. So Talk to Me London comes from this idea of, what happens if we do start talking to each other more, and you kind of, are able to see more opportunities and possibilities there.
Have you ever been anywhere, either in the UK or abroad, a large city which you thought really was a friendly place, which made you think you wish London was like that?
There are definitely places that I've found friendlier than London, but I think that we all kind of change a bit when we travel, and when we're out of our normal circumstances, we feel like, more free to do things, and perhaps talking to people is one of them. There is a tendency for people say that Mediterranean countries are friendlier, however, or Latino countries even. But there was a similar initiative to this which was set up in Madrid a couple of years ago, which I think indicates that they're facing the same problem as us. And perhaps, points to the fact that this is a phenomenon in all large cities.
So you wouldn't say it was a uniquely London problem?
No, I wouldn't, no.
You've had some quite high-profile support of Talk to Me London. On your website, I think, there's a quote from Boris Johnson saying what a wonderful idea it sounds. But on the other hand, there's been some quite negative media coverage, which must have been a bit discouraging for you.
I mean, I don't think so. I think that this idea is quite controversial in some ways, because we're trying to encourage people to think about the way that they act and to reflect on that and to possibly change that. So it hasn't really been surprising for us that we've had the negative coverage.
And what would you say to people, and there are plenty of them, I think, people who would say, I'm sitting on the bus, I'm sitting on the tube, I really don't want to talk to anybody, I really don't want anyone to talk to me, I just want to read my book or listen to my music, whatever it is. What would you say to those people?
I would say that it's not about everyone talking to everyone else. It's about enabling those people who want to talk to do so, basically. So that's why all the things that we do are opt-in. So the badge, for example, you wear it if you want to talk. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to wear it. So, this isn't something for everyone, but we want to give people the choice between talking or not talking. And currently there doesn't really seem to be that choice.
Well, I wish you all the best with the project. I hope it's extremely successful, and thank you very much for talking to us.
Thanks a lot.
2.30. James's story.
I was heading home at rush hour a few weeks ago. I was tired and bored, and there was this guy standing beside me reading a book. So I started reading it over his shoulder. It was all about the history of popular social movements. I couldn't see the title, so I asked him what it was called. Surprisingly, he reacted quite positively and told me the name. He told me that he commuted for 2 hours each day, and that he always tried to read something enlightening because it made him feel a bit better about his life and being productive by the time he got home. It was such a nice, unexpected conversation, and it got me thinking about my own reading habits.
Annika's story.
I was getting the last tube back home one evening and I had to wait for ages on the platform, so I started talking to the girl sitting next to me. She was Czech and had just come over to the UK with her boyfriend for work. She was a science graduate in the Czech Republic, but was working at a sandwich chain. I suppose in many ways it was a pretty typical story, but she was so upbeat and positive about London and living in the UK. At the end of the journey, she emphasised how good it was to talk and pulled out a sandwich from her bag and gave it to me. I was both shocked and grateful. Perhaps my stomach had been rumbling too loudly.
Philippa's story.
I was on the tube home today and this young man asked me how my day had been. We chatted about the area and iPads and TV and that kind of thing. Then I mentioned the concept of Talk to Me London and encouraged him not to stop talking to people. An older lady in the meantime had sat down by us and thought the fact that we were chatting was lovely. And then I bumped into an old neighbour from about 10 years ago and we caught up. When he got off the tube, the guy opposite me mentioned how nice it was to see us catching up, and then we got talking too. It was enthusing. It was quite contagious. I had a smile across my face for the rest of the day.
Alize's story.
I was standing on a bus and I would have thought I'd looked unapproachable, but instead a man sitting close by saw I was carrying a guitar. He gave me a big smile and asked if I'd play him a song. Before long, we were chatting about travelling and living in different countries and cities around the world, and about music. He was leaving the next day for a few months' travel around South America. Because the man was a small distance away from where I was standing, quite a few people nearby were able to hear us talk, and many of them also joined in. It felt a little surreal, stepping off the bus later, smiling and saying goodbye to a bunch of strangers, as though they were long-time friends.
2.31. Emphasising that something is your own opinion. 1,
I'd say that
2,
If you ask me.
3,
Personally, I think that
4,
Personally speaking.
5,
In my opinion.
6,
In my view.
7,
I feel that.
8,
My feeling is that.
9.
as far as I'm concerned,
I have a phobia of sound. For the last 30 years, I have had violent physical reactions to certain noises. Everyday sounds like someone chewing or a pen being clicked make me want to hide, scream and put my fingers in my ears. I feel unreasonable complaining to people about these seemingly harmless sounds, but for me, they are threatening. My body reacts in the same way as it would under attack. I am flooded with adrenaline. It is as if I were in the same room as a huge, fierce dog. I am unable to focus on anything but my terror. I often have to hang up on phone calls abruptly, leave my seat and walk around the room, trying to block out the noise. My phobia began when I was 19 and started work in a busy office. The noise of a colleague next to me who chewed gum incessantly became unbearable. My ears tuned in to every sound until they filled my head and I couldn't focus on my work. This cacophony was added to by another colleague who continually whistled until I was forced to leave. The path of my life has been dictated by the sounds around me. I have changed jobs numerous times, searching for the perfect quiet office. I have moved house too, away from loud music or arguing neighbours. Strangely, I'd love to live near a motorway. The constant hum of traffic would be soothing to me. My phobia has affected my ability to get on in life. During my final examinations at university, I was doing really well, translating Greek with ease, until the scratching of a pen against paper filtered into my consciousness, bringing me to a halt. During another exam, a nearby pub had a delivery, and the sound of barrels being rolled along by whistling deliverymen destroyed any chance of concentration. I discovered afterwards that I was 2 marks off a first. My biggest regret is that it has prevented me from having a long-term relationship and children. The longest I have been with someone is 2 years, until the sound of their eating, breathing, just existing in proximity to me became intolerable. I would sneak off to the spare room in the night to try to get some sleep, but it would be interpreted as a rejection of them. It's hard to stay with someone who doesn't want to eat or sleep with you. I haven't ruled out love yet, though. I'm sure there is someone who could accept my limitations. It took me 30 years to realise that what I have has a name: misophonia, or hatred of sound. When I recently discovered a support forum dedicated to it, I cried for 2 hours. I felt so relieved to know that other people, 900 of them on this one site, felt like I did. I wasn't the only one. It also gave me perspective. Some sufferers wish they were deaf, but I don't. I love many, many sounds. The sea, wind in the trees, music, the human voice. Time and experience have taught me that being able to hear is a beautiful thing, too important to sacrifice. I would never wish that away.
2.32 1.
Moving.
2.
Thought-provoking.
3.
Heavy going.
4.
Gripping.
5.
Entertaining.
6.
Intriguing.
7.
Implausible.
8.
Fast-moving.
9.
Depressing.
10.
Haunting.
2.33 1.
The author's talk was boring.
2.
He warned me that the plot was implausible.
3.
I always feel I ought to read more.
4.
I caught him reading in bed with a torch.
5.
It's a haunting story about war.
6.
We all thought the ending was awful.
2.34
What made you want to be a translator?
It was something that I'd done when I was at university, and when I moved to Spain, it was difficult to get a job that wasn't teaching English. So I went back to England and I did a postgraduate course in translation. After doing the course, I swore that I would never be a translator. I thought it would be too boring. But I kept doing the odd translation, and eventually I came round to the idea because I like the idea of working for myself, and it didn't require too much investment to get started. And actually, I enjoy working with words, and it's very satisfying when you feel that you've produced a reasonable translation of the original text.
What are the pros and cons of being a translator?
Well, it's a lonely job, I suppose. You're on your own most of the time. It's hard work. You're sitting there and, you're working long hours. And you can't program things because you don't know when more work is going to come in. And people have always got tight deadlines. It's really rare that somebody will ring you up and say, I want this translation in 3 months' time.
Sure.
That just doesn't really happen.
And the pros?
Well, the pros are that it gives you freedom because you can do it anywhere if you've got an internet connection and electricity. And I suppose you can organise your time because you're freelance, you're your own boss, which is good. I like that.
What advice would you give someone who's thinking of going into translation?
I'd say in addition to the language, get a speciality. Do another course in anything that interests you, like economics, law, history, art, because you really need to know about the subjects that you're translating into.
What do you think is the most difficult kind of text to translate?
Literary texts, like novels, poetry or drama, because you've got to give a lot of consideration to the author and to the way it's been written in the original language.
Right. In order to translate a novel well, do you think you need to be a novelist yourself?
I think that's true, ideally, yes.
And is that the case? I mean, are most of the well-known translators of novels, generally speaking, novelists in their own right?
Yes, I think in English anyway. People who translate into English tend to be published authors, and they tend to specialise in a particular author in the other language. And of course, if it's a living author, then it's so much easier because you can actually communicate with the author and say, like, what did you really mean here?
Another thing I've heard that is very hard to translate is advertising, for example, slogans.
Yeah, well, with advertising, the problem is that it's got to be something punchy and it's very difficult to translate that. For example, one of the Coca-Cola adverts, the slogan in English was "the real thing," but you just couldn't translate that literally into Spanish. It just wouldn't have had the same power. In fact, it became "sensación de vivir," which is sensation of living, which sounds really good in Spanish, but it would sound weird in English.
What about film titles?
Oh, they're horrific too. And people always complain that they've not been translated accurately, but of course it's impossible because sometimes a literal translation just doesn't work.
For example?
Okay, well, think of the Julie Andrews film, The Sound of Music. Well, that works in English because it's a phrase that like I can hear the sound of music.
Yes.
But it doesn't work at all in other languages. And in Spanish, it was called sonrisas y lágrimas, which means smiles and tears. In German, it was called meine Lieder, meine Trauma, which means my songs, my dreams. And in Italian, it was tutti insieme appassionatamente, which means, I think, all together passionately, or I don't know, something like that. In fact, I think it was translated differently all over the world.
Do you think there are special problems translating film scripts for the subtitles?
Yes, a lot. There are special constraints. For example, the translation has to fit on the screen as the actor is speaking. And so sometimes the translation is a paraphrase rather than a direct translation. And of course, going back to untranslatable things, really the big problems are cultural and humour because they're just not the same. You can get across the idea, but you might need pages to explain it. And, by that time, the film's moved on. I also sometimes think that the translators are given the film on DVD. I mean, rather than a written script. And that sometimes they've simply misheard or they didn't understand what the people said. And that's the only explanation I can come up with for some of the mistranslations that I've seen. Although sometimes it might be that some things like humour and jokes, especially ones which depend on wordplay, are just, they're simply untranslatable. And often it's very difficult to get the right register, for example, with slang and swear words. Because if you literally translate taboo words or swear words, even if they exist in the other language, they may well be far more offensive.
2.35 Part 1.
What made you want to be a translator?
It was something that I'd done when I was at university, and when I moved to Spain, it was difficult to get a job that wasn't teaching English. So I went back to England and I did a postgraduate course in translation. After doing the course, I swore that I would never be a translator. I thought it would be too boring. But I kept doing the odd translation, and eventually I came round to the idea because I like the idea of working for myself, and it didn't require too much investment to get started. And actually, I enjoy working with words, and it's very satisfying when you feel that you've produced a reasonable translation of the original text.
What are the pros and cons of being a translator?
Well, it's a lonely job, I suppose. You're on your own most of the time. It's hard work. You're sitting there and, you're working long hours, and you can't program things because you don't know when more work is going to come in. And people have always got tight deadlines. It's really rare that somebody will ring you up and say, I want this translation in 3 months' time.
Sure.
That just doesn't really happen.
Yeah. And the pros?
Well, the pros are that it gives you freedom because you can do it anywhere if you've got an internet connection and electricity. And I suppose you can organise your time because you're freelance, you're your own boss, which is good. I like that.
What advice would you give someone who's thinking of going into translation?
I'd say in addition to the language, get a speciality. Do another course in anything that interests you, like economics, law, history, art, because you really need to know about the subjects that you're translating into.
2.36 Part 2.
What do you think is the most difficult kind of text to translate?
Literary texts, like novels, poetry or drama, because you've got to give a lot of consideration to the author and to the way it's been written in the original language.
Right. In order to translate a novel well, do you think you need to be a novelist yourself?
I think that's true, ideally, yes.
And is that the case? I mean, are most of the well-known translators of novels, generally speaking, novelists in their own right?
Yes, I think in English anyway. People who translate into English tend to be published authors, and they tend to specialise in a particular author in the other language. And of course, if it's a living author, then it's so much easier because you can actually communicate with the author and say, what did you really mean here?
Another thing I've heard that is very hard to translate is advertising, for example, slogans.
Yeah, well, with advertising, the problem is that it's got to be something punchy and it's very difficult to translate that. For example, one of the Coca-Cola adverts, the slogan in English was "the real thing," but you just couldn't translate that literally into Spanish. It just wouldn't have had the same power. In fact, it became "sensación de vivir," which is sensation of living, which sounds really good in Spanish, but it would sound weird in English.
2.37 Part 3.
What about film titles?
Oh, they're horrific too. And people always complain that they've not been translated accurately, but of course it's impossible because sometimes a literal translation just doesn't work.
For example?
OK, well, think of the Julie Andrews film, The Sound of Music. Well, that works in English because it's a phrase that like I can hear the sound of music.
Yes.
But it doesn't work at all in other languages. And in Spanish, it was called sonrisas y lágrimas, which means smiles and tears. In German, it was called meine Lieder, meine Trauma, which means my songs, my dreams. And in Italian, it was tutti insieme appassionatamente, which means, I think, all together passionately, or I don't know, something like that. In fact, I think it was translated differently all over the world.
Do you think there are special problems translating film scripts for the subtitles?
Yes, a lot. There are special constraints. For example, the translation has to fit on the screen as the actor is speaking. And so sometimes the translation is a paraphrase rather than a direct translation. And of course, going back to untranslatable things, really the big problems are cultural and humour, because they're just not the same. You can get across the idea, but you might need pages to explain it, and, by that time the film's moved on. I also sometimes think that the translators are given the film on DVD, rather than a written script, and that sometimes they've simply misheard or they didn't understand what the people said. And that's the only explanation I can come up with for some of the mistranslations that I've seen. Although sometimes it might be that some things like humour and jokes, especially ones which depend on wordplay, are just, they're simply untranslatable. And often it's very difficult to get the right register, for example, with slang and swear words. Because if you literally translate taboo words or swear words, even if they exist in the other language, they may well be far more offensive.
Time to rename the spoiler. Does knowing the ending affect your enjoyment? One of my favourite movies is When Harry Met Sally. I can watch it again and again and love it every single time, maybe even more than I did before. There's a scene that will be familiar to any of the movie's fans. Harry and Sally have just set off on their drive to New York City, and Harry starts telling Sally about his dark side. He mentions one thing in particular. Whenever he starts a new book, he reads the last page first. That way, in case he dies while reading it, he'll know how it ends. Harry will know how it ends, true, but doesn't that also ruin the book? If you know the ending, how can you enjoy the story? As it turns out, easily. A study in this month's issue of Psychological Science comes to a surprising conclusion. Spoilers don't actually spoil anything. In fact, they may even serve to enhance the experience of reading. Over 800 students from the University of California in San Diego took part in a series of experiments where they read one of 3 types of short story. A story with an ironic twist, such as Roald Dahl, a mystery, such as Agatha Christie, and a literary story, such as Raymond Carver. For each story, there was a spoiler paragraph that revealed the outcome. The students read the stories either with or without the spoiler. Time to reconsider, it seems, what we call a spoiler. The so-called spoiled stories were actually rated as more enjoyable than those that were unspoiled, no matter what type of story was being read. Knowing the ending, even when suspense was part of the story's goal, made the process of reading more, not less, pleasurable. Why would this be the case? Perhaps, freed from following the plot, we can pay more attention to the quality of the writing and to the subtleties of the story as a whole. Perhaps we're more likely to spot signs and clues about what might happen and take pleasure in our ability to identify them. Whatever the reason, it may not be as urgent as we think it is to avoid spoilers. Harry might have the right idea after all, reading the last page first. In fact, he might be getting at the very thing that lets me watch him meet Sally over and over and over again and enjoy the process every single time.
Translation Diary. Daniel Hahn.
I'm translating a novel. It's written in Portuguese and it needs to be written in English. There is a Brazilian novelist at one end and an American publisher at the other, and there's me in the middle, tasked with giving the publisher exactly the same book the novelist has written, keeping it identical in absolutely every conceivable respect, except that I've got to change all the words. The novel is Blue Flowers by Carola Saavedra. Or to be more accurate, the novel is still Flores Azuis for now. Blue Flowers is what it's got to be when I'm done with it. So I have to immerse myself in Carola's book, in Portuguese, and write it again for the publishers in English. The process is both simple and impossible, and I'm going to be describing it on this blog. In this scene, A, the main woman character, describes the moment her lover leaves her. A rough translation might be, I didn't say anything. I didn't cry. I didn't ask for explanations. I didn't implore you to stay. I merely stayed there, immobile, mute, lying on the bed while you dressed, took your rucksack and went away. Implore isn't quite right, is it? Beg would be better, and immobile, similarly, I prefer still or unmoving. In both cases, my first quick version just used words that stayed close to the Portuguese. implore for implore, immobile for immovable. But we need to move away a little further in order to arrive somewhere more like normal English. I think merely is a bit too formal for A's voice here too. I didn't say anything. I didn't cry. I didn't ask for explanations. I didn't beg you to stay. I just stayed there, unmoving, mute, lying on the bed, while you dressed, took your rucksack and went away. There are an awful lot of I's in that first sentence, aren't there? In Portuguese, there's an eu, I, at the beginning of the first sentence, and an eu at the beginning of the second, so the sentences are perfectly balanced. As you can see, I've removed a pair of I's. And we have a rucksack, which should probably be a backpack, to minimise how UK-ish it sounds to US readers. I didn't say anything. I didn't cry, didn't ask for explanations, didn't beg you to stay. I just stayed there, unmoving, mute, lying on the bed while you dressed, took your backpack and went away. Now, that first sentence ends on the word stay, which would be fine, except that stay appears again 3 words later. So now I've got to change that too. One option is, I didn't beg you not to go, which helps because we imagine A saying, please don't go, rather than please stay, which isn't quite the same. I didn't say anything. I didn't cry, didn't ask for explanations, didn't beg you not to go. I've also got to decide if the man is dressing or getting dressed or getting himself dressed, and my decision will be as much about the rhythm of the sentence as anything else. And I don't like the ending. Went away is very weak. I'd rather end solidly on one word, just left. I just stayed there, unmoving, mute, lying on the bed, while you got dressed, took your backpack and left. Right, so we're done now, surely? Not quite. I'd prefer picked up your backpack to just took your backpack. I think the latter might sound as though he's taking it from her. And I'm not sure about mute either. I think silent would do. So how about this then? I didn't say anything. I didn't cry, didn't ask for explanations, didn't beg you not to go. I just stayed there, unmoving, silent, lying on the bed while you got dressed, picked up your backpack and left. Better?
The quietest place on earth. My quest started when I was in the New York subway with my kids. The kids were whining, 4 trains came screaming into the station at once, and I put my hands over my ears and cowered. The noise was deafening. In cities, the ever-present dull background roar of planes, cars, machinery and voices is a fact of life. There is no escape from it, and I was beginning to be driven mad by it. In an attempt to recapture some peace, I decided to go on a mission to find the quietest place on earth, to discover whether absolute silence exists. The place I was most excited about visiting was the anechoic chamber at Orfield Laboratories in Minnesota. This is a small room, massively insulated with layers of concrete and steel to block out exterior sources of noise. It is the quietest place on earth, 99.9% sound absorbent. Ironically, far from finding it peaceful, most people find its perfect quiet upsetting. The presence of sound around you means things are working. It's business as usual. When sound is absent, that signals malfunction. I had heard that being in an anechoic chamber for longer than 15 minutes can cause extreme symptoms, from claustrophobia and nausea to panic attacks. A violinist tried it and hammered on the door after a few seconds, demanding to be let out because he was so disturbed by the silence. I booked a 45-minute session. No one had managed to stay in for that long before. When the heavy door shut behind me, I was plunged into darkness. Lights can make a noise. For the first few seconds, being in such a quiet place felt like nirvana, a balm for my jangled nerves. I strained to hear something and heard nothing. Then, after a minute or two, I became aware of the sound of my breathing, so I held my breath. The dull thump of my heartbeat became apparent. Nothing I could do about that. As the minutes ticked by, I started to hear the blood rushing in my veins. The feeling of peace was spoiled by a tinge of disappointment. This place wasn't quiet at all. You'd have to be dead for absolute silence. Then, I stopped obsessing about what bodily functions I could hear and began to enjoy it. I didn't feel afraid anymore and came out only because my time was up. Everyone was impressed that I'd beaten the record, but having spent so long searching for quiet, I was comfortable with the feeling of absolute stillness. Afterwards, I felt wonderfully rested and calm. My experience in the anechoic chamber changed my life. I found that making space for moments of quiet in my day is the key to happiness. They give you a chance to think about what you want in life. If you can occasionally become master of your own sound environment, from turning off the TV to moving to the country as I did, you become a lot more accepting of the noises of everyday life.
3.2 The Chocolate Meditation.
Again and again, people tell us that mindfulness greatly enhances the joys of daily life. In practice, even the smallest of things can suddenly become captivating again. For this reason, one of our favourite practices is the chocolate meditation. In this, you ask yourself to bring all your attention to some chocolate as you're eating it. So if you want to do this right now, choosing some chocolate, not unwrapping it yet, choosing a type that you've never tried before or one that you've not eaten recently. It might be dark and flavoursome, organic or fair trade, or whatever you choose. Perhaps choosing a type you wouldn't normally eat, or that you consume only rarely. Before you unwrap the chocolate, look at the whole bar or packet, its colour, its shape, what it feels like in your hand, as if you were seeing it for the very first time. Now very slowly unwrapping the chocolate, noticing how the wrapping feels as you unfold it, seeing the chocolate itself. What colours do you notice? What shapes? Inhaling the aroma of the chocolate, letting it sweep over you. And now taking or breaking off a piece and looking at it as it rests on your hand. Really letting your eyes drink in what it looks like. Examining every nook and cranny. At a certain point, bringing it up to your mouth, noticing how the hand knows where to position it, and popping it in the mouth, noticing what the tongue does to receive it. See if it's possible to hold it on your tongue and let it melt. Noticing any tendency to chew it. Seeing if you can sense some of the different flavours. Really noticing these. If you notice your mind wandering while you do this, simply noticing where it went, then gently escorting it back to the present moment. and then when the chocolate has completely melted, swallowing it very slowly and deliberately, letting it trickle down your throat. What did you notice? If the chocolate tasted better than if you'd just eaten it at a normal pace, what do you make of that? Often we taste the first piece and perhaps the last, but the rest goes down unnoticed. We're so often on autopilot, we can miss much of our day-to-day lives. Mindfulness is about bringing awareness to the usual routine things in life, things that we normally take for granted. Perhaps you could try this with any routine activity, seeing what you notice. It could change your whole day.
Three 3.3 1.
One thing I really hate waiting for is waiting at home for a delivery to arrive, because sometimes you get like a 2-hour delivery window and that's fine, but more often they'll say could be any time 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and you're stuck in the house, you don't even dare go and buy a pint of milk, and of course it always ends up arriving at 5 to 7 in the evening and you spent the whole day waiting.
2.
It annoys me if I have to wait for web pages to load if there's a really bad internet connection and the pages are very slow to load and you actually sort of see one line loading at a time, pixel by pixel it seems. But, invariably, if you need the information, you sit and wait as long as it takes.
3.
Is there anything I really hate having to wait for? Not particularly. I'm fairly patient. If I'm in a queue, I'm fairly patient, but I will get annoyed if people start to disregard the laws of queues and try and jump them or try and get to the front in some other way. As long as there's a system to follow it, that usually keeps me calm.
4.
I really hate waiting for anything where I've been given an appointment time for a specific hour, a specific time, and then having to wait for ages before I have it. So, for example, a hairdresser or a dentist or a doctor. I think particularly things like hairdressers and dentists, because I think they must know how long the previous person's going to take. They don't have to deal with emergencies or anything like that, so, why can't they give me a correct time? I'm very punctual, so I always turn up on time. In fact, usually at least 5 minutes early. And it really, really annoys me if I have to wait for a long time. Anything more than 15 minutes over the appointment time drives me completely insane.
5.
Waiting for Jerry, my husband, is a complete nightmare because he's never ready on time. And I always tell him to be ready 15 minutes before we need to be ready. And even so, he's so late. It drives me completely bananas. I don't know why it drives me completely bananas because, in fact, we often don't need to be there on time. Or it doesn't need to be that kind of precise, but it does. I hate it. He's preening himself, getting his jacket on and looking at himself in the mirror. He takes much more time than I do.
6.
I can't abide waiting in check-in queues at airports because I'm standing in the queue watching people take ages and ages and ages to check in, and I know when I get to the front of the queue, I'll do my check-in in 20 seconds. I don't know why these other people can't do the same.
3.4 1.
But more often they'll say could be any time 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
2.
You actually sort of see one line loading at a time.
3.
I always turn up on time. In fact, usually at least 5 minutes early.
3.5 Expressions with time. Verbs. 1.
I waste a lot of time playing games and messaging on my computer instead of studying.
2.
If you take the motorway, you'll save time. It's much quicker than the local roads.
3.
I had 3 hours to wait for my flight, so I sat there doing Sudoku puzzles to kill time.
4.
There's no hurry, so take your time.
5.
When my mother was young, she never had the chance to travel. Now she's retired and wants to make up for lost time, so she's booked a trip around the world.
6.
The novel is 700 pages long and I'm a slow reader. It's going to take me a long time to finish it.
7.
I'd better go home now. If I'm late again, Dad will give me a hard time.
8.
I would like to go camping this weekend, but my final exams are next week, so I can't spare the time.
9.
My children take up all my time. I never seem to get to read a book or watch a film.
10.
New York's such a fantastic city. You're going to have the time of your life there.
11.
Let's not spend too long at the museum or we'll run out of time.
3.6. Prepositional phrases. 1.
I'm really punctual, so I hate it when other people aren't on time.
2.
I've never heard of that singer. He must have been before my time.
3.
By the time we got to our hotel, it was nearly midnight.
4.
I missed the birth of my first child. I was on a plane at the time.
5.
He's been working too hard recently. He needs some time off.
6.
If we don't take a taxi, we won't get to the airport in time for the flight.
7.
I don't eat out very often, but I do get a takeaway from time to time.
8.
He suffers from back pain and it makes him a little irritable at times.
9.
You can come any time from 10 to 2.
10.
He's a bit behind the times. He still thinks men should wear a suit and tie at work.
11.
Don't try to multitask. Just do one thing at a time.
3.7. Expressions. 1. I.
The referee's looking at his watch. There isn't much time left.
2. B.
He hardly spoke to me at lunch. He spent the whole time talking on his mobile.
3. J.
I'm really looking forward to my holiday. This time next week, I'll be lying on the beach.
4. D.
I'm sorry I can't help you this week. I'm a little short of time.
5. F.
I can't afford a new computer. I'll have to carry on with this one for the time being.
6. G.
She's sure to find a job eventually. It's only a matter of time.
7. E.
I think I need to take up a hobby. I've got time on my hands since I retired.
8. C.
Stop writing, please. Time's up. The exam is over.
9. A.
I really thought I was going to be late, but in the end I got to the airport with time to spare.
10. H.
Why not spend a morning at our spa? It's very popular with women who want a bit of me time.
11. L.
I hate having to fill in my tax return. It's incredibly tedious and time-consuming.
12. K.
You've had that computer for ages. It's about time you got a new one.
3.8. 1.
We need to make up for lost time.
2.
He gave me a really hard time.
3.
We're going to run out of time.
4.
Could I have some time off next week?
5.
At times I feel like giving up completely.
6.
Time's up. Please stop writing.
7.
Let's not waste time on that.
8.
It's only a matter of time before they break up.
9.
Did you have a good time last night?
10.
It's about time you learn to cook.
3.9. 1.
Not at all.
Thanks very much.
Not at all.
2.
First of all, we're going to revise the vocabulary from yesterday.
3.
Pick it up. That's your towel on the floor. Pick it up.
4.
In an hour.
When'll you be back?
In an hour or so.
5.
On our own. Don't worry, we'll find it on our own.
Multitasking is a natural everyday occurrence. We can cook dinner while watching TV, and we can talk to a friend while walking down the street without bumping into anybody or getting run over. However, research suggests that there is an enormous difference between how the brain can deal with what are referred to as highly practiced tasks, such as cooking or walking, and how it responds when, for example, you think about adding another ingredient, or you decide to change the direction you are walking in. In this case, our brains require us to concentrate on the activity at hand. Problems also arise when we try to carry out 2 or more tasks that are in some way related. Most people feel they are perfectly capable of driving and having a conversation at the same time. This is fine until they need to process language while driving, for example, read a road sign. Then the language channel of the brain gets clogged and the brain can no longer cope. A similar thing occurs if the conversation is about something visual, for example, your friend describing what his new flat looks like. In this case, as you try to imagine what he is describing, the visual channel of the brain is overloaded and you can no longer concentrate on the road.
Mindfulness refers to moment-by-moment awareness of thoughts, feelings, bodily sensations, and the surrounding environment. It focuses the brain on the present moment instead of on the past or the future and is gaining popularity as a practice in daily life. A recent experiment conducted by psychologists in the USA looked at the effects of mindfulness training on the multitasking behavior of workers in high-stress environments. They found that when asked to do multiple tasks in a short period of time, those who had been trained in mindfulness had a better memory for details and were able to maintain more focus on each task. They did not get distracted by worrying about the other tasks that still needed doing. This may well be because mindfulness training helps us to become more aware of where we are focusing our attention, so it makes sense that we are then better equipped to deal with a demanding work environment. According to another study, mindfulness training can help improve people's attitudes towards work. Let's say you are faced with a large pile of invoices to process. If your mind starts to look for more interesting things to do, it is going to take you longer and you will probably make mistakes. If you can look at this task with a calm, clear and engaged mind, you will be more efficient and you might even find some enjoyment in the process.
3.11 Money. Nouns. 1,
Budget.
2,
Grant.
3,
Loan.
4,
Fee.
5,
Fair.
6,
Savings.
7,
Donation.
8,
Fine.
9,
Installment.
10,
Deposit.
11,
Will.
12,
Lump sum.
3.12 Money in today's society. 1,
We live in a consumer society, which is dominated by spending money on material possessions.
2,
The standard of living in many European countries is lower than it was 10 years ago.
3,
People's income has gone up, but inflation is high, so the cost of living has also risen.
4,
House prices are rising and people can't afford to buy a home.
5,
Online banking allows people to manage their accounts. For example, check their balance and make transfers and payments.
6,
People who have loans have to pay high interest rates.
7,
A lot of people are in debt and have problems getting a mortgage to buy their first home.
8,
Some people make money by buying and selling shares on the stock market.
9,
Our currency is unstable and exchange rates fluctuate a lot.
10,
A lot of small businesses went bankrupt during the recession.
3.13 Adjectives. 1,
Rich, wealthy.
2,
Affluent,
3,
well off.
4,
Loaded,
5,
Poor.
6,
Penniless.
7,
Hard up.
8,
Broke.
3.14 Slang words. 1,
Nice car. How much are you going to ask for it?
£5,000. What do you think?
2,
I need $5 for the subway.
Sure, here you are.
3,
Great hat. Was it expensive?
No, only £5. I got it in a charity shop.
4,
What's the building work going to cost you?
About 50k. We're redoing the kitchen as well.
3.15
Where did the idea of microfinance come from?
The idea behind microfinance again goes back to the mid-70s. There had been, by that time, several decades of what we call the Western world giving massive amounts of aid to the developing world, and a realization that a lot of it was not working. There were still many people who were left poor. So, Muhammad Yunus is credited as being the father of microfinance. He's an economist living in Bangladesh, a very poor country. And he looked around and he said, what is it that the poor lack? What is it that they need? And the answer is obvious, they need money. And all of us, in order to get started, have had access to credit. So the poor can't get access to credit. They can't go to relatives to borrow because generally the relatives are as poor as they themselves are. And they certainly cannot go into a bank and borrow because they have no collateral.
How did Dr. Yunus solve these problems?
There are really 3 innovations that he came up with that are brilliant in hindsight. One was, okay, the poor have no collateral, but let's figure out a way to create collateral, which means collateral is basically if you're not going to pay back the loan, that somebody's held responsible. So he came up with a lending methodology where there was a group of peers that were given the loan, and they would be lending to each other, and the group held each member accountable for paying back. The second innovation that he came up with is that it is very difficult for the poor to gather a lump sum to pay back a loan. But if you can break up that payment into very small, regular payments that are coming out of your daily income, then it's feasible to pay back the loan. So what microcredit did was to break up the loan payment into these very sort of regular small payments. And the third was really an incentive system that the poor were not encouraged to borrow a large amount. They only borrowed what they could use in their business and then pay back. And if they paid back successfully, then they were eligible for a larger loan.
3.16.
Do you have any examples of individual success stories?
Oh, I love talking about individual success stories because this is what sort of gets us up in the morning and gets us to come to work and stay late and do this work. Since I've been at Women's World Banking, I've been to the Dominican Republic, Jordan, and India. So I'm happy to give you a story from each of the 3 countries. The DR is a more established economy, if you will, and so the woman I met had already had successive loans that she had taken from our partner in the DR. And what she did was to start out, she was basically selling food from her kitchen, making excess food and selling it to the factory workers. Took out a loan, sort of increased that business, and then set up a little cantina out of her living room so that along with food, she was selling cigarettes, beer, candy, etc. That business did well, took out another loan, and built a room on top of her house and started to rent it out. And so over 7 years, what she's been able to do is to completely build a new home for herself and rent out the old one. And this is going to ensure income in her old age because at some point she's going to be too old to work in the kitchen and to be standing on her feet behind the cantina counter. And she's looking at these rental rooms that she has been able to put on as her old age security.
3.17.
In Jordan, I'll tell you about a young woman that we met. Sort of the cultural norm in Jordan is that a fairly old husband can marry again and marry a fairly young woman. So the one that we met, her husband was now too old and sick. So while he took care of having a roof over her head, she had absolutely no means of earning more money for herself or her kids. And at her socioeconomic level, it's not considered proper for a woman to go out and work. So the only thing that she was able to do was she had taken a loan to buy cosmetics and was selling them from her living room to her neighbors. And this was considered to be an okay business for her because primarily she was dealing with other women. But it gave her that sort of extra money to use for herself.
3.18.
And then in India, where I was recently, in the city of Hyderabad, and Hyderabad is this up-and-coming city, it's gleaming. Indians themselves are thinking of it as the next cyber city. But across town, they have slums where even now, both men and women have not gone to school, they're not educated, and their only recourse is to work in the informal economy. So the family that we met, the husband was a vegetable seller, so he took his cart and went out into the more affluent neighborhoods. The son had dropped out of school to join his father to push a similar cart, and the mother had taken a loan to embroider saris. And she did this at home, sort of in her spare time. And what she really wanted to do was to amass enough income so that she could cut out the middleman, because she basically got half of what the sari was worth, because she was handing it over to a middleman, so that if she could buy the materials herself, embroider it herself, and sell it herself to the store, she could in effect double her income without doubling her labor.
3.19.
And the answer is obvious: they need money. And all of us, in order to get started, have had access to credit. So the poor can't get access to credit. They can't go to relatives to borrow, because generally the relatives are as poor as they themselves are.
3.20.
And the answer is obvious. They need money. And all of us, in order to get started, have had access to credit. So, the poor can't get access to credit. They can't go to relatives to borrow, because generally the relatives are as poor as they themselves are.
3.21. 1.
20. 20.
2.
Internet. Internet.
3.
Party. Party.
4.
Clever. Clever.
5.
Turn. Turn.
6.
Honest. Honest.
7.
Coffee. Coffee.
8.
Awesome. Awesome.
9.
New. New.
10.
Route. Route.
11.
Vase. Vase.
12.
Leisure. Leisure.
13.
Inquiry. Inquiry.
14.
Moustache. Mustache.
15.
Address. Address.
3.22. 1.
20.
2.
Internet.
3.
Party.
4.
Clever.
5.
Turn.
6.
Honest.
7.
Coffee.
8.
Awesome.
9.
New.
10.
Route.
11.
Vase.
12.
Leisure.
13.
Inquiry.
14.
Mustache.
15.
Address.
Do women really want to marry for money? According to a report from the London School of Economics, women are now more determined than ever to find a partner who will improve their financial prospects. Women's aspirations to marry up, if they can, to a man who is better educated and higher earning persists in most European countries, says the report's author, Catherine Hakim. Women continue to use marriage as an alternative or supplement to their employment careers, she concludes. By logical extension, it would appear men are keen to marry down, although nobody seems to query, much less gather statistics on their matrimonial motives. Arguably, there's nothing surprising in these findings, especially when you consider women with young children. A recent study by the National Centre for Social Research revealed that a third of all mothers would prefer to give up their jobs if they could afford to, and 3/5 said they would want to work fewer hours. We asked journalist Jemima Lewis and novelist Jojo Moyes what they thought. Yes, says Jemima Lewis.
Women want rich husbands. Perhaps we don't often say it, perhaps we don't even like to admit it to ourselves, but women are practical creatures. A rich husband gives you options. One of the perks of being female is that you grow up knowing there's a slim chance that you might be able to marry a millionaire and retire before you hit middle age. If he is rich enough, your husband might pay for teams of nannies to look after your children while you busy yourself with Pilates. Working mothers like me tend to regard such wives with a disapproving eye. We call them trophy wives, as if to distinguish them from the real thing. But that is partly just to distract ourselves from the envy inside. Whether you fill your days with Pilates or child-rearing, not having to work is, well, less like hard work. Unfortunately, rich husbands, like handsome princes, are not easy to come by. Most of us, not moving in millionaire circles, are likely to fall in love with and marry a more normal bloke. In the meantime, you might have built up a career that you are proud of and reluctant to give up. If you then have a baby, you are doomed to an inner life of conflict and guilt as you try to find a way to bring up your child without going bankrupt or insane. Like a winning lottery ticket, a rich husband would solve your problems at a stroke, allowing you to calibrate your work-life balance to suit yourself rather than your mortgage provider.
No, says Jojo Moyes.
Today's young women, having observed their mothers juggling a full-time job and all the domestic responsibility, having the odd nervous breakdown and still having to look glamorous, have now decided they prefer to be kept by a wealthy husband. Who can blame them? There are times, usually when sick children and deadlines collide, that I think the same thing. But marry rich, and you may marry a man who views you as a commodity. You may spend much of your time alone. A high-flying career often means an absent husband and father. You can marry for money, but it's not a marriage. It's a deal. And I suspect only the toughest of women can see that with the clarity it requires. The divorce courts are littered with high earners, as well as the shattered dreams of traded-in middle-aged wives who have been replaced by a younger, more glamorous model. My children have long played a game called Who's Got the Sourest Face in Waitrose. It's always the wives in the really expensive cars. My husband and I have taken turns as the highest earner. Earning my own money means I don't have to justify my shoe habit, and he doesn't shoulder the mortgage alone. And having a career brings me more contentment than having a designer handbag. So I wouldn't be delighted if my daughter ended up with a dropout. But I'd feel worse if she thought the most important thing about a man was his bank balance.
3.23 Interview with a stress management coach. Part 1.
In your experience, what are the main causes of stress?
My clients and audiences tell me that their big stressors are too much to do, too little time, money stressors, commuting is a big stressor. I think that the opportunities to be stressed are everywhere.
Do you think life is more stressful now than it was, say, 20 years ago?
I think that today there are many more opportunities to be stressed. There are many more distractions, especially ones that are technology driven. And I'm a big fan of technology. We can use technology to help us reduce stress. But when you have emails coming in and text messages left and right and Twitter feeds and Facebook messages and TV and the kids and a job and maybe school, it really divides our attention and it produces a stress response that is often ongoing, continuous within us. And all of that stuff can take away the time to just relax, take a walk, not think about who's trying to communicate with us, and not needing to be on all of the time. So I think there are just more chances to be stressed today, and therefore we need to really pay more attention to reducing stress.
Can you tell us something about the effects of stress on the body and mind?
Stress impacts the body because it produces wear and tear. And when we are constantly stressed, our organs, our immune system become the punching bags of our stress response. Stress is really important, and in fact, it can be a lifesaver. But when it kicks into action all the time, it has a corrosive effect on us. So for example, our immune systems are weakened when we are under a lot of stress, and especially for a long period of time. When our immune systems are weaker, it opens us up to be more susceptible to illnesses in the environment. Stress contributes to high blood pressure, which contributes to heart problems and stroke. Stress impacts our sleep. So when we get stressed during the day, it often makes it more difficult for us to fall asleep at night, or to stay asleep, or to have a quality night's sleep. And if we don't get a good night's sleep, then we are tired the next day, which makes us more stressed in many cases. So it becomes a stress, poor sleep cycle that is stressful and tiring. So these are all reasons to really pay attention to our stress levels and to take action to reduce the stress.
3.24 Interview with a stress management coach. Part 2.
How can you help people deal with stress, and how long does it take to find a solution?
The great thing about stress management is that it's like a salad bar. There are 30 different choices on a salad bar, and some of us like most of the things that are offered, but some of us don't like everything. But we get to choose what works for us and what we enjoy. Same thing with stress management. There are more than 30 different ways you can manage stress. There are probably 30 million and counting. And we should pick the techniques, many of them easy and simple and fun, that we like. And therefore we'll be more likely to use them on an ongoing basis. So stress management can take as little as 10 seconds. You can look at a beautiful picture that you took on your last vacation. You can put it on your computer screen, you can put it next to your bed, you can put it on your desk. And just focusing on that photo of the ocean or a mountain or a beach can alleviate stressed feelings immediately. We can do 1-minute breathing exercises. We can exercise. We can take a 10-minute walk around the block. We can meditate each day. So there are many different ways to prevent and reduce the stress that we're experiencing. The key is to do it on a regular basis.
Are the solutions to stress physical, mental, or both?
Stress management involves both the mind and the body. They make great partners when we're trying to feel better and to cut down on the stress that we're experiencing. I once worked in a school where a student identified his stressor as riding on the subway. He felt very stressed going to school every day and very stressed when it was time to go home because the subway made him feel very closed in and like he wanted to escape. He couldn't stand the crowds. And then we opened up to the rest of the group and we asked them for different ways that this student might think about this stressor and different ways that he might act to try and reduce it. And the group came up with all sorts of great possibilities, including that he ride in a different car, in the first car or the last car, because it's often less crowded compared to the center car, which is where he always used to ride. And he liked that idea, and I heard from the principal of the school a few weeks later that he in fact had started riding in the first car, and for the first time in his subway taking life, he didn't feel stressed. He didn't feel anxious because the car was less crowded and he felt so much better. And you might think, well, that's such an easy answer. Why didn't he think of that himself? The truth is, and I think we all identify with this, we get into very fixed ways, habits almost, of thinking and acting because we deal with our stressors and have dealt with them in similar ways for a long, long time. So we lose the perspective. We don't take as much time to think about how we could deal with our stressors in different ways. So this is an example of how the mind and body and actions and thoughts can work together to really make a big difference in the way we feel.
3.25 Interview with a stress management coach. Part 3.
Are some age groups more susceptible to stress than others?
Stress is a very democratic occurrence. So older people are stressed, college students are stressed, babies get stressed, 30-somethings get stressed, men are stressed, women are stressed. So it's hard to say if one group is more stressed than another.
What makes students stressed? How does stress affect their lives or their studies? And what are the most stressful times in a typical student's life?
College and being a student can be really fun and exciting and rewarding. There are also a lot of stressors associated with it. There's the studying, there's the pressure to do well on exams so that you can get a better job and perhaps make more money. You are in a different environment that doesn't have the same support that you used to have, especially if you were back home. There is the social stress of needing to meet new people. And also for a lot of young people, especially those in their teens and 20s, we see a lot of mental health issues arise, and there's a greater need to get help for them while in school. But if you're not with your usual support network, it's even more challenging sometimes to do so. Stress makes it difficult to study, to focus, to concentrate. When you're sitting down to take an exam and you studied really hard for the exam and then all of a sudden you're having trouble remembering what you studied, stress can play a big role in making it more difficult for us to recall information. If you're doing a presentation, public speaking, that can be very stressful for a lot of students as well as professionals. In fact, still, public speaking is feared more than death by most people. Then there's the financial stress of being in school. Not only not having a lot of money to spend on things that you want to do, fun activities, but what awaits you when you graduate, which for many students is a lot of financial stress and loans to repay. So being a student, great fun, and also can provide a lot of great stress.
You set up Stress Busters as an anti-stress program for students. Can you tell us something about it and how it works?
We train teams of students to provide 5-minute free back rubs at events all over campus all year long. And people on campus come to the events, and not only do they get an amazing stress-relieving back rub, but they also learn about other stress reduction and wellness resources on campus that we train our students to provide. And we have seen incredible reductions in feelings of stress, tension, anxiety, lowering of feelings of being overwhelmed from before someone has the Stress Busters experience to after. We also find students telling us that they're better able to cope with their stressors and they're better able to complete the tasks that they have at hand after they have one of our Stress Busters experiences.
3.26. Interview with a stress management coach. Looking at language. 1.
When you have emails coming in and text messages left and right.
2.
Stress is really important, and in fact, it can be a lifesaver.
3.
Stress contributes to high blood pressure, which contributes to heart problems and stroke.
4.
So these are all reasons to really pay attention to our stress levels and to take action to reduce the stress.
5.
The great thing about stress management is that it's like a salad bar.
6.
We can do 1-minute breathing exercises. We can exercise. We can take a 10-minute walk around the block.
7.
Stress is a very democratic occurrence. So older people are stressed, college students are stressed, babies get stressed.
8.
There's a greater need to get help for them while in school, but if you're not with your usual support network, it's even more challenging sometimes to do so.
3.27. 1.
Simon.
Are you currently more stressed at work or at home?
I'm more stressed at home at the moment because my wife has just had, or say my wife has had, we've just had twin girls, 8 months old or 8.5 months old now. So it is far more stressful being at home than being at work. I found work easy compared to being at home at the moment.
When things are stressful, what do you do to try to de-stress?
I put my earphones on and listen to music and just to drown out the sound of the babies.
2.
Stephanie. Are you currently more stressed at work or at home?
Okay, definitely at work. Why? Because I work for myself, I'm self-employed, and I'm working for, I'm a consultant for restaurant groups. And at the moment, London is booming with new restaurants. So yeah, for the past 3 years, I've been kind of non-stop really.
When things are stressful, what do you do to try to de-stress?
Okay. I have a couple of holidays a year. I disappear off to Wales. So the weekend after next, I'm going to disappear for a couple of weeks. I'm currently looking for a place to buy out there. Ultimately, I will disappear for good. But yeah, I like my holidays, and I also like to go out eating and then spend some time with friends.
3.
Jim.
Are you currently more stressed at work or at home?
Well, I work at home. I'm a self-employed writer, and I experience very little stress except in those rare periods when I'm up against a deadline. So I have no commute. My commute is walking from one room to the other, and I have a cozy little office, and I'm very happy and unstressed in work, which I think is very unlike most New Yorkers. So I'm very fortunate.
When things are stressful, what do you do to try to de-stress?
I de-stress by sitting down and breathing calmly and thinking about nothing, or sometimes thinking about the cosmos and thinking about the illusory nature of time. And that usually works. But as I say, I experience very low levels of stress because I actually spend a lot of time thinking about cosmological matters, and that has a very calming effect, I think, and I commend it to my fellow New Yorkers.
4.
Mfanwy. Are you currently more stressed at work or at home?
I don't think I'm very stressed in either place. But I am giving a lecture on Tuesday, and so that's stressing me out a bit.
When things are stressful, what do you do to try to de-stress?
To de-stress, I like to eat really good food and to watch TV.
5.
Sean.
Are you currently more stressed at work or at home?
I would say definitely more stressed at work. I think stress is quite contagious. I think I spend a lot of my time around stressed people, either in a room with them or on the phone to them or just having emails from them. So I think that builds a lot of stress just from the environment, really.
When things are stressful, what do you do to try to de-stress?
I've realised quite recently that when I am stressed, I build a lot of tension in my shoulders. And I think it's not just a metaphor when we say we have things, we carry the weight of things on our shoulders. So I think it really helps just to be conscious of that, and every half an hour or so, just if I concentrate on relaxing my shoulders, everything seems to be a little bit more bearable.
3.28. 1.
And just to drown out the sound of the babies.
2.
For the past 3 years, I've been kind of non-stop, really.
3.
I experience very little stress except in those rare periods when I'm up against a deadline.
4.
But I am giving a lecture on Tuesday, and so that's stressing me out a bit.
5.
And every half an hour or so, just if I concentrate on relaxing.
3.29.
A few years ago, I felt like I was stuck in a rut. So I decided to follow in the footsteps of the great American philosopher Morgan Spurlock and try something new for 30 days. The idea is actually pretty simple. Think about something you've always wanted to add to your life and try it for the next 30 days. It turns out 30 days is just about the right amount of time to add a new habit or subtract a habit, like watching the news, from your life. There's a few things that I learned while doing these 30-day challenges. The first was, instead of the months flying by forgotten, the time was much more memorable. This was part of a challenge I did to take a picture every day for a month. And I remember exactly where I was and what I was doing that day. I also noticed that as I started to do more and harder 30-day challenges, my self-confidence grew. I went from desk-dwelling computer nerd to the kind of guy who bikes to work for fun. Even last year, I ended up hiking up Mount Kilimanjaro, the highest mountain in Africa. I would never have been that adventurous before I started my 30-day challenges. I also figured out that if you really want something badly enough, you can do anything for 30 days. Have you ever wanted to write a novel? Every November, tens of thousands of people try to write their own 50,000-word novel from scratch in 30 days. It turns out all you have to do is write 1,667 words a day for a month. So I did. By the way, the secret is not to go to sleep until you've written your words for the day. You might be sleep deprived, but you'll finish your novel. Now, is my book the next great American novel? No, I wrote it in a month. It's awful. But for the rest of my life, if I meet John Hodgman at a TED party, I don't have to say I'm a computer scientist. No. If I want to, I can say I'm a novelist. So here's one last thing I'd like to mention. I learned that when I made small, sustainable changes, things I could keep doing, they were more likely to stick. There's nothing wrong with big, crazy challenges. In fact, they're a ton of fun, but they're less likely to stick. When I gave up sugar for 30 days, day 31 looked like this. So here's my question to you. What are you waiting for? I guarantee you the next 30 days are going to pass, whether you like it or not. So why not think about something you've always wanted to try and give it a shot for the next 30 days? Thanks.
.30 1,
Second hand.
2,
Long distance.
3,
Last minute.
4,
Self-conscious.
5,
Worn out.
6,
Homemade.
7,
Air conditioned.
8,
High risk.
9,
Narrow-minded.
10,
Well behaved.
3.31 1,
A hands-free phone.
2,
A dead-end job.
3,
A feel-good movie.
4,
Groundbreaking research.
5,
A high-pitched voice.
6,
A labour-saving device.
7,
High-heeled shoes.
8,
A low-cost airline.
9,
Eco-friendly detergent.
10,
A life-changing experience.
How to survive living with your parents. If you are among the quarter of young adults still living at home with mum and dad, read on. Around a quarter of young adults in the UK are living with mum and dad, the highest number since records began in 1996. They are the victims of rising house prices, a difficult job market for young people, and, worst of all, they now suffer the mental anguish of living with someone who used to brush their teeth for them. If you are one of them, These tips might help you to survive. Do your share of the cooking, cleaning and washing up. Don't let yourself go into child mode just because it's the house you grew up in. Housework is just as tedious for your parents as for the rest of us. Do your share, or you lose the right to call yourself an adult. Save, save, save. The major advantage of living at home is the price. Unless your parents are charging you full market rate rent, in which case surely move, you should be able to squirrel away some money. If you're working, living at home and not saving any money, you aren't planning for the future at all. It won't end well. Have an exit plan. Know how, if not exactly when, you plan to leave. In the darker moments of parent-child cohabitation, when you see in your parent's behaviour a worrying image of the kind of person you might end up being, the knowledge that you have an escape plan will be the only thing that keeps you sane. Go out. A lot. Of course, you and your parents love each other very much, but that doesn't mean you like each other. Frankly, if you've lived together all your life and you don't sometimes hate them, you haven't been paying attention, so go out. Get to know these strange new housemates. This is as good a time as any to find out about your parents' past history. Learning to see them as individuals and not just as people who are there solely to look after you both physically and emotionally will make you a better person. It will also make it easier to forgive them when they irritate you beyond belief.
How to survive exam stress. 1. Organise. Make sure you have all the things you need for the exam the night before. Stationery, your identity card, etc. Last-minute searching for things can really stress you out before an exam. 2. Diet. Never go to an exam on an empty stomach, as you can end up concentrating more on your hunger than your exam paper. Before you go to the exam, eat foods that are energy-producing, like fruit and protein, and at the same time not too heavy so that they won't make you sleepy. If possible, take a water bottle to the exam hall to rehydrate. 3. Relax. 1 hour before the exam, relax. Don't feed yet more information to your already overfilled brain. Whatever you have learned, be confident of it and try to picture a calm stream or take some deep breaths. You have done your preparation and now you should prepare yourself to give your best. 4. Plan. Once you get the question paper in your hand, read all the questions and make a quick rough plan of how you are going to invest your time in order to do your best. Mark the questions which you know you can answer easily and do them first. This will make you feel more confident. Never lose your cool if a question comes up which you didn't prepare for. It is too late now and your focus should be on the present moment. 5. Cross-check. It is very, very important to check your answers again at the end. Try to allow yourself a final 15 minutes to read through your paper and make any necessary corrections. 6. Forget. Often, after an exam is over, people worry about the results or waste time discussing what their friends have written. Realise that the time to do something about the results was over when you handed in the answer sheet, and knowing how your friend did isn't going to help you. Concentrate on how you will face your next exam, if you have one, or just relax and be happy that it's over.
3.32 Phones and Technology. Collocations. 1.
I need to charge my phone. The battery's very low.
2.
Can you give me a call this afternoon?
3.
I need to make a few calls now. I'll get back to you later.
4.
Do you want my mobile number or my landline? Do you want my mobile number or my home phone?
5.
I've been calling Tom on his mobile, but it's engaged all the time. I've been calling Tom on his mobile, but it's busy all the time.
6.
I know he's been trying to call me all day because I have 3 missed calls from him.
7.
You have reached the voicemail for 555-4890. Please leave a message after the tone. You have reached the voicemail for 555-4890. Please leave a message after the beep.
8.
In some English villages, the reception isn't very good, and people can't get a good signal for their mobile phones. In some English villages, the coverage isn't very good, and people can't get a good signal for their mobile phones.
3.33 Phrasal verbs. 1.
Sorry, I have to hang up now. My flight's about to board.
2.
We were Skyping, but then we were suddenly cut off in the middle of the conversation.
3.
My mobile is pay-as-you-go, so I have to remember to top up my credit from time to time.
4.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to print the whole document as the black ink is about to run out.
5.
I tried calling her office, but I couldn't get through. The lines were permanently busy.
6.
Sorry, I can't hear you very well. Could you speak up a little?
7.
If you hold, I'll put you through to the accounts department.
8.
If you already have an account with us, log in with your username and password.
9.
I need to delete some files to free up more space on the hard drive.
10.
If you scroll down the page, you will see the attachment at the bottom.
3.34 1. A.
Rang.
B.
Rung.
2. A.
App.
B.
Up.
3. A.
Hang up.
B.
Hung up.
4. A.
Cat.
B.
Cut.
5. A.
Ran out.
B.
Run out.
6. A.
Match.
B.
Much.
7. A.
Track.
B.
Truck.
3.35 1.
She's rung twice.
2.
What's up?
3.
They hung up.
4.
What a horrible cat!
5.
The printer's run out of paper.
6.
She's no match for him.
7.
There was a truck in the middle of the road.
3.36 1.
A lot of young people are addicted to social networking.
2.
Many 30-year-olds are still dependent on their parents.
3.
People are totally fed up with the number of reality shows on TV.
4.
Older people aren't as open to new ideas as younger people are.
5.
People are sick of being bombarded with depressing news.
6.
A lot of people are hooked on American TV series.
7.
As a nation, we are very proud of our sporting achievements.
8.
Couples are not as keen on getting married as they used to be.
9.
A lot of people are obsessed with celebrities and their lifestyles.
10.
People are usually very kind and helpful to foreign tourists.
3.37. 1.
Dopamine is a chemical in the brain which makes you feel good.
2.
To quit a substance or a behavior means to stop taking it or doing it.
3.
Withdrawal symptoms are the unpleasant effects of giving up something you're addicted to.
4.
To wean somebody off something means to slowly help somebody to stop taking or doing something. For example, when a baby is a few months old, he or she is slowly weaned off a diet of just milk and starts eating normal food.
5.
A life-threatening condition is a medical condition which could cause death.
6.
To go cold turkey means to stop an addictive behavior very abruptly. For example, when a heavy smoker decides to just stop smoking and never has another cigarette.
7.
Nicotine patches are a kind of plaster which people use to try to stop smoking. They're stuck on the skin and release nicotine into the body.
8.
To have counseling means to get professional advice about a problem. For example, marriage guidance counseling.
9.
To have a relapse means to become ill again after having previously improved.
3.38.
Can you begin by explaining exactly what an addiction is?
I think we often think of addiction as being something like an illegal drug, but the truth is, you can be addicted to a lot of things. Wine, fatty, sugary foods. It could be drugs, but it could be a whole host of other things. What's happening in your brain's pleasure centers is that whenever you do this thing, it rewards you. You get a flood of dopamine in your brain's pleasure centers. And over time, you start having more and more dopamine. Well, the brain responds to that in an interesting way. All this dopamine in your brain, just like with the radio when it's turned up too loud, your brain turns down the volume. So if you've been drinking too much, eating too much, your brain actually turns down the volume, so you have to drink even more or eat even more just to get back to your normal state.
Ah, so what does that mean for someone who's addicted to something and wants to give it up?
Well, have you ever noticed how people, when they quit a substance or a behavior, they're angry, they're depressed, they're unhappy? The reason is because their brains rely on the drug to make them not only feel good, but to stop them from feeling bad. So this is all a matter of reward centers in the brain. And when you become addicted to a behavior, you're just trying to get that pleasurable feeling, to not feel so bad anymore. And that's why it's so difficult to give up. Because once you're addicted, it's so hard to stop.
If someone wants to give up an addiction, would you recommend that they went cold turkey?
Well, it depends on what they're addicted to, and it also depends on the person. If you're a true alcoholic, to the point where when you stop taking in alcohol, you develop severe withdrawal symptoms like seizures or something called delirium tremens, that is a life-threatening condition. So in the hospital, we will give people medicines to almost mimic alcohol in the body and slowly wean them off it. They couldn't go cold turkey without it being a serious risk. But food addiction, if you're addicted to fatty and sugary foods, you can't stop eating food, but you can quit that kind of food cold turkey. There's not going to be any problem in your body from doing that. And for some people, Stopping smoking cold turkey is the best way to do it, but other people may be dependent on nicotine patches or gum for a while, or some other substitute.
I see. What other kind of treatment do addicts need?
The best treatment options are multi-pronged. So you may need counseling and sometimes you may need medication. And it's also vital if you can get support from your family, because these addictive personalities, they tend to push the limits, and they need all the help they can get not to have a relapse and fall back into their bad habits.
Dr. Stork, thank you very much.
Without a mobile phone, you basically don't exist. I arranged to meet a friend after work the other day. I live in North London, and Bill works in Battersea and has just had a child, so I do the decent thing. We arranged to meet at 6:30 p.m. in an upmarket pub near his work for food and drink. I go to the gym in the afternoons sometimes. The gym's round the corner from my house, so I change before and after at home. Anyhow, on this occasion, after donning my PE kit, I promptly locked myself out of the house. No wallet, no keys, obviously, and no phone. I consider going to my girlfriend's work, but I'm not too sure where it is. This is not because I am a distant or disinterested partner, or at least not in this instance. She's only just started a new job, so I'm not yet certain of her office address. Also, I don't want to embarrass her by meeting her new colleagues in my disgusting gym outfit. With no access to my phone, or Bill's phone number, there's little for me to do other than to make my way to Battersea. Without an Oyster card or money, I walk. It takes about an hour and 3/4, and I enjoy it very much, this time spent away from communication. With a break from Twitter, from email, from calls, not stopping to check messages at traffic lights, I have freedom to think, to dream. I remember with delight that I bought Bill dinner last time we met, and with my long, brisk walk as justification, much more honest and hearty than the gym, my thoughts turned to some sort of substantial pie, with 3 pints of bitter, or perhaps even 4, and borrowed money for transport home. I get there early. The pub is really fancy, more of a restaurant in fact, albeit one selling posh pies. I wait outside, people watching. Glamorous girls walk past, eyes lowered. One clutches her handbag tighter. After a bit, I pretend that I'm jogging and do some stretching exercises across the street. A policeman stops and looks closely at me. My friend, of course, does not show up. Needless to say, I wait a long, long time, because without Bill, I know that I'm walking the whole way back. After 2 hours, the situation eventually becomes untenable, and I head home, my spirit broken. I am ravenously hungry. I arrive home just about 6 hours after I left. Luckily, my girlfriend has returned from her job at, that place. Whatever. I have 24 missed calls from Bill, some emails and voicemails, increasingly frustrated and pointed in tone. In between wolfing the contents of the fridge, I phone him. He had emailed me in the afternoon, it transpired, to say, "I'll be at my work. Text me when you get down this way and I'll come down." Not receiving any such communication, he assumed I was late or in transit. Eventually, he went down to the pub to check, but by then I had gone. It was for him beyond the realms of plausibility that I hadn't received any of the emails, texts, or calls. Now that we're all connected constantly, addicted to updating our status and tweeting what we're up to, we can hardly conceive of someone not being contactable for even a few hours. Something as simple as, "I will see you in the pub at 6:30, has become not a firm arrangement, but a basis for negotiation. If you're not on your phone, you can't be contacted. To other people, you might as well not exist. And the worst of it, those pies looked really nice.
How I stay calm. The head teacher.
Education transformed my life. I wasn't academic, I was a plodder, but I had the most fantastic teachers. In a way, that's where the stress and worry of this job comes from. the knowledge that a school can make a huge difference to the lives of young people. I feel a personal responsibility if I see something going wrong. Children are here for only a fixed period. Any time that is lost, they'll never get back. There are 1,100 people in the building whose jobs are all essential to the running of the school, and I need to make sure that every single one of them is doing what they need to be doing. Our cleaners are as valuable as our teaching staff. Nothing can prepare you for being responsible for it all. However, most stressful situations that arise, be it with antisocial behaviour or angry parents turning up, we have systems to deal with them. When I arrived in 2012, I introduced a policy for both teachers and students of always remaining calm and non-confrontational. The minute you shout, people don't listen to you. They just focus on the noise you're creating rather than what you're saying. The other thing that helps me remain calm is being highly visible, so that everyone, parents and those in school, can talk to me as soon as something is niggling them. It's when things fester that they create most stress, so I'm at the school gate at the start and end of every day. I'm an organised person. I won't leave my office without getting everything ready for the next morning. One rule I try to stick to is that I do my work at work. I'll stay late to get it finished, but I won't take it home. And I run. I'm training for the London Marathon at the moment, so I run 8 miles 3 nights a week. If there's something I need to deal with, I can usually find a solution on my run, and by the time I get home, I'm relaxed.
The football coach.
When you're watching your team out on the pitch, your heart might be racing, yet you've got to appear in control. You have to remain calm to make good decisions. As coach, the whole responsibility for the club is on your shoulders. You've got the chairman and directors to think about, as well as the supporters. You have to deal with injuries, loss of form by key players, their mental state, and things happening in their lives that affect their performance. You have to accept that certain things are out of your control and know what those are. So I can't control those who officiate the game. I'm not in control of the opposition, and I'm not in control of what kind of football my players are going to produce. The main strategy I have for staying calm is that I'm careful about who I listen to and what I read. In the past, I have taken things personally, so I won't go on social media or message boards, nor will I read comments posted beneath online newspaper articles. You have to stay focused and believe in what you're doing, but you can't be too shut off either. There was a stage a couple of years ago when everything seemed to be going against me. I was bringing it all home. Last year, I made a decision that I would discuss only really massive things with my family and try to leave everything else at the front door. That can be hard when you come home after a heavy defeat, but it's the best way I can handle it.
4.4 1.
Did you know that America was named after a British merchant called Richard Americ?
How interesting. I'd always wondered where the name came from.
2.
Lloyd and Mitchinson think that school shouldn't be compulsory.
What a ridiculous idea. If it wasn't compulsory, no one would ever go.
4.5 Prefixes. Negative prefixes.
Immobile, immoral, impersonal, impractical.
Illegal, illegitimate, illiterate, illogical.
Irrational, irregular, irrelevant, irreplaceable.
Inappropriate, incapable, incoherent, incompetent, inhospitable.
Unattractive, undue, uneasy, unofficial.
Disagree, discontinue, disembark, dishonest.
4.6 Prefixes which add other meanings. 1. D.
Out means further, better.
2. I.
Mono means one.
3. T.
Re means again.
4. L.
Out means outside, not inside.
5. Q.
Ill means badly.
6. C.
Multi means more than one, many.
7. E.
Miss means wrongly.
8. H.
Anti means against.
9. O.
Up means higher, towards the top.
10. N.
D means remove or reduce.
11. K.
Post means after.
12. M.
Pre means before.
13. B.
Over means too much.
14. G.
By means two, twice.
15. P.
Co means together.
16. F.
Sub means below.
17. R.
Inter means between.
18. A.
Under means not enough.
19. S.
Super means above average.
20. J.
Auto means by yourself, by itself.
It's health and safety gone mad. Stephen Poole reviews Tracy Brown and Michael Hanlon's suggestions for how to change the absurd rules that blight our lives.
On my way to Poland the other week, I was going through security at Heathrow behind an elderly man who walked with an aluminium crutch. He went through the metal detector leaning on his wife, having left the crutch next to the conveyor belt. The detector beeped, so the man was given his crutch and forced to go back through to remove his shoes, a procedure that obviously caused him some annoyance and discomfort. Now in socks, he was ordered to pass through the metal detector again. But he wasn't allowed to take his crutch with him, and his wife wasn't allowed to go back through the detector. Eventually, the security guard himself reached a hand through the detector to help him, and the man, grimacing, limped through, while his crutch passed through the baggage scanner. We've all seen such examples of the meaningless security theatre at airports. One pilot had his butter knife confiscated just before taking the controls of an enormous metal machine packed with flammable fuel. Liquids over 100 millilitres were banned in carry-on baggage, even though the initial incident which led to prohibition of liquids, a plot to mix chemicals in the plane's toilet to produce explosives, almost certainly wouldn't have worked. And yet, as Tracy Brown and Michael Hanlon point out in this book, passengers are not only allowed but encouraged to buy and take on board large duty-free bottles of alcoholic spirits, which could easily be turned into Molotov cocktails. This book about absurd rules considers such security restrictions as well as more general health and safety rules. While security promises to protect us from external threat, safety protects us from accident or ourselves. Actually, the phrase health and safety has become so familiar that we don't quite notice that the two concepts are not necessarily mutually reinforcing. What is healthy might be unsafe, going jogging along a river populated by irritable hippos, and what is safe might be unhealthy. staying indoors binge-watching Netflix series 24 hours a day. Although many stories of absurd official regulations turn out to be simply rules imposed by unimaginative bosses or supervisors, some do seem to be true. In Kent recently, school teachers had to fill out a 30-page questionnaire before taking pupils to the beach. The safety assessment form for workers on an oil rig is only 1 page. In general, whenever officials cite terrorism laws to stop you taking photographs in public places, or a call centre worker cites data protection as a reason not to tell you something, the authors recommend being polite but firm. Really? Which rule are you thinking of? And how does it apply here? The core philosophy of the book, the authors say, is ask for evidence. It turns out that there is no evidence that, say, using your mobile phone at a petrol station is dangerous. Nor has there ever been any evidence that using your mobile phone or any other electronic equipment will interfere with the systems on commercial aircraft. So that rule is, finally, being relaxed. If we were really interested in evidence-based safety, the authors argue, we would ban large trucks from city centres. They kill a lot of cyclists, as well as raising the driving age from 17 to 21. But some options, unfortunately, are simply political impossibilities. In America, this is why people can't buy unpasteurized cheese, but can buy a gun. In Britain, it is why people worry about dangerous dogs, but do little to reduce or calm traffic around schools and playgrounds.
4.7.
So, could you tell us a bit about the 4 pieces of art and explain the ideas that they're somehow communicating?
OK, let's start with the frog.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Kobe Frog, and it's by the Dutch artist Florentine Hofmann.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an enormous, inflatable, 10 metres high object. And it was made in 2011 for a particular place, the roof of the Museum of Art in Kobe in Japan. And Kobe was the site of a very severe earthquake in 1995.
Yes.
And the frog is wearing a party hat, and it sits very close to the edge of the roof. The artist says that it's about enjoying life and having a flexible attitude in times of disaster. I'm not sure whether the people of Kobe would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Next we come to the stones. This is a work called Blaenau Festiniog Circle. Blaenau Festiniog is the name of a town in Wales, and this work is by the artist Richard Long, and it was in an exhibition of his called Heaven and Earth. And what Richard Long does is that he spends months of the year walking through different landscapes, and he creates art out of the things he finds there. His main theme is the relationship between art and landscape, and here he has created a beautiful, harmonious arrangement of different local stones that he's chosen. And what he wants to do is to make people stop and look and realise how beautiful the countryside, and in this case the stones, also can be.
Okay.
Then we come to the cot, and this is a modern sculpture by Mona Hatoum, and it's called Incommunicado. And at first sight, you might think it was a baby's cot. It doesn't look like a modern cot, but it looks as if it might be a hospital cot from, say, 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at it a bit more closely, you notice that there's something strange about the bottom of the cot, where the support for the mattress should be. And in fact, it's a series of very sharp wires. Mona Hatoum is a Palestinian artist who was born in Beirut, but she was exiled from her homeland to London. And I think if we ask ourselves what her idea might be, well, it's a cot, and a cot is normally a protective bed for a baby, where a baby will be safe. But this cot is the opposite of that. So if you got into this cot, instead of being safe, you'd be seriously damaged or seriously injured.
Mm.
I think this cot is a kind of metaphor for the idea of the state, the country that should look after you, your mother country or your fatherland. But in an extreme political situation, instead of being safe or being at home, you feel threatened because of political oppression. And I think probably that's the metaphor that she's making here. Finally, there's pharmacy. This is an installation by Damien Hirst, and it occupies a whole room. If you were in an art gallery and you suddenly walked into this room, you might almost think you'd walked into a real pharmacy by accident. But if you start looking, you'll start seeing things which look strange. For example, there are 3 little stools, the kind of stools you use to reach up to higher shelves. And on top of each one is a bowl with honey in it. And if you look up, suspended from the ceiling, there is a kind of machine for killing insects. And there are 4 old-fashioned apothecary bottles, which originally were in pharmacies because they were meant to represent the elements of earth, air, fire and water, but which you wouldn't often see in a pharmacy today. So what could the idea be about here? Well, most of Hirst's works, like the work of many artists of the past, are about life and death. The honey attracts flies to come in or other insects, but they end up zapped in the insectocutor, the killing machine. Drugs, medicines, to us represent healing, so people might come into a pharmacy to get better. But even if you spend thousands of pounds on drugs, in the end you, like the flies, will die. But we also have the full bottles, which are the 4 primary colours, the tools, the materials of the artist. And I think he's also saying that art, like drugs, can cure, can heal, if not the body, then the spirit.
4.8.
Now, this is all very fascinating, but my problem is that I don't think I could ever have got there by myself. I needed you, an expert, to explain these works of art to me. Whereas if I went to a gallery to see normal paintings or sculptures, I could probably enjoy them without needing to have them explained to me. What do you think?
Well, I disagree there. I don't think you do need an expert to explain them to you, actually.
OK.
In any case, with modern sculpture and installations, there's normally some interpretation on the walls, so you can read about it if you want to.
Right.
But I think if you're going to go to a gallery to see modern sculpture and installations, and perhaps a lot of modern art in general, the best way is to go with someone else or with a group of people and to talk about the work, to ask each other questions about the things you see. And very often you find that by asking questions and coming up with the answers, you can get much more out of it. You know, even though it may not look like the kind of art that you're used to, you have to believe that the person who made it is an artist or was an artist, and that they have things to say, and it's your job to find out what they might be.
Don't you think then that they're making you work much harder to enjoy their works than artists did in the past?
Actually, no, I don't, because plenty of other works are just as elusive. You know, abstract art or sculpture, many old master paintings where you don't actually understand the symbolism. There's always more to understand.
OK, so then, in that case, do you think artists today want to make you think? They don't just want to create something of beauty?
I think they always have done. They have ideas and feelings, and they want to give form to them. And actually, I think many people would find Richard Long's stones beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And other people might think that Mona Hatoum's cot is beautiful. Maybe not exactly a beautiful object, but a beautiful and rich idea.
OK.
Beauty can be a beautiful landscape or a portrait of a beautiful person. But I think it can also be a beautiful idea.
Thank you so much, Ghislaine, for coming in and talking to us today. I'm sure our audience will be entering the galleries now.
4.9. 1.
It doesn't look like a modern cot.
2.
It looks as if it might be a hospital cot from, say, 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
3.
But when you look at it a bit more closely, you notice
4.
But if you start looking, you'll start seeing things which look strange.
4.10 1. Computer.
Picture. Sculpture. Architecture. Capture. Culture. Feature. Furniture. Future. Leisure. Measure. Nature. Pleasure. Signature. Structure. Temperature. Texture. Treasure.
2. Tourist.
Allure. Endure. Immature. Impure. Obscure. Secure. Sure.
4.13 1.
To his father's amazement, the teenage Wolfgang painted a Picasso in a couple of hours.
2.
Within days, he told her that he was an art forger.
3.
They married about a year later, and he took her surname.
4.
His greatest gift was the ability to look at a painting and, in just a few minutes, figure out exactly how the painter did it.
5.
Titanium white, which was not in general use until the 40s.
6.
He should be free by the end of the year.
4.15 Interview with an illustrator. Part 1.
Would you describe yourself as an illustrator or as an artist?
I think those are two overlapping categories. I'm an artist and an illustrator, in the way that one might be an artist and a ceramic artist, or an artist and a sculptor, or something like that. So it's a department of being an artist.
When did you decide to become an illustrator?
I don't think I ever quite decided to become an illustrator. I knew I wanted to draw, and I think I knew I wanted to draw situations. I think it was, first of all, I knew that I could do pictures in magazines. And it was, I suppose, when I was about 20-something, 23, 24, when I was finding my own way of drawing, I also wanted to get a book to myself, so that I could have not only do the drawings, but tell the whole story and design the book that in the way that I wanted to.
And when did you realise that it was going to work out for you as a career?
When I was 20-something, a bit older than that, when I'd left university and art school, I thought I managed to get a book published in 1960, and written by John Yeoman, who's a friend, and he didn't know how to write a book, and I didn't know how to illustrate it, but we got it published, and I thought, well, I'll try and keep on with this until I'm 30, and if it's not working out, then I'll go back to teaching. And I got to 30, but I'd passed 30, I didn't notice.
If a young person who was interested in becoming an illustrator, aged 18, say, asked you for any advice you could give them, what would you say?
They do ask me, actually. It's very touching. They still come and say, some of them say, I'm doing it because of you, but also they ask that question. And I mean, I really don't know the answer, but it must be something about drawing, and doing a lot of drawing and a lot of different kinds of drawing, because then you become completely familiar with the activity. And in a sense, that's the most important thing.
4.16 Interview with an illustrator. Part 2.
How important is the relationship between author and illustrator?
Well, in some respect, it has to be terribly important, I think. But it's the thing about it is, initially, it's collaboration very often isn't what people think it is. You don't spend a lot of time talking about, shall we do this, shall we do that? I never want to do that. Essentially, the collaboration, the relationship, is with the text to begin with the book to begin with, and you have to read that first, and you have to keep collaborating with those are the messages from the writer. That is the thing that you're dealing with. You may want to talk to the writer as well, but if you can establish the relationship with the words, that's the important thing.
Are there any authors to whom you did talk a lot?
With Roald Dahl, I think our view of things in many respects is very, very different. And I think we did talk a lot, and we needed to talk. But it was on the basis of what he'd written initially, so that the way of going about it, which we established after a while, was that I would draw some pictures of what I thought the characters looked like, and the moments that I thought would be useful to draw and interesting to draw. Then I would go and talk to him about it. And he would say, could you do this and could you do that? We need to see more tortoises, something like that. But we talked quite a lot. Again, some of it was about the technicalities of the book, getting it to work better, I think. But I think to get into the mood of the book, which is a terribly important thing, is something you have to do on your own, really, I think. The author can't tell you that, I don't think.
I can imagine that an author might ask an illustrator to redraw something. Does it ever work the other way round, that the illustrator asks the author to change things?
It can do, yes. Actually, Roald volunteered to alter things. I didn't ask him to. I mean, in the case of the BFG, which we spent a long time working on, the BFG had a different costume to begin with. He had a long leather apron and long boots and that sort of thing. Of course, if you say an apron, when the character is introduced, you say he was wearing an apron. You don't talk about it after that, probably. But I have to draw it in every wretched picture that there is in the book. So after a bit, this apron's getting in the way, isn't it? Because the chap has to, the giant has to run and has to leap in the air and so on and so on. So we went back and talked about what he would wear that would keep his character the same, but and that also what came out of that. We couldn't decide what to put on his feet, and I went home, and a day or two later arrived this strange brown paper parcel, which was one of Roald's own Norwegian sandals. And of course, it solved the problem as far as what he wears is concerned. But in a funny way, it also told you how near he was to his creation.
4.17 Interview with an illustrator. Part 3.
Do you like all the characters you create in an illustration, or are some more interesting to you than others?
You have a sympathetic feeling for all of them, I think. But of course some are more interesting than others, I think. That's not a question I've ever thought about, I don't think. Yes, I think some are more interesting, but I think the essence of that question, I'm not sure if I got this right, is that you have to be able to, whether they're nice or not, or interesting or not, you have to be able to identify with them. So that you imagine, in some sense, as you're drawing, that you are them. And that's much more important than whether you're interested in them or like them.
So you're not thinking of the children who are going to be reading the books?
What I'm interested in about children is children, and about children in books. But I'm not illustrating children's books because I love children, or because I have children, which I don't, or because anything of that kind. What you have to do while you're illustrating that book is to identify with them for that moment, in the same way that's how I know what they're doing, because I just become them for a moment, in the same way that you become the elderly grandparent, or you become the dog, or whatever the characters are.
Do you draw from life?
I never draw from life, no. I make it all up. I think I'm fortunate in that respect. I can imagine people. I do a rough drawing first to see how, where the gestures are, what the activity is, how the figures relate to each other, what the expressions on their faces are. So I get a rough drawing, and then I work from that. But I mostly just invented.
Do you ever draw digitally?
Digitally, curiously enough, I was probably one of the first people who did it because I did, like 40 years ago, did drawing on a television screen. I mean, in a television studio, so that you could draw on the screen. But I haven't gone on with it. I wouldn't mind doing it. The disadvantage to it, from my point of view, is that I like the feeling of the implement on the paper. So that you get, if you have a quill or a nib or a reed pen, you get a different kind of scratch. But if you're inventing what is happening, the reed pen is actually doing it. It's not copying something out there, it's actually creating it as you're going along. So that the fact that you can feel it on the paper is enormously helpful.
Is there an artist or an illustrator that inspired you?
I mean, I was very influenced by a lot of people who were drawing when I started drawing in the 50s. I mean, Ronald Searle, for instance, who you couldn't avoid being influenced by him to a considerable extent. But the person that I think most had an effect on me was a French artist, a contemporary and friend of Searle, André François. When I was a young man, I got his address and went to see him. And then I suppose he died a few years ago. He was nearly 90. But just 2 or 3 years before that, I had an exhibition in Paris. And it was rather wonderful because he turned up. I mean, I didn't invite him, the gallery only invited him. So it was nice to think he hadn't forgotten who I was, exactly.
4.18 Interview with an illustrator. Looking at language. 1.
But we got it published, and I thought, well, I'll try and keep on with this until I'm 30.
2.
And I got to 30, but I passed 30. I didn't notice.
3.
But we talked quite a lot. Again, some of it was about the technicalities of the book, getting it to work better.
4.
But I think to get into the mood of the book, which is a terribly important thing.
5.
So after a bit, this apron's getting in the way, isn't it?
6.
If you have a quill or a nib or a reed pen, you get a different kind of scratch.
7.
When I was a young man, I got his address and went to see him.
4.19 1.
Laura. Is there a book that you particularly like because of the illustrations?
Garfield. I love Garfield. They have wonderful illustrations with the stupid human and the stupid dog and the clever cat. I love it. That would be it.
Do you have a favourite painting or poster in your house?
I have a painting I bought in Buenos Aires once with 2 tango dancers, which I'm very fond of. I dance tango myself, and it has a meaning to me.
Can you describe it?
Not very strong colors. It's sort of black and white, and she's wearing a red dress, which is also very classical tango-like, and he's in black clothes, and they're like from above. You see her leaning back. It's nice.
2.
Marcus.
Is there a book that you particularly liked or like because of the illustrations?
This is difficult, but I guess a book that
I would enjoy the most because of the illustrations would be actually Tolkien's Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. He did a lot of original illustrations himself, and they're quite whimsical in their design. I really enjoy that sort of originality.
Do you have a favourite painting or poster in your house?
I have a really nice picture from Canada by a local artist, and it's inspired by the traditional Canadian styles, but it's black and red painting, very striking, and sort of a tribal style. And I really like that one. It's very vibrant and at the same time simple.
3.
Louise. Can you remember a book you read when you were a child, where you liked the illustrations?
Probably The Little Prince, because the author illustrated the book himself, and he's got watercolour illustrations, and they're so unique and timeless.
Do you have a favourite painting or poster in your house?
I have a calendar that my friend made, so it's got pictures of all of us, which is really nice.
4.
Maura. Is there a book that you particularly liked because of the illustrations?
There's probably 2 books that I can think of that I liked because of the illustrations. One is Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, which had all the very famous line drawings in the book of Alice going down into Wonderland, following the White Rabbit. And I guess I really liked those because they kind of show you the characters and they help you to kind of fix the images of the people within the book. So I really liked that one. And another one that I liked, and I don't know if they were the original illustrations that come with the book, were Oscar Wilde's short stories. And I always remember there was a picture of the selfish giant crying in the garden. And I think I read that as a child. So it must have really stuck with me that I can still see this image. And again, I think it was just a black and white line drawing.
Do you have a favourite painting or poster in your house? Can you describe it?
Okay, I do have a favourite painting in my house at the moment. I actually got it for Christmas. And it was actually in my friend's bedroom. And I saw it and I said, oh, that's really nice. And she said, oh, okay, well, you can have it for your Christmas present. And I have it hanging up in my house at the moment. And it's 2 birds in a garden about to eat a plant. And it's very cute. It's not realistic. And I just really like it. It's kind of a tree, and underneath it said something like, we found love, which is probably sentimental. But anyway, it was quite sweet and I really liked it. And it's in my house at the moment.
5.
Sean.
Can you remember a book you read when you were a child where you liked the illustrations?
Definitely Where the Wild Things Are by Maurice Sendak, without hesitation. I remember it really vividly, and it just used to come alive. It was probably the first book that I used to take and read by myself, even before I could read, I think, and it was like a full-length feature film. It was really the adventure came straight off the pages.
Do you have a favourite painting or poster in your house? Can you describe it?
We recently went on holiday to Marrakesh, and there was a painting in the market which I really liked, and I bought while I was there. So it's oil on canvas, and it's a painting of the Medina, of the old town in Marrakesh, and it's an impressionistic representation of the old town with a lot of repeated rectangular shapes, and really nice use of colour, mixtures of oranges and yellow and red.
4.20. 1.
I have a painting I bought in Buenos Aires once with 2 tango dancers, which I'm very fond of.
2.
It's very vibrant and at the same time simple.
3.
And he's got watercolour illustrations, and they're so unique and timeless.
4.
I think I read that as a child, so it must have really stuck with me.
5.
With a lot of repeated rectangular shapes and really nice use of colour.
4.21. 1.
I'm not sure if I've ever had experience with what you would call alternative medicine. I've used chiropractic, but not everyone considers chiropractic to be alternative. I had been doing some sort of extreme exercises in the gym and I got a slipped disc. And the pain was excruciating. And although my boyfriend at the time was an orthopedic surgeon, he told me to see a chiropractor. And I must say, it worked really well. The only problem was that although I felt fine after I think 3 or 4 visits, the chiropractor wanted me to keep coming back, and so I ended up having to make an excuse for not going back. I said that I was leaving the country, basically. But it worked.
2.
I'm very sceptical, about alternative medicine. All sorts of alternative medicine. In fact, I don't believe in them. Except, I suppose, osteopathy, if you can call that alternative. But the only time I've had something that you would really call alternative medicine was when I went to an osteopath because I had a bad back. And at the same time as having a bad back, I had this really awful cold, terrible pain in my sinuses. And I could hardly breathe. And the osteopath said, I can give you a sort of acupuncture, but it's with very small needles that they put in your ear. I was lying face down, having the osteopath deal with my back. And I could hardly breathe, so I said, OK. So he put these tiny needles in my ear. I've got to admit that the next day, I was almost completely better. I felt so good, and it convinced me, really, that in the sense that it definitely wasn't a placebo effect, because I didn't believe in it, but I really felt much, much better.
3.
I don't use alternative medicine because I think it's a waste of time and it doesn't work. If alternative medicine worked, it wouldn't be alternative, it would be actual conventional medicine. The reason that it is alternative is because we don't have any solid proof that it works. You only ever hear anecdotal evidence that it's worked for individual people. That's not real evidence, and I would say to anyone who's heard stories like that, look up the placebo effect. There's no evidence that alternative medicine works beyond the placebo effect. And so, as far as I'm concerned, it's a waste of time and money. And at its worst, it could even be dangerous or harmful if people are using it in place of real medicine that might cure their very real illness.
4.
So, having had endless pain as a result of this inflamed tendon in my foot, and after loads of antibiotics, which seemed to take a very long time to have any effect, I decided to have a go at acupuncture. It just so happened that the doctor who was doing it was somebody that I'd known from a surgery where I used to go to, so I went to him, and it was an extremely pleasant experience. But unfortunately, it didn't do any good at all. However, if I was very ill or something and had tried all sorts of normal cures, I think I would be prepared to try it again.
4.22. +2 plus infinitive.
Afford. Agree. Happen. Manage. Pretend. Refuse. Tend. Threaten.
Plus gerund.
Avoid. Can't help. Can't stand. Deny. Imagine. Involve. Be worth. Look forward to. Miss. Practice. Regret. Risk. Suggest.
Plus infinitive without to.
Had better. needn't, would rather.
4.23.
Think about your average day as a series of choices. You get up, you choose what to eat, you decide whether to go for a run, whether or not to indulge in a glass of wine, or to have a second helping of dessert. You're constantly making decisions based on what you want versus what you think is good for you. But how do you know what's good for you? Nowadays, we are bombarded with research and statistics telling us what we should or shouldn't do. But are the numbers really right? First of all, the classic advice to eat 5 portions of fruit and vegetables a day. Does it really make a difference? Well, it's a lot more useful than just saying, eat a varied diet, because how do we know what that really means? But 5 portions may not be enough. A World Health Organization study found that in the countries with the lowest levels of heart disease, the average person was eating around 10 portions a day of fruit and veg. So, although 5 will do you good, more might be better. In the UK, by the way, most people still only average 3. From food to water. The claim that we should drink 8 glasses of water a day is widely attributed to a report by the American National Academy of Sciences, which estimated that we needed 2.5 litres of fluid a day, which is approximately 8 glasses. But, and this is the key thing, the fluid doesn't need to be water. For example, we already take in 3/4 of a litre of fluid from the food we eat each day. The 8 glasses of water idea might seem fairly harmless, but it has created a belief that we don't drink enough water. In fact, the best advice is, if you're thirsty, have a drink. Water, tea, juice, whatever you feel like. If not, you're probably fine. Now, the tricky question of how much we should eat, or, more specifically, how many calories a day we should consume. The standard guidelines are 2,000 calories a day for women and 2,500 for men. But this is a simplification. The actual amount you need depends on your weight and height, the amount of activity you do, and your metabolism. Some people can eat like a horse and not put on weight. Every individual is different and needs to balance their own food intake against their own calorie needs. What about sleep? Well, for everyone who tells you they can get by on 4 hours a night, studies show that most people need between 7 and 9 hours of sleep to function well. If you regularly average less than 7 hours, then you have an increased risk of depression, diabetes, and heart problems. But sleeping for more than 9 hours a night has also been associated with an increase in health issues. So, 8 hours a night is probably about right, though a bit more or a bit less shouldn't do you any harm. On to exercise. You've probably heard that the recommended amount of exercise is a minimum of half an hour's moderate activity 5 times a week. But even if you're doing the recommended amount, it may not be enough if you then drive to work and sit at a computer all day. A review by the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition said that an average of 30 minutes daily may not prevent unhealthy weight gain in many people. The message? Do the recommended amount of moderate activity, but try to do more if you can, especially if you spend a lot of the day sitting down. And finally, we all know how addicted our kids are to anything with a screen. But given the amount of panic there is about children watching TV, playing computer games or going online, there is surprisingly little research into the long-term effects of screen time. So, should we limit screen time to protect our children's physical or emotional health? It's a difficult question to answer. Obviously, sitting down for too long is as bad for children as it is for adults. But a large-scale UK study of 11,000 children showed no relationship between screen time and emotional or social problems, or an inability to concentrate or make friends. So, while the internet may be changing how our brains work, the idea of limiting screen time to 2 hours a day isn't supported by research. Instead, we should make up our own minds about what's best for our children and for ourselves.
.24 1.
You're constantly making decisions based on what you want versus what you think is good for you.
2.
Does it really make a difference?
3.
So, although 5 will do you good, more might be better.
4.
So, 8 hours a night is probably about right, though a bit more or a bit less shouldn't do you any harm.
5.
Do the recommended amount of moderate activity, but try to do more if you can, especially if you spend a lot of the day sitting down.
6.
But a large-scale UK study of 11,000 children showed no relationship between screen time and emotional or social problems, or an inability to concentrate or make friends.
7.
Instead, we should make up our own minds about what's best for our children, and for ourselves.
4.25 1.
My husband's as stubborn as a mule. He refuses to go to the doctor about his bad back.
2.
She's as white as a sheet. I think she's going to faint.
3.
He drinks like a fish. He really ought to cut down.
4.
He's as deaf as a post. You'll have to speak up a little.
5.
She sleeps like a log. I don't think she's ever had problems with insomnia.
6.
Your mother's as blind as a bat. She should get her eyes tested.
7.
She's been as good as gold. She took all her medicine without making any fuss.
8.
He's lost a lot of weight since his illness. He's as thin as a rake.
9.
When I pressed the button, the nurse came as quick as a flash and changed my drip.
10.
My new medication works like a dream. I feel 100 times better.
4.26
My husband's as stubborn as a mule. He refuses to go to the doctor about his bad back.
What doctors won't do. Doctors reveal the treatments or habits they would avoid.
I would never have a full health check. I would never take up the regularly advertised offers by private medical companies. Why? Well, if you have symptoms, you go to your GP and they listen to your history, examine you, request investigations and reach a decision. This process is known as diagnosis. A full check when you feel totally well is not diagnosis, it is screening. There are few screening tests where the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, and they could lead you to have potentially harmful investigations, or indeed treatment that you may not have needed. One hears anecdotes about the advantages of health checks. One hears anecdotes about people who have fallen out of 6th floor windows and lived, but I wouldn't try it myself. Mike Smith, GP.
I would never go to my doctor with a long list of symptoms. Patients often think this helps, but it makes the doctor's heart sink. They're not going to be able to deal with everything in one go, and, most importantly of all, It makes them think you haven't got one particular problem, you've got a multiplicity of problems, which is a sure sign of a hypochondriac. Carol Cooper, GP. I would never sunbathe. People underestimate the risk. They think, my skin looks all right, how can it be damaged? Even if your skin doesn't look aged, you can end up with skin damage that sets you up for potential cancers in the future. Sunbathing in your teens and early 20s is a very strong risk factor. We are now seeing cancers in the under 40s that we used to see only on the faces of old weather-beaten guys who had spent a lifetime outdoors. I would go out in the sun, but I would never lie in it with the purpose of getting a tan. Carol Cooper, GP.
I would never take sleeping tablets. I have come across many patients who have been taking them for decades. They are addictive, and it can be very difficult for people to wean themselves off them. The side effects can include falls, confusion, sleepiness in the daytime, and the feeling that increasingly high doses are needed to achieve the same effects. I can't imagine any situation in which I would start using them. Helen Drew, GP.
I would never follow a low-carb diet. Why? Because although you will probably lose weight, it may kill you. Don't take my word for it. Read about the 43,396 Swedish women followed for an average of 15 years. Those who stuck to low carbs and high protein had a rising risk of dying from heart attacks and strokes. There was a staggering 62% higher risk of such illnesses among the women eating the strictest diet over those who ate normally. Eating is for enjoyment. These diets turn food into medicine, and it's the wrong medicine. Tom Smith, GP.
I would never have cosmetic surgery. The reason for my reluctance? Nothing to do with anaesthetics, safe these days, but entirely to do with surgery, which should never be undertaken for what you might call soft reasons. It's not that surgery is so dangerous that I would worry about death. Mainly, it's the worry of an infection, which can be very unpleasant. Mark Patrick, consultant anaesthetist.
I would never see a counsellor. I would never see a counsellor if I was having mental health problems. Absolutely anyone can claim to be a counsellor. It's an entirely unregulated area. As a result, there's a huge variation in quality, and I have seen too many patients who have been further psychologically damaged by seeing poorly qualified counsellors. Max Pemberton, psychiatrist.
4.27 Travel and tourism. Verbs and verb phrases. 1,
Set off on a journey.
2,
Extend a trip.
3,
Go camping.
4,
Go on holiday.
5,
Cancel a trip.
6,
Postpone a trip.
7,
Wander round the old town.
8,
Chill out after a tiring day.
9,
Soak up the atmosphere.
10,
Sample the local cuisine.
11,
Hit the shops.
12,
Get away from it all.
13,
Recharge your batteries.
4.28 Describing places. 1,
I think that restaurant's overrated.
2,
The museum's pretty dull, but the cafe's good.
3,
The shops are quite touristy, but we bought some nice things.
4,
The seafront has been spoilt by all the new hotels.
5,
It's a really lively area at night.
6.
We found a tiny cafe in the back streets of Venice, right off the beaten track.
7.
The hotel pool is always overcrowded.
8.
The view is absolutely breathtaking.
9.
We went to a very picturesque little fishing village yesterday.
10.
The souvenirs were all plastic Eiffel Towers and key rings, really tacky stuff.
11.
The site of the temple is extremely remote. You can only get there on foot, and it takes 4 hours.
12.
It's a lovely city, almost completely unspoilt by tourism.
4.29.
I was travelling back from Spain to the UK. I was with my family, I was with my wife and 2 young children. It was 2 days before Christmas, and we were travelling back to London to visit my family there. It was an evening flight. I think the flight left around 10 o'clock, and it was leaving from Valencia. The weather there was really good, but just before we were going to take off, I was just reading the messages the last minute, and I saw there was a message from my brother. So I read it, and he was asking me whether the flight had been cancelled, because he said in the message that there was a very, very bad storm in London with gale force winds. I sent a message back to him saying, well, no, actually, we're just taking off. But obviously it made me wonder what the weather was going to be like when we got there.
4.30.
It was a 2-hour flight. Everything was normal until we got to Gatwick. As we were approaching Gatwick, the pilot came on and he said, I'm sorry, we can't land yet because there's really bad weather here, so we're going to circle for a while. So the plane started circling, and then we started getting the worst turbulence I've ever experienced. The plane just seemed to be going up in the air, then dropping, then rising up again, and then dropping. This went on for about 20 minutes. Then the pilot obviously decided he was going to have a go at landing. But as he got nearer and nearer to the ground, the wind just got stronger and stronger, and the plane was being knocked around, and I really thought, this is it, we're going to crash.
4.31.
Just at the very last moment, the pilot obviously realised that it was impossible to land, and he changed his mind, and the plane suddenly shot back up in the air, and this was a really scary moment. And a lot of people on the plane, they sort of gasped in alarm. The plane started gaining height. The pilot didn't say anything. And when we finally got up, really high again, then he came on and he said, I'm very sorry, but I just couldn't land. It was too windy. And I'm afraid we can't land at Gatwick now because the airport's been closed. In fact, I have to tell you that we can't land anywhere in the UK because all the airports are closed. Everyone on the plane was sort of looking at each other. I think we were all thinking, so where are we going to land? Have we got enough petrol to land somewhere else?
4.32.
Well, then the pilot said, fortunately, Amsterdam Airport has said we can land there. So we're off to Holland now. Then we had a 2-hour journey to Holland. That was okay, fairly calm, fairly normal. And then as we came into land at Amsterdam, the pilot warned us. He said, it's going to be windy here too, but not as bad as at Gatwick. And it was quite a good landing, a little bit bumpy, and everyone was very, very relieved to get down on the ground. In fact, all the passengers applauded. We all started getting up. To be honest, we couldn't wait, to get off and get our feet on firm ground again.
4.33.
But then, just as we were getting all our things from the overhead locker, one of the cabin crew got on the loudspeaker and he said, well, no, don't get off, because what's happening now is we're going to refuel and then we're going to fly back to Gatwick. We're going to have another try because we think that in a couple of hours the weather should be better at Gatwick. And he said, if you want to get off, you can get off, but there won't be a hotel for you because this plane's going back to Gatwick.
4.34.
So then everyone had a bit of a dilemma. And in fact, what happened was that pretty well everyone who had children, all the parents, there are a lot of children on the plane because it was Christmas, pretty well everyone who had children got off the plane and the others stayed on. Well, we were really happy to get off that plane and we spent the night in Amsterdam airport. And then in the morning, we got a train from Amsterdam to Belgium. In Brussels, we picked up the Eurostar and that took us through France, under the Channel and back to London. So after travelling all day, we finally got home around 7 o'clock in the evening, just in time for the children to hang up their stockings for Christmas. Definitely the most frightening experience I've ever had.
Are you a tourist or a traveller? As another holiday season approaches, it's time to defend tourists. They need it. Scarcely anyone has a good word for them. They overrun places, ruining them, and among the cultured classes, no one admits to being a tourist. They are all travellers, as if we weren't all tourists most of the time. So, well, the case for the defence. Exploitation. Tourists are renowned for spoiling places. However, travellers are the people that got there first. If they didn't wander off to unexplored spots, writing and talking about them on their return, the rest of us would be in ignorance. Later, at some stage, generally around the opening of the first Holiday Inn franchise, volume turns travellers into tourists. Then travellers get very upset, hear them complaining about the crowds at Machu Picchu. But why would or should travellers deny such obviously enriching experiences to others? There is no evidence, merely the arrogance of travellers, to suggest that the quality of appreciation is any the less because tourists turn up in large groups. Economics. No surprise that the locals worldwide have embraced tourism, going to work in the new hotel, opening guest rooms of their own, and running pleasure trips in their fishing boats. Obviously, they lost something in the process, but they were going to lose it anyway. They gained financial security. Their families doubtless have health insurance and flat-screen TVs, just like you and me. It is easy to romanticize shepherds and fishermen when you're only passing through. Then you go home, and they're still selling single goats and bringing fresh water from 5 miles away. By wishing to leave the world untouched, travellers do nothing for economic development. By contrast, tourists, with all their varying needs, bring cash in buckets. Fun. A short time ago, I saw a documentary following a group travelling around Mongolia. They were eating yak. This looked to me like the worst holiday ever. They maintained, though, that they were having a wonderful time. I was thrilled for them until one started going on about how this was a real experience, far better than the second-hand superficiality of the tourist holiday. Now, as far as I'm aware, there's no moral or qualitative hierarchy of holiday pleasures. Flying to Alicante is in no way inferior to flying to Ulaanbaatar. It's just a different departure gate. If people wish to go riding in Mongolia, that's fine, and a matter of personal taste. Just don't let them look down on my holiday activities, for example, playing midnight crazy golf in Benidorm. We all enjoyed ourselves. None of us was a better person for it, just happier, and that's all there is to say. Conviviality. Tourists like one another. Travellers apparently don't like anybody, unless they are natives. The presence of other visitors at the temple, mountaintop or jungle clearing compromises the authenticity, and they get especially irritated if the other visitors are fellow Britons. I'm generally delighted to run into other Britons, especially in places where I don't master the language, in other words, almost everywhere. They represent the possibility of conversation, a considerable relief from pointing at stuff and smiling stupidly. And while travellers are busy standing off from humanity, tourists are having a great time together. The purest expression of the tourist experience is, perhaps, the package holiday, reviled by all, except anyone who has ever been on one. I have had the best of times on coach trips throughout Europe. There's no room here to detail the benefits except one, and that's built-in good company. I've lost count of the occasions I've been in a hotel bar after a fine day, sharing most convivial moments with fellow passengers. Across the bar, lone travelling couples have looked on, as jealous as hell. We coach trippers have been moved by the Alhambra or Delphi. We're doing our bit for the hotel trade, quite a lot for the bar trade, and generally we are an economic good. The tourist is me. I feel no shame.
Travel insurance. Do I really need it? Regular readers of my column will know that the complications, costs and pitfalls of insurance are subjects I regularly try to tackle. Often I get follow-up inquiries from readers as a result. But the last article, 2 weeks ago, drew a very unusual response. It came from a reader called Edward, and here, slightly edited, is what he said. I am in my mid-60s and have been travelling regularly since my late teens. At present, I live in China and take about 60 to 70 flights a year, both inside the country and abroad, including to some dodgy places. I have never once paid for travel insurance. Naturally, I've had mishaps and dozens of cancelled flights. For example, 1968, stuck in Amman in transit when a war broke out and all flights were cancelled. I treated it as an unexpected opportunity to visit the city. 1972, Rome. All documents and money stolen. I was repatriated by the British Embassy by train using a temporary document, one sheet of paper. I had to pay back the fare on arrival and received nothing else, surviving until Dover on fellow passengers' snacks. I've always put these incidents down to experience and dined off some of them for years. Never once have I been tempted to pay for insurance. Indeed, it is my firm conviction that in the end I've lost far less cash than I would have paid for policies. Moreover, many people I know have been ripped off by insurance companies that refuse to pay or find ways of paying less than the customer expected. Do you sincerely believe that travel insurance would have been worth it for me in the past, or will be in the future? Obviously, Edward's approach is not for everyone. He is clearly a highly experienced traveller, and he apparently enjoys taking risks. But he did make me think again about the whole question of travelling without insurance. After all, very few of us would bother to insure ourselves if we were spending a couple of days in London. So why do we rush out and buy cover when we jump onto a train to Paris for a weekend break? We're just as likely to get mugged or have things stolen in London as in Paris. And it is important to remember Edward's point, that even if you have insurance, you can never be sure it will pay out when you need it. However, for all the limitations on travel insurance cover, where Edward's argument falls down, in my eyes, is on the question of medical cover. The Foreign Office travel advice pages, fco.gov.uk, are explicit in advising us not to travel without insurance, and the examples it uses to explain why are the potentially high costs of hospital treatment and medical repatriation. It quotes £35,000 to £45,000 for an air ambulance to return to the UK from the US East Coast, and £12,000 to £16,000 for an air ambulance from the Canary Islands. The chances of having to use these services are minuscule, but the costs are so substantial that they would be a significant issue for most of us, and not one we would like to have to deal with in such circumstances. On balance, while Edward's approach sounds temptingly refreshing, he is leaving himself open to some potentially very expensive risks.
5.2 Animal Matters. Animals, birds and insects. Young ones. 1,
Dog. Puppy.
2,
Cat. Kitten.
3,
Horse. Foal.
4,
Cow. Calf.
5,
Sheep. Lamb.
6,
Hen. Chick.
5.3. Where they live. 1,
A hive. Bee.
2,
A stable. Horse.
3,
A cage. Canary.
4,
A kennel. Dog.
5,
A tank. Goldfish.
6,
A nest. Blackbird.
5.4. The noises they make. 1,
Squeak. Mouse.
2,
Bark. Dog.
3,
Neigh. Horse.
4,
Meow. Cat.
5,
Roar. Lion.
6,
Grunt. Pig.
7,
Twitter. Bird.
5.5. Animal parts. 7,
A beak.
10,
Claws.
2,
A fin.
9,
Fur.
6,
Hooves.
5,
Horns.
8,
Paws.
1,
A shell.
3,
A tail.
4,
Wings.
5.6. Animal issues. 1,
In your country, are there any organisations that protect animals and their environment, or animal charities?
2,
Are there any animal rights activists who organise protests against the use of animals for entertainment, product testing, or in medical research?
3,
Are there any national or regional celebrations where animals are treated cruelly?
4,
Are there any national parks or conservation areas where animals live in the wild?
5,
Are there any endangered species?
6,
Are there any animals that are hunted for sport?
7,
Are there any animals that are being bred in captivity in order to reintroduce them into the wild?
8,
Are there any animals that are kept or transported in inhumane conditions, for example, veal calves?
5.7.
Have you ever had a pet?
Sadly not. I've always wanted to, but I've never been able to because I'm allergic to cats and dogs.
Are you? I'm not, but my sister is, which is why we never had them either. But my kids really want a puppy, and so does my husband.
I think you probably should then. What's stopping you? You ought to go to a rescue centre for abandoned dogs.
I already have.
So you really are going to get one then?
I suppose so. I'm not 100% convinced, but the children are.
5.8. 1.
Do you like dogs?
No, I don't. But my husband does.
So does mine. We have 3 Alsatians.
2.
I went to Iceland last summer.
Lucky you. I'd love to go there. Did you see any whales?
No, I wanted to, but I got seasick, and I mostly stayed in my cabin.
3.
Ali doesn't have any pets, does she?
She does have a pet. She has a hamster.
Oh, I don't like hamsters.
Neither do I. They're too much like mice.
5.9.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Food Programme, where each week we debate issues related to food. In this week's debate, and some people may think this is very overdue, the subject is being vegetarian. Should we or shouldn't we be giving up meat? With me today in the studio are Abby Fisher, from an online newspaper about vegetarian issues.
Hello.
And Dr. Mark Carroll, a nutritionist.
Hello there.
Before we start the debate, let me just clarify that we are just debating about not eating meat, not giving up fish and dairy too, or going vegan. Abby, you have the floor to propose that we should all give up meat.
Thank you, John. People are drawn to vegetarianism by all sorts of motives. Some of us want to live longer, healthier lives or do our part to reduce pollution. Others of us have made the switch because we want to preserve the Earth's natural resources or because we've always loved animals and are ethically opposed to eating them. I'm going to focus on 3 clear reasons for giving up meat. Firstly, for your health. I think it's pretty generally accepted that vegetarian diets are healthier than the average UK diet. It's estimated that 70% of all diseases, including 1/3 of all cancers, are related to diet. A vegetarian diet reduces the risk for diseases such as obesity, coronary artery disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, and certain types of cancer. Being a vegetarian also means being slimmer, which, as we all know, means being healthier. In a recent study where overweight people followed a low-fat vegetarian diet, they lost an average of 12 kilos in the first year, and by sticking to a vegetarian diet, had kept off that weight 5 years later. You'll also live longer. According to other studies, vegetarians live on average 13 years longer than meat eaters. Now, let's move on to pollution. Many people have become vegetarians after they realise the devastation that the meat industry is having on the environment. According to the US Environmental Protection Agency, chemical and animal waste from factory farms, that is farms which keep large numbers of animals, and usually in terrible conditions, this waste is responsible for more than 173,000 miles of polluted rivers and streams, and it's one of the greatest threats to water quality today. So by stopping eating meat, you'll help to reduce pollution, especially water pollution. My third main argument is cost. If you give up meat, you'll save money. Meat accounts for 10% of food spending in the UK. If you start eating vegetables, grains and fruits instead of the 84 kilos of meat and chicken each non-vegetarian eats per year, you'll cut individual food bills right down. Some people have calculated by an average of £2,000 a year. So, to sum up, stopping eating meat will improve your health, will reduce pollution and will save you money. So rather than asking yourself, why go vegetarian? The real question is, why haven't you gone vegetarian already?
5.10.
Thank you very much, Abby. And now it's the turn of Dr. Mark Carroll to oppose these arguments. Mark, over to you.
Well, let me deal with those arguments one by one. I'll start with the area which is obviously my speciality, and that's health. While there is some evidence that eating too much meat can negatively affect your health, the vast majority of research suggests that a well-balanced omnivorous diet, that is, a diet which includes all the main food groups, is a far healthier choice. Studies have repeatedly shown that vegetarians who don't supplement their diets with vitamin D, B12 and iron are prone to becoming anemic. And I know we're just talking about non-meat eaters, but vegetarians who don't eat fish either also typically miss out on omega-3 fatty acids, which are essential, not just for our physical well-being, but also potentially help with depression and some personality disorders. And I'd also like to mention that research at Oxford University recently followed 35,000 individuals aged from 20 to 89 for a period of 5 years and discovered that vegans are 30% more likely to break a bone than meat eaters. Now, as for the environmental argument, yes, many vegetarians argue that meat production harms the environment, but what they don't tell you, and of course they must know this, is that fruit and vegetable farming has just as severe environmental implications. The vast majority of non-organic farms still use pesticides and insecticides that kill off just as many beneficial predators as pests, so have a negative effect on our ecosystems. Now, these dangerous chemicals also frequently get into water supplies. And talking of water, you need vast amounts of it to grow vegetables commercially, and this can cause water shortages and, in extreme cases, drought. And one final point, bear in mind that vegetarians also produce more gas than meat eaters. The problem lies in the human body's inability to fully digest the complex carbohydrates in the vegetarian diet, which results in higher production of gases like hydrogen, carbon dioxide and methane. And people may laugh, but it's no laughing matter, I assure you. Now, finally, the argument about cost. Well, I have to say that this argument really doesn't hold water. I'm not sure where Ms. Abbey got her statistics from, but it's a well-known fact that one of the reasons why people in the UK don't eat enough fruit and vegetables, by which I mean at least 5 portions a day, is because of the cost of fresh fruit and vegetables in this country. Meat and poultry prices have hardly gone up at all during the last few years, whereas the price of fruit and vegetables has skyrocketed, and many people say they simply can't afford to eat their 5 portions a day. So the argument that going vegetarian will save you money, well, it's just not an argument at all. I'd like to sum up by saying that, of course, the main reason why we should all eat meat in moderation is that human beings are omnivores, and that means that we eat everything. Carnivores, like lions and tigers, don't suddenly start eating grass, and herbivores, like sheep or goats, don't suddenly start eating meat. Omnivores should continue to have a balanced diet, which, as I said earlier, should cover all the main food groups.
Thanks very much, Mark. Now, Abby, I'm sure you have more to say and react to what Mark has just said.
5.11 Common adverb collocations. 1.
It's something I feel very strongly about.
2.
Well, I don't feel particularly strongly about it either way.
3.
I have to say I am completely against zoos nowadays.
4.
I don't entirely agree with you.
5.
Well, I'm absolutely convinced that the animal does not want to be there.
6.
I'm quite sure that kids could get the same amount of pleasure from seeing animals in the wild.
In defence of not liking animals. Our household at the moment is blessed with cats. 6 of them. Having got rid of one, Dylan, last year, may he rest in peace, leaving only his infirm and senile brother Floss behind, my wife accepted a kitten. This kitten has just given birth to 4 of her own fluffy balls. I have to admit that the expression cute as a kitten does not seem to be an arbitrary one. They are extraordinarily lovable. They meow and play and generally make the world a fluffier place. I like them. But I doubt that it will last. I am a lifelong pet skeptic. Confronted with the kittens, it briefly slipped my mind why I was skeptical. I am now beginning to remember. The house is starting to smell. Cats come onto the bed in the morning at 6 a.m., sit on your head and wake you up. They drink the water in your bedside glass. If you close the door, they wait outside complaining until you open it so they can sit on your head, etc. Their lovability is more than offset by their extraordinary flair in the art of being annoying. My prejudice is not confined to cats. To dogs I am positively averse. They are needy, time-consuming, easy to trip over, and frequently smell bad. Also, they have been known to bite people. Certainly a lot of dogs in my neighbourhood appear to have evolved specifically for this purpose. There are people, animal lovers is the term, who find people like me, people who care very little about other species, barely human. If I were feeling apologetic, I would only say that I grew up in a house without pets, and so have never quite become acclimatised to them. My only pet was a stickleback I caught in the canal, which died after 6 hours in my mother's household bucket, and a tortoise, whose shell I found mysteriously empty one day. But I'm not feeling apologetic. Should I feel sorry because I can stare at my children awestruck by love, but not feel the same way about another species? I cannot accept that people who don't much care for animals are emotionally defective. If anything, the reverse is true. Anybody who leaves their inheritance to a donkey sanctuary rather than research for, say, children's cancer strikes me as profoundly cynical about the human race. Human beings are difficult to love. They are complex, contrary, and they often let you down. Animals are simple and easy to love, but it's a soft option. My children appear to adore animals, but in a highly partial way. They ooh and ah when they see lambs frolicking in the fields, but then sit down and eat their Sunday lunch with mint sauce without a second thought. This is sentimentality rather than genuine love. But for the moment, cynic or not, I am content to have the gorgeous balls of fluff around the house. 3 are being given away. We're keeping 1, and Floss can't be for this earthly realm much longer. That will leave us with 2. I can live with that, just about, as long as no one asks me ever to clean out the litter tray.
5.13 Preparing food. How food is prepared. 6.
Baked figs.
13.
Barbecued pork ribs.
12.
Boiled rice.
1.
Chopped parsley.
8.
Deep-fried onion rings.
14.
Grated cheese.
3.
Grilled fillet of fish.
11.
Mashed potatoes.
20.
Melted chocolate.
2.
Minced beef.
5.
Peeled prawns.
4.
Poached egg.
19.
Roast lamb.
17.
Scrambled eggs.
7.
Sliced bread.
18.
Steamed mussels.
16.
Stewed plums.
9.
Stuffed chicken breast.
15.
A toasted sandwich.
10.
Whipped cream.
5.14 Utensils. 6,
A baking tray.
5,
A chopping board.
1,
A colander.
2,
A frying pan.
8,
A food processor.
9,
A kettle.
7,
A bowl.
10,
A saucepan.
4,
A sieve.
3,
A whisk.
5.15. 1,
Would you like some extra vegetables?
2,
I try not to eat too many sweet things, but I have a weakness for dark chocolate.
3,
The table over there in the corner might be a bit more comfortable.
4,
I think I'm going to order the dish of the day. It sounds really interesting.
5,
When you're baking a cake, it's really important to preheat the oven to the right temperature.
6,
Are you going to have the steak again, or do you want to try something different?
7,
If you don't know what courgette means, look it up in the dictionary.
8,
I can't drink any alcohol because I've just taken some anti-allergy medicine.
5.16. 1,
Vegetables.
2,
Chocolate.
3,
Comfortable.
4,
Interesting.
5,
Temperature.
6,
Different.
7,
Dictionary.
8,
Medicine.
5.18. 1,
It's often fiddly to prepare and very smelly to cook.
2,
So, whenever we meet for dinner, she is utterly starving and gobbles up the entire bread basket and 3 pats of butter without pausing for breath.
3,
But in an expensive place with a TV chef and a whole range of exciting things to chew on for the next couple of hours,
4,
personally, I would much rather restaurants focused on doing 1 or 2 things brilliantly than offered a whole load of stuff that was just about okay.
5,
I'm awfully sorry to make a fuss, you might say, but this fish really isn't as fresh as I'd hoped.
Well-known faces reveal their ultimate comfort food. Comfort food takes us somewhere safe and cosy and simple. Many of the things we eat have a unique ability to transport us. A fresh tomato salad with basil and peppery olive oil can help us re-experience for a moment a long-gone summer in Tuscany. Comfort food can also take us back to our childhood and remind us of exactly who we are. A photograph is good at doing that, but the way something tastes is the greatest, most comforting time machine of all. Goldie, musician.
Growing up in a children's home, I got used to the kind of meals that work for feeding 25 to 30 kids. Things like sausage and mash, bacon and eggs. But I first associated comfort with food when I'd go home at the weekends and visit the Jamaican side of the family. The smell of Jamaican cooking, be it in a home kitchen, a patty shop in Ladbroke Grove, or Junior's Caribbean Takeaway in Dalston, is to me home. And home means comfort. The kitchen is where the love comes from. The smells, the pots and pans, All the dried and fresh ingredients, the heat from the Scotch bonnet chilies catching your throat. It's all so beautiful.
Gareth Pugh, designer.
I miss a lot of the foods I can't get hold of now for geographical reasons, like my grandmother's ginger and chocolate cake, which she used to make every Saturday for the family tea. I miss that now that I live in London. Also, stotty bread, a large round flatbread, is nowhere to be found, and I often bring a few back on the train if I've been to visit the family. Fish and chips always taste better there too, by the sea, although I recently found a great place that serves amazing fish, chips and mushy peas in Paris, where I spend a lot of time. And I miss my dad's lasagna. Nothing comes close.
Cornelia Parker, artist.
Something like fish soup rates high on the comfort food list for me. A bouillabaisse or a fish stew, anything wet with fish in it really. If I see something soupy and fishy like that on a menu, I have to have it. I went to Portugal at the beginning of the summer and we went to the same restaurant every night of the week, as you do, and I had monkfish stew 4 nights out of 6. It was light but incredibly comforting.
Yotam Ottolenghi, chef.
Comfort food is about eating the right food in the right place at the right time. It's when this connection between a dish and a certain context comes together that food makes most sense and is comforting to me. In this way, any food can be comforting depending on the time and place, whether that's a can of smoked oysters for breakfast or a glass of red wine and pasta at the end of the day. But my true comfort dish, I think, would be brown rice with miso vegetables.
Azealia Banks, singer.
If we're talking guilty, comforting pleasures, mine has to be candy, particularly Haribo gummy bears. As well as candy, I love steak. It's a guilty pleasure because red meat is so bad for you. When I was a kid, I used to really love McDonald's. Who am I kidding? It's still great.
5.19 Interview with an entomologist. Part 1.
Professor McGavin, you're an expert in arthropods. Could you start by telling us what arthropods are?
Well, arthropods are this really enormous group of animals. I mean, they're much bigger than any other animal group on Earth. They comprise about, 3/4 of all animals, and they're the animals that have lots of hinged legs. So crustacea, spider, insects, that sort of thing. Hard outsides, lots of hinged legs.
And what is it about them that interests you?
Arthropods have got to interest everybody because they are, to all intents and purposes, the major animal group on Earth. So if you call yourself a zoologist and you don't know anything about arthropods, you really don't know anything about anything because they are the majority. Everybody gets very excited about backboned animals, things with a spine. Bats, cats, rats, mammals, amphibians, fish, birds. They only comprise 2.9% of all species, whereas arthropods comprise about 66% of all species. So, in terms of species, they are immensely important. In terms of what they do, they are immensely important.
Were you interested in them right from the start, from when you were a child?
When I was very young, I knew that the natural world was the most interesting thing around. So I wanted to be outside, and you don't have to be outside very long before you find, insects and spiders and things, doing interesting things. But I was interested more generally as a kid. It was only when I got to Edinburgh for my first degree that I realised that actually insects were the major player in any habitat. And we were on a field trip to the west coast of Scotland when all my classmates were looking for badgers and owls and eagles and failing to find them. But at our feet were hundreds of thousands of ants doing very interesting things. And I thought, well, surely this is easier to work on.
I understand that there are several species that are named after you. Could you tell us a bit about them?
One of the great things about being in a field for long enough is that people will eventually describe a new species and think, oh, what on earth am I going to call this? And normally they're named after the country or how they look or something like that. But 5 people around the world have named an insect in my honour and a spider, I think. So I have a plant hopper in Africa. I've got a shield bug from Borneo. I think an ant from Africa as well, a cockroach from Southeast Asia, which is great, and they have my name attached to them. What's making me slightly depressed is the fact that these things may not survive. Even though they've been named in my honour, we're losing species at a quite alarming rate now because of habitat loss. And the sad truth is that although we are pretty sure there are 8 million species of arthropods out there unknown, our chances of ever finding them and naming them are probably pretty slim, because they will come and they will go without us ever knowing they were there.
5.20 Interview with an entomologist. Part 2.
Quite a lot of people have phobias of insects and spiders. Why do you think that is?
I sometimes wonder why people have a phobia. I mean, they say it's because they're unpredictable. They move in a strange way. They've got lots of legs. Well, I don't know. I think it's passed on. I think if you're a kid growing up, you have a fascination with the thing around, all the animals around you. And I think adults sometimes pass their fears on by going, oh, what's that? Oh, it's a spider. In some parts of the world, it's perfectly justifiable to have a fear of spiders, because there are many places in the world where, spiders can injure you severely. In the UK, however, there are no spiders which can injure you at all. You might get a slight irritation or, a swelling. But still, there are something like 7 million people in the United Kingdom who are terrified of spiders and moths.
Do you think it's possible for them to be cured of their phobia?
It is possible to train people out of fears by simply exposing them to something, on a regular basis. And perhaps if they have a spider phobia, you start with a very small spider and you say, well, have it on your hand, look at it, examine it, it's fine. And I've actually cured a girl who had a spider phobia in a day, and by the end of the day she was able to hold a tarantula. And I think I think if people look at the natural world, if they look at insects or spiders and they understand them, then you begin to really enjoy them. But if you just cut yourself off, which is what most people do, they say, I'm going to have an insect-free zone around me. It's not possible.
I'm assuming you're not afraid of any insects or spiders, but have you ever been in a situation where you were genuinely frightened of an animal?
We were filming in the Amazon after dark, because it was a program about animals after dark, and I saw a head of a snake poking out from under a leaf. And of course, I thought, well, this is great, quick. Camera, come on, let's get down and have a look at this thing. I'm not stupid, so I got a stick and I lifted this leaf up gingerly. And of course, it was a fer de lance, which is one of the most dangerous snakes in the whole of South America, responsible for more human deaths than probably any other snake. And as I lifted it up, it sort of looked at me, and they don't like head torches. So I'm wearing a head torch shining right in its face. It does this, and then I realized that it's 4 feet long. It's twice as long as my stick, which means that it could get me very easily indeed. So I just sort of froze. I could feel my heart pounding, and I just gingerly put the leaf down and said, we'll just leave this one, I think. That could have been very nasty.
5.21 Interview with an entomologist. Part 3.
Would you ever just kill an insect that was in your house?
Well, in my career, I have killed millions of insects. as part of my work, is you have to collect them because you can't name them or describe them or work on them unless you kill them. In my home, that's a different thing. If it's a bee that has come in by accident or a wasp or something like that, I will catch it and outside it goes. Fleas, however, if you have a cat and you don't control the fleas, are a bit of a pest, and I will definitely get rid of the fleas.
Eating insects has recently become quite fashionable. Is it a realistic solution to the problem of world nutrition, or is it just a flash in the pan, for want of a better phrase?
I don't think it's a flash in the pan because you can farm them in a very easy way, and as long as you can make the food available in a palatable form. I mean, I've eaten insects for years and years. Fry them up and grind them into flour and make, bread out of it. No, it isn't a flash in the pan. We will have to address this quite seriously in the next, 100 or so years.
Why do we not eat insects in Europe?
In the West, we tend to not eat insects, and lots of people say it's because the insects are dirty or they look funny or whatever. It's actually not anything to do with those things. It's about ecology. It's about a thing called optimal foraging theory, which simply says if you use up more energy collecting food to feed yourself and your family than you get back from eating it, it won't happen. It's not a thing that will occur in that area of the world. So in the West, where it's cold and insects are relatively small, it's not a very sensible idea. However, in hot countries where insects are larger and swarm and can be collected very, very easily, and that's anywhere from Mexico, Japan, South America, any of these countries, it makes sense. It's very easy to harvest enough food in a relatively short time, half an hour, which will provide a sizable meal. And it's a thing that we've been doing as a species for 1 million years.
If you were trying to convert someone to insect eating, what would be the first thing you would cook them?
Well, you would have to make the food appealing and interesting and attractive. So I would start with a mealworm snack. Roasted mealworms, awfully good.
How often do you cook insects?
As often as I can. I cook insects as often as I can. I like to open audiences' eyes to the possibility of eating insects. We eat prawns, we eat lots of things, snails. I mean, insects are essentially flying prawns. Okay, they tend to be smaller. But I had an audience once in Oxford of 200 8 to 12-year-olds, and at the end of my lecture, I cooked up a big wok of crickets, fried them up with some garlic, a bit of oil, salt and pepper, handed them round, and the kids went wild. They ate the whole lot. From the back of the audience came a mum with a face like thunder. She came down to the front of the auditorium and said, "My son's just eaten 6 crickets." I went, "Yeah, and your point is?" She was at home. He doesn't even eat broccoli. And I said, well, clearly it's the way you cook your broccoli.
5.22 Interview with an entomologist. Looking at language. 1.
And the sad truth is that although we are pretty sure there are 8 million species of arthropods out there unknown.
2.
And I think adults sometimes pass their fears on by going, "Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a spider."
3.
But still, there are something like 7 million people in the United Kingdom who are terrified of spiders and moths.
4.
However, if you have a cat and you don't control the fleas, are a bit of a pest.
5.
No, it isn't a flash in the pan. We will have to address this quite seriously in the next, 100 or so years.
6.
Lots of people say it's because the insects are dirty or they look funny or whatever.
7.
And the kids went wild. They ate the whole lot.
8.
I went, yeah, and your point is? She was at home. He doesn't even eat broccoli.
5.23. 1.
Tate.
What's the most interesting animal that you've ever seen in the wild?
I think that would be pygmy elephants in Malaysia. We saw. I was there on a vacation a year ago. We saw around a pack of 18, 20 pygmy elephants. That's probably the most interesting one I've seen.
Why did it make such an impression on you?
Well, they're huge, aren't they? Even for pygmies.
Is there anywhere you would particularly like to go to see animals or the natural world?
Well, Africa, the eastern parts of Africa, the savannah with the lions and stuff like that. That would be interesting.
2.
Alex.
What's the most interesting wild animal that you've ever seen in the wild?
An orangutan. Yeah, an orangutan, certainly.
Where was that?
In Borneo, in the Malaysian part of Borneo.
Why did it make such an impression on you?
Simply because we'd gone there especially to see them. It's one of my favourite animals, but we'd been told the chances of seeing them in the wild were very slim. And so I'd kind of lowered my expectations, and when we did actually get to see one, it was very, very exciting and unexpected.
Is there anywhere you would particularly like to go to see animals or the natural world?
Yes. I'd really like to go to East Africa, to the kind of the mountains around there. It's a part of the world I've not been to, and I'd really like to go and explore that.
3.
Laurianne. What's the most interesting wild animal that you've ever seen in the wild?
I was very lucky to see a pride of lions quite up close in Kenya, and that was just awesome to see.
Why did it make such an impression on you?
Because I didn't feel right being there and seeing them. I suppose it's better to see them in the wild, but really, I think you've got to keep your distance between wildlife and us, really.
Is there anywhere you'd particularly like to go to see animals or the natural world?
Well, actually, top of my list would be New Zealand, but probably not because of the wildlife, because of the scenery. But back to Africa, I think you can't top African wildlife, I think.
4.
James.
What's the most interesting animal that you've ever seen in the wild?
I saw a giraffe once. I mean, it's not that interesting, I suppose, but I did see it in the wild.
Where was that?
That was in Ethiopia, in northern Ethiopia.
Why did it make such an impression on you?
I think because I wasn't expecting to see it. I was hitchhiking on the back of a truck, and we were driving just through the countryside, and suddenly we saw a giraffe running along the side of the truck, and it was kind of amazing. So I suppose that's why it was, pretty good to see.
Is there anywhere you would particularly like to go to see animals or the natural world?
I've always wanted to see whales in the wild. I've never had the chance to do it, but it looks just so amazing, the size of them. So I'd like to do that, yeah.
5.
Karen. What's the most interesting wild animal that you've ever seen in the wild?
Most interesting animal I've seen in the wild? That would be a tiger in a national park in India. So it's very rare that you can actually spot them. So I was very fortunate enough to just to see one, and just the grace of the movement and the awareness of, everything around him or her was extraordinary.
Is there anywhere you would particularly like to go to see animals or the natural world?
Madagascar. I'd love to see animals in the natural world there. I've seen a few David Attenborough documentaries, and it's like, I want to go there now.
5.24. 1,
The savannah with the lions and stuff like that.
2,
But we'd been told the chances of seeing them in the wild were very slim.
3,
Well, actually, top of my list would be
4,
I mean, it's not that interesting, I suppose, but I did see it in the wild.
5,
So it's very rare that you can actually spot them.
5.25.
Why did you decide to leave the UK and live abroad?
Well, actually, it was David who convinced me it's a good idea. A long time ago, going back, I was studying at my final year at University of Warwick, and David was working at that time in Mallorca, and we met in England, and then he returned to work in Mallorca, and then it was we kept in touch by letters, and it was very easy to be seduced by the lifestyle he had there, the lovely swimming, the barbecues in the mountains, the fishing for octopus. So I was finishing my essays in the library windows covered with rain, and so when I graduated, I went very happily out to Spain to be with him, and we both got jobs in Vigo in Spain, working as language teachers in a private school. And we had a lovely time. We worked, and when we weren't working, we spent the time discovering the area, going out on our bikes, and learnt to windsurf. So that was a great year.
So a very happy introduction to Spain for you. And how did you both end up in Myrena?
Well, it was by chance, really. We'd been working as English teachers for several years, or 10 years perhaps in my case, and we realised that we had the opportunity to take a year off, a sabbatical year, as it were, with a view to then going back to teaching again. And we had a friend who had a small house in a village in the mountains south of Granada, and he'd agreed to let us rent this house for next to nothing for a year. So that's what we did. But whilst we were there, we wandered around and cycled around and finally stumbled on this little village of Myrena, where we live now, and fell in love with the village, fell in love with the house that we lived in for a while at first, and realised at the end of the year that we were having a ball and enjoying it too much, really, to want to go back. So at that point, we realised that we had to find a way of earning a living, because we didn't have any money. And so I got a job in Granada, in fact, just teaching for a year or so. And then we opened what's now Las Chimeneas, our little hotel and restaurant.
How integrated do you feel in the local community?
Well, one of the things that made me feel very integrated, and indeed very, very proud, in fact, was being invited to join the local council. And I worked for 6 years as the deputy mayor, and not necessarily a very good deputy mayor, but I kind of enjoyed it. And it was I consider it as an honour to be involved and asked to get involved in local politics. And it's a useful thing as well, rather than just being on the outside protesting at decisions taken after the event. It's quite useful to be part of the decision-making process as well. And
I think for me, the thing that really made a difference was when we had children, because especially as being a mother in the village, it meant that you met other mothers, and people felt that it was a reason to talk, and our children are friends with the other kids. They come around to play now. So, yeah, that was a big difference for me.
And having the business as well, because people can see that we're actually working, and we're working alongside our neighbours, because, we're lucky we're enough to be in a position where we've been able to employ quite a lot of the local villagers as cooks and chefs and taxi drivers and so on.
What do you like most about living in Myrena?
The obvious thing, and almost the cliche, is the weather. But you can't underestimate that. I mean, the weather does affect your everyday life, and also simple things like the incredible clear skies and the light. But I think it's something more than that. As long as I can remember, I always had a hankering. I really wanted to live in a very small community. I remember even as a child, it was something that I always had an ambition to do. And I think something about living in a very small village Everything seems very kind of human, very manageable. You know everybody. You literally know everybody in the village. And what's also been great the last few years is that we bought some land which is filled with almonds and olive and fruit trees. So we spend a lot of time down there and learning how to farm like the locals do, because they have very complicated watering techniques. So we've had to speak to locals and learn how to farm the land.
Are there any downsides to living there?
The travelling, isn't it? We have to spend probably more time than we'd like in a car to buy something simple. On the one hand, it's great being away from shops. It's like a real kind of consumer detox. But on the other hand, when you actually have to buy something, it means you have a long journey, which I could do without.
And there's lots of paperwork as well. Spain is a very heavily bureaucratic country as well, and so there's lots of certification and permits and so on that we've got to get together, and that always means a drive of a couple of hours to get to Granada, the local centre, to get paperwork sorted out.
Is there anything you miss about the UK?
Well, obviously, we miss friends and family. I mean, that's the big thing. But we're lucky we live in a nice part of the world, and so we get lots of visitors who come out and stay with us, which is nice. And then, often it's very trite, silly little things that you miss. I mean, I miss pubs with carpets and soft lighting and, polite dog walkers, that kind of thing. So,
and for the fact when we come back, we often come back to London. So what I really like about the UK is that sense of cultural diversity. Just travelling on public transport in London, you're very aware of the very wide range of people living here, which obviously you wouldn't get in a small rural community. And of course, the great thing about that is being in London is, you can choose any kind of restaurant. That's a big treat to come back and be able to choose what kind of food you want to eat.
Do you think you'll come back to the UK one day?
Well, you never know. I mean, we never took a decision that we would stay in Spain forever. So it was kind of by chance, by accident, that we've been in Spain so long. So we've never really ruled it out. It would be tricky, I think, to come back, largely for economic or financial reasons. Britain's a very expensive place to buy a house at the moment. And then, of course, there's the boys. The boys, two sons are now aged 7 and 13, so they were born and brought up in Spain. So they would be really uprooted for them to take them back to the UK, I think, now. That would be perhaps a bigger hurdle.
Yeah, for sure. That's the main reason why I can't see us going back, is definitely Dan and Tom. But of course, I think once you've spent 15 years building up a business, then also that's something you don't want to easily turn your back on.
5.26.
Why did you decide to leave the UK and live abroad?
Well, actually, it was David who convinced me it's a good idea. A long time ago, going back, I was studying at my final year at University of Warwick. And David was working at that time in Mallorca, and we met in England, and then he returned to work in Mallorca. And then it was we kept in touch by letters, and it was very easy to be seduced by the lifestyle he had there, the lovely swimming, the barbecues in the mountains, the fishing for octopus. So I was finishing my essays in the library windows covered with rain. And so when I graduated, I went very happily out to Spain to be with him. And we both got jobs in Vigo in Spain, working as language teachers in a private school. And we had a lovely time. We worked, and when we weren't working, we spent the time discovering the area, going out on our bikes, and learnt to windsurf. So it was a great year.
So a very happy introduction to Spain for you. And how did you both end up in Mairena?
Well, it was by chance, really. We'd been working as English teachers for several years, or 10 years perhaps in my case, and we realised that we had the opportunity to take a year off, a sabbatical year, as it were, with a view to then going back to teaching again. And we had a friend who had a small house in a village in the mountains south of Granada, and he'd agreed to let us rent this house for next to nothing for a year. So that's what we did. But whilst we were there, we wandered around and cycled around and finally stumbled on this little village of Mairena, where we live now, and fell in love with the village, fell in love with the house that we lived in for a while at first. And realised at the end of the year that we were having a ball and enjoying it too much, really, to want to go back. So at that point, we realised that we had to find a way of earning a living because we didn't have any money. And so I got a job in Granada, in fact, just teaching for a year or so. And then we opened what's now Las Chimeneas, our little hotel and restaurant.
How integrated do you feel in the local community?
Well, one of the things that made me feel very integrated and indeed very, very proud, in fact, was being invited to join the local council. And I worked for 6 years as the deputy mayor, and not necessarily a very good deputy mayor, but I kind of enjoyed it. And it was I consider it as an honour to be involved and asked to get involved in local politics. And it's a useful thing as well, rather than just being on the outside protesting at decisions taken after the event. It's quite useful to be part of the decision-making process as well. And
I think for me, the thing that really made a difference was when we had children, because especially as being a mother in the village, it meant that you met other mothers, and people felt that it was a reason to talk. And our children are friends with the other kids; they come around to play now. So yeah, that was a big difference for me.
And having the business as well, because people can see that we're actually working, and we're working alongside our neighbours. Because we're lucky, we're enough to be in a position where we've been able to employ quite a lot of the local villagers as as cooks and chefs and taxi drivers and so on.
5.27.
What do you like most about living in Myrena?
The obvious thing and almost the cliche is the weather, but you can't underestimate that. I mean, the weather does affect your everyday life, and also simple things like the incredible clear skies and the light. But I think it's something more than that. As long as I can remember, I always had a hankering. I really wanted to live in a very small community. I remember even as a child, it was something that I always had an ambition to do. And I think something about living in a very small village, everything seems very kind of human, very manageable. You know everybody. You literally know everybody in the village. And what's also been great the last few years is that we bought some land which is filled with almonds and olive and fruit trees. So we spend a lot of time down there and learning how to farm like the locals do, because they have very complicated watering techniques. So we've had to speak to locals and learn how to farm the land.
Are there any downsides to living there?
The travelling, isn't it? We have to spend probably more time than we'd like in a car to buy something simple. On the one hand, it's great being away from shops. It's like a real kind of consumer detox. But on the other hand, when you actually have to buy something, it means you have a long journey, which I could do without.
And there's lots of paperwork as well. Spain is a very heavily bureaucratic country as well, and so there's lots of certification and permits and so on that we've got to get together, and that always means a drive of a couple of hours to get to Granada, the local centre, to get paperwork sorted out.
Is there anything you miss about the UK?
Well, obviously, we miss friends and family. I mean, that's the big thing. But we're lucky we live in a nice part of the world, and so we get lots of visitors who come out and stay with us, which is nice. And then, often it's very trite, silly little things that you miss. I mean, I miss pubs with carpets and soft lighting and, polite dog walkers, that kind of thing. So,
and for the fact when we come back, we often come back to London. So what I really like about the UK is that sense of cultural diversity. Just travelling on public transport in London, you're very aware of the very wide range of people living here, which obviously you wouldn't get in a small rural community. And of course, the great thing about that is being in London is, you can choose any kind of restaurant. That's a big treat to come back and be able to choose what kind of food you want to eat.
Do you think you'll come back to the UK one day?
Well, you never know. I mean, we never took a decision that we would stay in Spain forever. So it was kind of by chance, by accident, that we've been in Spain so long. So we've never really ruled it out. It would be tricky, I think, to come back, largely for economic or financial reasons. Britain's a very expensive place to buy a house at the moment. And then, of course, there's the boys. The boys, two sons are now aged 7 and 13, so they were born and brought up in Spain. So they would be really uprooted for them to take them back to the UK, I think, now. That would be perhaps a bigger hurdle.
Yeah, for sure. That's the main reason why I can't see us going back, is definitely Dan and Tom. But of course, I think once you've spent 15 years building up a business, then also that's something you don't want to easily turn your back on.
5.28. 1.
He'd agreed to let us rent this house for next to nothing.
2.
We wandered around and cycled around and finally stumbled on this little village of Myrena, where we live now.
3.
We're having a ball and enjoying it too much, really, to want to go back.
4.
As long as I can remember, I always had a hankering. I really wanted to live in a very small community.
5.
Well, on the one hand, it's great being away from shops. It's like a real kind of consumer detox.
6.
So we've never really ruled it out. It'll be tricky, I think, to come back, largely for economic or financial reasons.
7.
To take them back to the UK, I think now. That would be perhaps a bigger hurdle.
8.
I think once you've spent 15 years building up a business, then also that's something you don't want to easily turn your back on.
5.29. 1.
It was David who convinced me it's a good idea.
2.
The thing that really made a difference was when we had children.
3.
What I really like about the UK is that sense of cultural diversity.
4.
The main reason why I can't see us going back is definitely Dan and Tom.
5.30. Intonation in cleft sentences.
What I hate about my job is having to get up early. What I hate about my job is having to get up early.
The reason why I went to France was that I wanted to learn the language. The reason why I went to France was that I wanted to learn the language.
It was her mother who really broke up our marriage. It was her mother who really broke up our marriage.
It's the commuting that I find so tiring. It's the commuting that I find so tiring.
5.31. 1.
What I don't understand is why she didn't call me.
2.
The thing that impresses me most about Jack is his enthusiasm.
3.
The reason why I left early was that I had an important meeting.
4.
The place where I would most like to live is Ireland.
5.
It was the neighbours that made our lives so difficult.
6.
It was then that I realised I'd left my keys behind. Tea and sandwiches with the Queen. Within a few months of applying for citizenship, I was on my way to Camden Town Hall for the ceremony, accompanied by my sister and parents, who were visiting London from Karachi at the time. My family was taken to the rows of seats for those viewing the proceedings, and I joined 60 or 70 other people in the queue to have my name checked against an official list and enter the seating area of the chamber. Just before I entered, a photographer appeared, thrust a little Union Jack into my hand, and asked me to smile for the camera. It brought about a strange unease, which wasn't in any way about my feelings towards Britain, but rather my feelings towards Pakistan, a nation of which I would continue to be a citizen. I had thought dual citizenship would feel like a gain, not a loss. Instead, I found myself reflecting on what it means to be from a country in which acquiring a second passport is regarded as reason for celebration. Weeks later, I was trying to explain this to British Libyan writer Hisham Matar, who knew exactly what I meant. In that moment, you are betrayed and betrayer both, he said. You're betraying your country by seeking another passport, and you're betrayed by your country, which makes you want to seek another passport. What dispelled the feeling of melancholy was a glance towards one end of the chamber. There was a picture of the Queen in her tiara, set against a large Union Jack. I might have laughed out loud. It seemed so American. The smiling portrait, all those flags. And then someone pressed play on a CD player, and classical music filled the room. I kept looking across the room at my sister and giggling. The Mayor of Camden entered and made a rather nice speech. Then she read out a list of the different nationalities of the people present, which was the most emotional part of the ceremony for me. When she reached Iraq, a man standing across from me nodded to identify his country of origin, and his eyes filled with tears. I kept my eyes on him as I read out in unison with my fellow almost citizens the words of allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen, her heirs and successors. I looked at him again as we all sang, or moved our lips meaninglessly in time to the national anthem. He was near tears at various points, and although I knew nothing about him other than Iraq and the fact that he didn't appear affluent, I found myself trying to imagine what he must be feeling. And then my name was called out. I stepped forward to collect my certificate of naturalisation, posed for a photograph in front of the Queen and flag, and sat back down. After the ceremony, there was tea and sandwiches, and then I returned home, feeling the whole thing had been rather an anticlimax, and in some ways quite dispiriting, when I had expected the opposite. The first thing I did on returning home was to download a passport application form. Wanting to stay in the UK was my primary reason for acquiring citizenship, but the added benefit of a passport that allowed me to travel without the visa nightmares that come attached to a Pakistani passport was also a strong motivating factor. I filled out the form, took it to the post office, and handed it across the counter to a bearded man with the name tag Khaled. "First passport?" he asked. "Yes." Khaled looked gravely at me. "Welcome," he said, and everything uncomplicated and moving I had wanted to feel in that citizenship ceremony, I felt then.
5.33 1.
It was a really close race, and they had to study the replay to see who won.
2.
What time does the ticket office close? We need to get our tickets for the match on Saturday.
3.
We were sitting in the front row, so we could almost touch the players.
4.
The coach had a row with the owner of the team.
5.
People who row tend to have very well-developed biceps.
6.
He was disqualified because they found a minute quantity of a banned substance in his blood sample.
7.
He scored a goal just 1 minute before the referee blew the final whistle.
8.
If you tear a muscle or a ligament, you may not be able to train for 6 months.
9.
As she listened to the national anthem, a tear rolled down her cheek.
10.
Footballers never seem content with their contracts. They're always trying to negotiate better terms.
11.
The content of the programme wasn't very interesting, just a long analysis of the match.
12.
He wound the tape tightly around his ankle to prevent a sprain.
13.
You could see his head wound bleeding as he was taken off the pitch.
14.
If you use a high-tech swimsuit, you'll be able to swim much faster.
15.
It's no use complaining. The umpire's decision is final.
5.34.
There's a deeply held belief that sports teach us valuable lessons about life and ultimately make us better people. In your opinion, is that true?
Call me old-fashioned, but I actually do believe that, having played sports myself when I was younger. There are some things that sports can teach you. Just in general terms, it teaches you to respect authority. For example, when there's a referee in the game, there's an authority figure, and it teaches you how to get along with others and cooperate. When I was a kid, we would play ball sometimes without supervision, and we'd have to get along by choosing up sides for the teams. When there was an issue with rules, we'd have to get together and come up with a compromise. So, yes, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned, especially when you're young, that help you later on in life.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to individual sports, the effect is even more evident than in team sports. It takes an incredible amount of discipline, for example, with tennis and golf and track, which aren't team sports. It's a matter of getting up early, training on your own, with all the repetition that you need to do, sometimes without supervision. A lot of people who aspire to be professional athletes can't afford a trainer or a coach, especially when they're young. So the discipline involved in individual sports is a valuable lesson in life as well.
Okay. On the whole, would you say that sports bring about more happiness or unhappiness in the world?
Well, as long as there's some perspective there, and you look at sports as a sort of a temporary escape from real life, as entertainment, like going to a movie. If you have that kind of perspective, then I think sports can enhance your life. And life is better with diversions. With sports, a lot of people look forward to following their teams. It gives them a sense of family, a sense of community, and some wonderful memories. And as entertainment, sports have tremendous value. But again, there has to be some perspective. When you go past the level of sports entertainment, as diversion, as pastime, when it gets into the obsession area, then it's probably not a good thing. People who get too carried away by whether their team wins or loses are not in a healthy situation. As long as you can look at sports as a diversion, it's fine. Part of the secret of life, and this certainly applies to sports, is to do it in moderation, and being a sports fan is no different. But overall, I would say sports create a great deal of happiness.
So, do you think there's a sense that sports have replaced religion in modern society?
Ooh, that's a great question. Probably for a lot of people it has. I'm thinking of some of these major sporting events that draw worldwide interest, like the World Cup, for instance.
Right.
You see the passion of the fans, and I think that passion is wonderful as long as it doesn't carry over into fanatical levels. Again, we get back to that obsession thing. And once you've crossed that line where sports are no longer just entertainment, diversion, and pastime, when it crosses the line, then yes, it can border on religion for a lot of people.
Okay. Do you think there's any difference between using technology to gain an advantage? I don't know, for example, high-tech swimsuits and doping. I mean, taking performance-enhancing drugs.
That's a profound question. I think if you're really honest about it, it's hard to see the difference. I mean, if you think about a sport like tennis or maybe golf, and you consider the advances in technology and the equipment, and if you go back to the 1930s and 1940s and think about the small wooden tennis rackets and the wooden golf clubs, if those players had had today's equipment in their hands, it would have made a huge difference in their game, a bigger impact on their game than performance-enhancing drugs. The advances in technology have really done more to increase performance than drugs have. We're all quick to criticize, and there's a stigma attached to using drugs that doesn't exist with the equipment. But in a lot of ways, they're similar. I think equipment, technology, diet, and education, all those things have done more to enhance athletic prowess and performance than drugs.
Well, we expect athletes to be positive role models. Is there any reason why we should?
Years ago, people looked up to athletes, and they were our heroes. But there's no reason why they should be role models. They're in the public eye more than others, but they're human, like everyone else. All the money and adulation is difficult for these athletes to handle, paradoxically. Money and fame tend to bring down a lot of celebrities, like actors and rock stars, not just athletes. There's a lot of temptation and money involved that you don't see in other professions. Also, there's more pressure nowadays with the way the media has changed and with social media. Everyone is looking for a sensational story, and athletes are more prone to being caught up in scandals than ever before. If it were up to me, parents and teachers, people like that, they would be the real role models.
Right. So, do sports occupy a disproportionately high place in the media? And have we lost all sense of proportion when it comes to sports?
There is a disproportionate amount of interest in sports. There's an insane amount of hype around some of these big events, like the Super Bowl and the World Cup. The media knows that there's a captive audience, and more is better. You know, the first Super Bowl didn't even sell out. Yet in today's world, it's considered the most important event you can imagine. So it just shows how perspectives have shifted. But the media reflects interest more than they created. They're giving the public what they want.
Okay.
I'm not sure the media is totally to blame either. It's just a form of economics.
Battle of the workouts. Tennis or squash. Yoga or Pilates. Making the decision to get fit is the easy part. Choosing how to go about it is more difficult. We answer 4 key questions to help you decide for yourself. Tennis versus squash. Tennis.
1. How quickly will it make a difference?
After 6 weeks of twice-weekly matches.
2. How many calories does it burn?
476 per hour in a singles match, 340 in doubles.
3. Will it keep me motivated?
Tennis is competitive and there is nothing better than playing outdoors. However, your motivation may diminish if you keep having to cancel due to the weather.
4. What are the benefits?
The strength for a great serve is provided by your thigh muscles. Sharp turns and twists put the abdominals and upper body through a vigorous workout.
Squash.
1. How quickly will it make a difference?
2 to 3 weeks if playing 3 times a week.
2. How many calories does it burn?
748 per hour.
3. Will it keep me motivated?
Squash is sociable, and if you join a club, there will be a league structure.
4. What are the benefits?
Rated the #1 healthy sport by Forbes magazine, squash is easier to learn than tennis, and you can play all year round. It helps to strengthen your legs, arms, and core region.
Weights versus circuits. Weights.
1. How quickly will it make a difference?
After the first session, your muscles will feel more toned, but significant changes will take 3 to 4 weeks.
2. How many calories does it burn?
136 to 340 per hour, depending on weight lifted and the recovery time between repetitions.
3. Will it keep me motivated?
If improved body tone is your goal, then yes.
4. What are the benefits?
Great for toning your muscles and improving overall bone density. Weight training speeds up the rate at which calories are burned, resulting in quicker weight loss.
Circuits.
1. How quickly will it make a difference?
After 2 weeks of twice-weekly circuits.
2. How many calories does it burn?
476 per hour.
3. Will it keep me motivated?
You are unlikely to get bored as circuits can constantly change their content and order.
4. What are the benefits?
Circuits address every element of fitness: aerobic, strength, balance and flexibility. A good instructor should introduce new tools like skipping ropes and weights to make sure you are always developing new skills.
Yoga versus Pilates. Yoga.
1. How quickly will it make a difference?
After 8 weeks of thrice-weekly sessions.
2. How many calories does it burn?
102 per hour for a stretch-based class. Power yoga burns 245 per hour.
3. Will it keep me motivated?
Yoga is about attaining a sense of unity between body and mind rather than achieving personal targets. However, you will feel a sense of accomplishment as you master the poses, and there are lots of different types to try.
4. What are the benefits?
The American Council on Exercise found that women who did yoga for 8 weeks experienced a 13% improvement in flexibility. They were also able to perform 6 more press-ups and 14 more sit-ups at the end of the study.
Pilates.
1. How quickly will it make a difference?
After 5 to 6 weeks of thrice-weekly sessions.
2. How many calories does it burn?
170 to 237 an hour.
3. Will it keep me motivated?
Once you start noticing positive changes in the way you move and hold your body, Pilates is hard to give up.
4. What are the benefits?
Widely used by dancers and top athletes, Pilates improves your posture and strength. It develops the abdominal muscles which support the trunk.
Spinning versus step. Spinning.
1. How quickly will it make a difference?
After 2 to 3 weeks of twice-weekly sessions.
2. How many calories does it burn?
408 to 646 an hour.
3. Will it keep me motivated?
Although it's a group session, you can increase the workload as you get fitter. Avoid boredom by looking out for classes with video screens that take you on a virtual ride through pleasant scenery.
4. What are the benefits?
Pedaling works most of the muscles in the legs and buttocks, so you will get an unbelievably toned lower body, but your heart and lungs are the biggest beneficiaries.
Step.
1. How quickly will it make a difference?
After 4 weeks of twice-weekly classes.
2. How many calories does it burn?
510 to 612 per hour, depending on height of step.
3. Will it keep me motivated?
You will notice changes in your body shape fairly quickly, but there are only so many times you can step onto a platform before utter boredom takes hold.
4. What are the benefits?
A study carried out in California showed that women who did step for 6 months experienced a 3.3% increase in the bone density of their spines and hip and leg bones. It has good aerobic benefits as well as toning muscles in the bottom and legs.
How is technology affecting sport? Technology plays a major role in sport. It has changed the way athletes perform, the way professional sports are officiated, and the way fans watch the game. Because athletes are always looking for an edge against the competition, many are taking advantage of the latest trends in technology. For example, some competitive ice skaters are taking their experience on the ice to the design table. They have developed a new way to make skates using a process called rapid prototyping, using CAD, computer-assisted design. This process allows athletes to get a custom-made pair of boots in record time and be on the ice with them faster than ever before. Even more remarkable is a state-of-the-art clothing line that allows athletes to coach themselves. Unlike a video or instructional pamphlet, the haptic sports garment senses your every move and lets you know which areas you need to improve. The garment uses vibrations to help improve posture, target key muscle groups, and even help maintain optimal speeds. Years ago, the instant replay was considered a giant technological leap because for the first time it allowed judges and fans to watch the video of an event almost immediately after it happened. But there is no longer a need for instant replay with the new RFID tags, radio frequency identification technology, which European rugby teams are experimenting with. This amazing microlocation technology can transmit the exact coordinates of the ball and players an astounding 2,000 times per second. It can also be used to calculate movement, speed, accuracy, and even force of impact. It essentially eliminates the guesswork from officiating. The Hawkeye system is an example of successful technology that has been used in professional tennis for several years now. High-speed cameras mounted around the stadium, combined with a 3D, a three-dimensional model of the tennis court, can track the position of the tennis ball in space. This not only affects the game itself, but also the ability of players to self-analyse at a new level of detail. Where will technology take us next? Will there one day be tiny live cameras and microphones inserted into basketballs and footballs that allow fans to get an even closer view of the action? In the future, will we all be playing video games with holographic players on a life-size field? It may all sound far-fetched, but the technology is there, and it may be on the market sooner than you think.